It's vertical in a 1v2. The man doesn't really miss his shots. I've never seen him lose these, Michael, have you?
No.
Pick up the diffuser. Mo goes for the plant. Coverage will have to come from Young. Where's he looking? In the right direction. C4 gets tossed out! He gets Mo! No! It goes all the way over!
Drones and this position right here from Mark.
Oh!
What?
Type it. Does he have chat off?
He has chat off.
He must have chat off. That would have been it.
That would have been a good night.
Oh, peek around the corner, goes for the long angle. He's got Gio as well as support. They both fire in. They lose one player, but there's Gio that slaps down too. Gotcha, neck rocks are down. Lies down on the floor. He's getting all the information. Those flank drones are in. Gio with a 3K. MVK is dead. Last alive is Mo. Sitting right behind the printer. Gio waiting for the peek. He finds it. He keeps on firing through. He kills the alibi.
Oh, here's the engagement, and there's the second for Nesk, and that should be it. A third for Nesk. He's just going to keep surprising us. Impressive. Oh, through the wall!
Side of Na'Vi. Grenade into Hungry. No damage will be taken as it landed right in the middle of the bar, but it'll find saves. Pre-firing through every one of those. Soft walls. There's drone finally taken away, but is it really going to matter?
You can't really use Vault either. There's a soft wall and they're unreinforced.
Foolproof camera that was with him, and he, well, is going to find Citizen. Just padding some stats right now. Going for the retake. 3 players in. Little time left. He's going to find one more kill. That's Kendrew now down. The ace is what Hungry needs, and he's got 20 or so seconds to deal with it. There's one goo mine in support. Tries to fire. He'll find Nello. He's going to try to stick the diffuser. There is a goo mine to protect him, and if he can stick this one, this might be a victory. Oh, the goo mine's going to slow down Pi, but the pre-fires are on the corner, and Hungry.
Over Paladin, he's going to get aggressive. How is Fnatic not seeing him push in? This could be a big play as Tex gets Arlo, but no, he will finally be taken down. Hayward and Dino now left with it all to do, but Dino gets 2. A nice double from him as Hayward gets 1 as well, and it's a 2-on-2. Fnatic can throw in this round, and Dino gets 4!
Magnet playing catch there. It's going to be Luna the drop down. Mentalist steps up with 2. He brings it back into the realm of possibility. The diffuser is going to be stuck in this scenario. The hallway's being watched. Mentalist! He finds the 3rd as well. There's only 1 left. It's Fisho Guy against Mentalist. He's only got the 1 to find. Surely Mentalist cannot make this work. Just edging around. My God, what is that to come through?
P10 Roni and a Nitro Cell. Diffuser's just going to get planted. There's the Buck finding 1. Oh, Slash, can he go for the shot? He kill? Go! Oh, he got some all! Oh, 3K! Slash, are you kidding me?
Vitality's got 2 members that are literally standing right in front of the main door. They can just walk on in. Bibu's going to take no time to drop down. First kill's going to go into Shaiko. Alems get dispatched by Bibu. Diffuser going down. Shaiko knows it. Will Goga be able to get the plant off? Oh, not close enough. Shaiko with a 2nd kill amidst the smoke. Goga takes a pounding. There's another for Bibu as Bibu runs on up and Shaiko is prepared and ready for it. Call from his team.
Question is, will the smoke come in? And yes, it will, is the answer. Beautiful placement. The Brid gets downed by a spray from Shaiko through the floor. RXWD forced back by the spray in response from Stiggy, who's trying to pick up his teammate. Will he be successful? He's very close. And there it is, Shaiko with the 4K. Will he get the ace? Going aggressive on main lobby. Full HP Shaiko versus a half HP Stiggy. Even with the F2, that's dangerous. Shaiko pushing up, and there's the ace.
Doodle sustains some significant damage, so too does Merc, and down goes the rest of Doodle. But that opening pick is going to come with 10 seconds left on the board, and it's going to be an all-out brawl with TSM winning time and time again. Slash is downstairs. Oh! He just needs a call! No way he's going to get this with 0 on the clock! Slash in a 1v5, and he wins it!
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history. The 2020 Six Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event, featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 620 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the Road to SI 2020.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our 5th Playday here in Latin America and our 3rd show of the week, our first Latin America show of the week, week 3. My name's Intero. I'm joined by Emzo. We are just rotating through everybody today, but balance will be restored tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a nice mix-up this week, just because it's so short now, right? We only have a few weeks to do it, so might as well mix it up in the middle.
Yeah, we're done in like a week.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm flying back to Canada on the 30th.
Same. Well, not to Canada, unless that was on the way.
I mean, maybe you have a layover.
Nah.
Or maybe you have a layover in America. I don't know. I'm not
freeze over in Canada.
I'm not a flightologist, so that's fine.
Obviously, we'll be in Canada later, though.
We will be. We have the Six Invitational coming up. As you saw, there's a little trailer right before we got into the action here about the Six Invitational. There's a Battle Pass. There's a Road to SI playlist. There's a special stadium. It's currently locked. It'll be back in like one day in like 17 hours, something like that. Play it. If you haven't played it, play it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. The Battle Pass is also a free component, so there's free stuff.
Free. I like free.
Who doesn't like free stuff? Free 99?
Yeah.
Excellent. But let's get to today's matchup. So we'll start off with the standings for you, just in case you want to know what exactly is going on in Latin America.
It's kind of crazy.
It is kind of crazy. INTZ, a team that you don't usually see.
Yeah.
INTZ, they are going to be first.
We have quite seen them this season. It's been very interesting.
Yeah. In terms of actual round differential, after Liquid in second place, it is a 3-way tie between NIP, MIBR, and FaZe Clan. Round differential matters, but they all have the same amount of points. Those are your top 4. You'll swap, and then there's a little bit of a step down, just incrementally. Elevate with 5 points, 4 points from Black Dragons, and Team 1 with 3rd with 3 points in 8th place.
Interestingly, too, if Liquid were able to catch up with INTZ beat Liquid in their first Playday. So
that's correct.
That's not great for Liquid to try and stay up there towards the top, but they have a matchup that I think should favor them, although I put Black Dragons just for the spiciness, but I do think Liquid have shown the possibility that they should be able to beat Black Dragons, but Black Dragons, I don't know, could be a wildcard like INTZ was, so.
Black Dragons, I think, have had some signs of being able to perform against the best teams in the region.
We've even seen Elevate just totally not show up and then totally show up some days. Yeah. You really never know with Latin America right now. That's why it's starting to get to the point where we're just memeing on flipping coins at this point because it is so unpredictable.
That is very true. Last week, they were flipping coins literally to see who won. You might be wondering, You mentioned Black Dragons versus Team Liquid. They're going to be our first matchup of the day. But then after that, it's going to be FaZe Clan versus MIBR, Elevate versus Team 1. And we're going to be rounding the day out with your #1 team going up against one of those teams that are trapped in 3rd place, which is Ninjas in Pajamas versus Ints. So you start off with a bang. I know the Team Liquid fans are going to be very happy. It's the most popular team in the region. They're looking to continue to do well. They qualified for the 6th Invitational by winning OJ Pit. They're in 2nd place in their region. And if the trend holds over the last couple weeks, they probably should beat Black Dragons.
The upside is we've seen most teams at least have some good days in Latin America, right? There hasn't really been a team that's just like, these guys are done. So even Elevate, who I felt like we're going to be that team coming in as the new runners there, somehow managed to show up a few matches. So if that keeps up, this could be a very contentious last couple weeks once it gets to that point. Of course, we're just approaching the halfway point. So a lot of things could happen. There could be roster shuffles in the middle. There will be new operators to be played, things like that. So it could get really crazy. But for right now, it seems like Ints and Liquid doing quite well.
Yes. And we'll get to the rosters of both Black Dragons and Team Liquid. We'll start off with Black Dragons. They have looked rejuvenated since picking up Wog and Hornetau onto this team. They got Lagonis as well, so this is a brand new look for this roster this season. Dramatically different from when Moringa was on the squad last season, of course being rounded out by Live and PZD. Their opponents are Team Liquid, who need no introduction, long considered one of the most consistent and, I guess, formidable teams in the region. We'll bring up the Team Liquid roster for you as well in just a moment.
Yeah.
But the 5 gentlemen that compete on it, as you can see here, they got some skin in the game. They got the pilot program skin. Some of the proceeds from these skins not just go back to the teams, to the organizations, but also to the prize pool for the 6th Invitational. Moringa, Palu, PSK, Sexy Cake, and Nesk.
Yeah,
And
Nesk himself specifically needs no introduction.
If you watched the clip before we got into the live action here, you got to see the plays of the week, and you got to see Nesk do some crazy things. But for Nesk, that's a normal day at the office. That's just an average Tuesday night.
They don't lean on him so much as originally when we made it a big deal that Nesk was a thing, but the rest of them seem to show up. You see the ratings pretty well spread, and actually Paula above Nesk there. So overall, like, you have one player below 1.0, and that's Moringa, but someone's got to take it.
And Moringa occupied that role, I guess you could say, on FaZe Clan when he played for them way back when. Black Dragons, he was on a bit freer roles, and he comes over to Liquid, and he's had, depending on the map, you can see Moringa's impact. And especially through DreamHack Montreal, he was a necessity for that team to make it as far as they did. Now, they didn't win it. They ultimately fell 2nd place against TSM in the Grand Finals, but then they avenged that result in OGA Pit just a couple months later in Croatia. Honestly, extremely good performance, and really, the last 5 or 6 months from Liquid have been exceptionally well done.
Yeah.
They almost won BR6. Actually, no, did they win BR6? They played against FaZe Clan. I didn't actually watch the
There was one of the teams lost because of a
picked Maverick or Warden or something.
That might have been Liquid that lost. I'm trying to remember now.
I think FaZe Clan did. I think it was Cameraman who picked
one of them did.
Yeah.
It was unfortunate.
I can't remember. I think FaZe Clan won it. I don't think Liquid won it. I don't know.
Someone won.
I don't remember.
Pretty sure.
The only issue that I have is that sometimes it's tough to digest Latin America content because it's
there's so much. I mean, they have the whole separate thing going on with BR6 as well. And as much as I'd like to carry that stuff over here, a lot of times the results are so different from what we see in Pro League. It's very strange. But we will see Clubhouse, so that'll be fun because where did Liquid lose to Ints? Clubhouse. So obviously, Black Dragons were watching. They go, a few tips we could get from Ints there. Let's try them against Liquid.
Black Dragons are no Ints, though, let's be honest.
Well, if they picked up a good enough tips and Liquid didn't shore those holes, it could happen. It could happen.
Yeah.
You never know.
Who do you think is going to win the community?
I think I know where this is going to go.
I think we always know when Liquid is present.
Remember when Black Dragons just off the name alone was just taking the lion's share for a while there?
Yeah, I mean, well, there was a period of time where Black Dragons was an institution back when Font Energy and BRK in Black Dragons was an institution. They had the old NIP roster as well. They made it to the finals in Sao Paulo.
Actually, a lot of these guys were on Black Dragons at one point as well. Some of these guys, at least.
It's true. That's
one of the Black Dragons teams.
Yeah, Moringa was on Black Dragons, wasn't it?
So was
Pretty sure.
I believe Sex Cake before they became Liquid, but I'm not entirely sure. It might have been after they became Liquid.
No, Sex Cake was on. He was on, I think, Encore or Merciless, and then he was on Nox or something like that.
There's been so many shuffles around Latin America.
If you go back and you actually look at the old organizations in Latin America from, I want to say like season 4, season 5, season 6, there was like Nox.
Yeah.
There was like, Merciless Gaming. Encore. There were so many.
Gaming.
So many
stuff.
Gaming actually has.
It was a little bit later, but
PX, former member of MIBR, is on Gaming.
PX, good player.
Not good enough to stay on the roster though.
No, but hey,
They dropped him, they picked up Hugzord, and they've looked better since, honestly.
He's actually been playing very well for the team, so I think that was a good choice.
He's been I don't want to call him the glue because I don't think the team necessarily needed glue, but I will say that he has done something to the team that PX was clearly incapable of doing, or maybe the rest of the team just made some changes afterwards.
You never know. It could even just be chemistry.
Could be chemistry.
Either way, it's working. So that's all that matters, right? Is if it's working, roster change in the middle of the season then.
Yeah.
Like everyone else does.
I mean, Black Dragons overhauled their roster entirely.
Yeah.
Right? Hornetau played in the relegations last season. They had Moringa on the squad for a while. They pick up Wog, who was sitting on the bench for ages. And when I say sitting on the bench, I mean like warming the bench, rather. He wasn't playing in Pro League for quite a long period of time. Like, this team is completely new, essentially. And I think they have a lot of promise. But, I mean,
it may take them time to work that out as well. So we may not see them really show up till the second half of the season.
They have an opportunity to play spoiler against one of the best teams in Latin America. And we'll waste no time. We'll get into our very first matchup of the day, Black Dragons versus Team Liquid. The Dragon versus the Horse. I mean, in a real fight, the Dragon will win, let's be honest.
Well, it depends on how big the Dragon is. If it's like Eddie Murphy Dragon, maybe not.
It's like a big gecko.
Yeah, basically.
It's like it's not a real dragon,
Oh, the real dragons, yes, as opposed to those ones.
It's a Team Liquid starting on defense, so they get the very first ban. And say goodbye to Capitao.
See ya. That's going to make Casual a little bit easier. Definitely something you don't want to deal with. Maverick, no surprise to see him go as well. In fact, I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Maverick play sometimes on Clubhouse just because, well, either he's banned or they're able to get other ways to get that wall open with Thermite.
I'm just glad that there's no Thatcher ban.
Yeah, it's starting to bleed over at other regions now.
I think
it's kind of killing me.
I mean, I think that Latin America, because they play so aggressively, they can ban Thatcher because they know they're going to take fights. I mean, look at Liquid's matchup last week on Playday number 3. They banned Thatcher. There's a Thatcher ban on Villa.
You also have to keep in mind they reinforce less than other regions. So there's a lot less walls you need to get rid of.
Well, I mean, and I think there's a strategy to that, right? It's totally acceptable for you to pocket some of those reinforcements.
Well, it's aggressive defense elsewhere.
Well. Yeah, you open up lines of sight and walls where people might not understand at a high level, why don't you reinforce certain walls? Like, you've got an exterior wall that literally is the sight to the outside. Why do you not reinforce it? Well, because sometimes the attackers aren't so willing to challenge that engagement if they know that they could get shot from the defense.
Sometimes it's just about making the other guy uncomfortable. At the end of the day. Goyo, always fun to see. I know I get a bit on a Goyo kick, but I think it is interesting to see the variety of uses of him in terms of, like, are we setting up shields? Are we setting up area denial? Are we just throwing something to burn their resources? Plus his gun, quite effective.
I don't think Liquid's lineup really gave anything away in terms of their defenses.
No, we've seen a lot of Goyo played, for example, down in Church.
I was going to say, I feel like Church, though, is his least most effective site on this.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of it working, but I've seen it on Church, I've seen it on Gym.
Gym bedroom is that is his wheelhouse.
Throw shields everywhere.
Yes, because
it's a room full of them.
Gym and bedroom tends to be the most claustrophobic of all of the sites. You see here from above that with Cache and CCTV being the leftward bomb site in B, Cache is obviously a bomb site on the right-hand side, is that you've got the garage as your playground. There's a lot of vertical play as well. The entire floor down in lounge is much easier to hold.
This gauntlet.
Yeah, that's they call this the hurdles race.
Yeah, it looks like it. Gonna have to run a 3-speed through that.
Yes. Such is how it works. But so we'll get underway with round number 1. And with Team Liquid, they've got their denial as they need it. They've got some utility to burn through for the attackers. Good thing there's a Sledge and a Zofia on the board because you're going to need them for the Goyo shields and you're going to need them for the Maestro camps.
Goyo spotted. The unfortunate thing, I think, is that Evil Eye's on the opposite side of the shields. Had it been on the other side, you could pop the shields with it, but obviously that's not a great place for the Evil Eye in general, so I understand the thinking there, but it would be fun to pop those remote.
Yes.
We'll see. Maestro actually just now getting back the site after starting to deny a little bit of flank there by putting up a wooden barricade on the bedroom door because, well, you want to hear them coming. They are eventually going to get into connector likely at some point if they don't go the garage route. Here's the denial from the Zofia trying to stop the animation, but PSK on top of it. You've got to time that perfectly. You need to practice that and just really coordinate it well because if you get it wrong, you're wasting 3 sets of utility potentially and losing your ability to open the wall that time. So, not great. We'll see 1 EMP left here. PSK going to try and deny this. If it's successfully denied, they're really just going to have to push from that bedroom side.
I'm kind of surprised that Hornetow is in the position he's in. We have seen success from Zofia's in the past where they will go down below and they will just simply shoot out the floor.
It's kind of the easier way.
It's much easier unless you are worried about somebody playing in a position down in lounge, as we saw Nesk doing.
Yeah.
Preparing for the ACOG removal on the Alda, Sexy Cake will run the red dot site, and his engagement with Live will not go anywhere. Live should be able to win this one. Sexy Cake, that is not ideal. So first kill is going to go to Black Dragon.
He has the ability to do a lot of pre-firing there, and he theoretically should have heard the hop in the window. It's just unfortunate he wasn't able to pull it off.
Could have been calls, and that's the other thing that people need to keep in mind of is that there's usually communication that's happening. Now, I mentioned earlier that it's much harder for a team to take lounge than it is for them to take bar, and that's because in lounge, you've only really got two ways to watch. Number one, if somebody comes through blue, you're going to hear them. If they come through the main doorways where Nesk was just looking, you're going to hear them. And on top of that, all of that garage wall has been shot open. PZD goes by Moringa. Moringa lets him continue to move on. 40 seconds left, and PZD takes some damage, but Liquid is looking a little worse for wear. Shotgun pointed at the breach hole. Moringa could have done some damage, but he falls off, and Live will win that fight. A second kill for Black Dragons. 30 seconds to go, and you hear the Vector come alive. Down goes Live. Not living up to his namesake. Lagonis frags on Nesk. That could be a pick from below as the plant looks to go out. There's C4 in the hands for PSK, but he's got to watch the breach to his left. He doesn't have a ton of HP. Paulo will take one down with them, and PSK grabs a kill that is absolutely necessary. Diffuser goes down successfully for Black Dragons. But PSK's only got a fraction of his HP, and two members of BD to go up against.
He's got C4 here. There it goes. Perfect play. Now he can potentially counter this.
Did Lagonis not hear that? That's what I want to know.
We're seeing a lot of delayed reactions from players. Maybe they're still just warming up.
Who knows? Going for the long arm now is PSK. PZ just needs to wait. He can hear it. You gotta go.
There we go.
Bye-bye, PSK. Black Dragons take round number one.
I would say convincingly, but that did get a little close towards the end there. Was I mean, a lot of early kills and pressure that just wasn't pushed back very effectively. You saw, for example, Moringa see the sledge, walk past the door, didn't take his shots. Instead, re-peeked it, took a little bit of damage, and then just decided to throw a smoke. And I feel like, again, we're seeing a lot of delayed reactions to stuff. It could be also, there could be some hiccups, but I'm not seeing an indicator that makes me think, it could be a server-side thing. It's more just likely they're still warming up. We should see the gunfire speed up a bit here throughout the rounds, but that did cost them a round for Liquid. It's just maybe just not being as quick on the trigger. You saw also the Maestro being a little slow on that, Live getting that nice shot. So hopefully Liquid gonna wake up a little bit this round here. They're gonna try Church now. Relatively the same lineup, but for a different bomb site. As you said, they didn't give anything away with the lineup before, and they certainly are changing bomb sites without having to change that up. Black Dragon's also not having to change anything, and it's always nice when you have a flexible enough lineup that you could just switch bomb sites without having to go, oh, we need to have you switch to this and you to that. Oh, switch your secondaries here. And that's not fun, especially when you're trying to do that while deciding, do I use a 6-pick? So we will see the usual reinforcements in setup go here in terms of get the walls that you need, church, dirt, things like that. But it looks like they're just setting up above. Okay. They're going to get the one panel there that Sexy Cake got on the Arsenal wall. It is not necessarily mandatory as much as Milos likes to make it sound, but it is very useful if you don't want them rushing into sight and you're not planning to play over there and use that against them. So that will definitely help. But is Nesk actually going to be roaming here with the Vector? Now, we usually see most players with the TCSG. So he's actually going to be running the Vector and possibly roaming with it. He is at least a 2-speed unlike Mira, so can take advantage of that a little bit on roam. We often see a lot more roaming Goyos than you'd expect sometimes, I think, but I often see them die fairly early, and I'm surprised because I feel like he should be more of an effective roamer than we tend to see. And I'm not sure if it's just the speed or it's just players just maybe getting a little cocky that their setup's done and think they could take engagements that they don't win.
Kix and I will disagree on this till the end of time, but okay. I think it's his loadout, frankly. I mean, the TCSG nor the Vector, they're not particularly strong guns, especially the Vector. It's a body shot machine. I mean, fine if you hit a headshot, great, but Miras are not notorious for winning multiple engagements.
No, and they tend to win by being able to peek that window, right?
Yeah, and the TCSG is a gun that, it hits you like a truck, but it's notoriously unreliable.
I feel like it's really good when you have angle advantage. When you have an angle on them, that whether it's a toe or whatever, that they don't necessarily get a chance to see you first, it works great. But you're right, in a one-on-one, it can lose a lot of fights.
Yeah. I don't feel like he's got the kit that's needed. And I mean, sure, the Mira can be good, or Mira's gun, the Vector, can be good, and in close quarter engagements towards the end, but you're not going to roam with it because if you're taking those long-range fights, the fire rate is...
Yeah. You're going to burn through your ammo very quickly as well.
Yeah, it doesn't have a very large magazine, only 26 bullets. That rivals the F2, and they both have similar rates of fire. So obviously the F2, though, a significantly better gun. There's going to be a stare down at the top of blue as we circle now in towards what has been a slow and easy pace for Black Dragons.
That's church for you.
Yeah, I mean, you got some time to kill. You got to open up kitchen, apply some pressure, maybe try to get one of the hatches. PZD takes some damage, and that's been all she wrote so far. Sounds like some hard breach denial from an impact that goes off, and 2 kills from Liquid, as they will start things off strong in this round. You lose your hard breacher as well as your sledge, and now you lose your Thatcher. Ibana's left upstairs, gets it down, but Live is unable to secure a second kill. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Nesk, and not a lot of people are able to walk away with that, with their head still intact. He's 25 HP, not exactly where he wants to be, and not exactly where Black Dragons want to be now in the final 40 seconds.
This is definitely scary for Live here to try and do this. He's still just trying to open the hatch at this point. Such low health. Hornetown needs to back him up if they're going to make any kind of play here, but they're separated at the moment, just hoping for the right timing. With 4 to 5 at full health nearly, except for Moringa, it'll be hard.
Oh my, this
is not nice.
This is almost offensive. That's offensive, Palu. Don't do that. Live is dead. Liquid in a 1v4, or Black Dragons rather in the 1v4. 1 kill for Hornetown. Beautiful shot onto Nesk, but 2 more kills from Liquid elude him. Over towards the Moto doorway. He's got very little time. Doesn't hold that diffuser, so frags are on the menu. Will he even find one? No, he won't. He'll get shut down by Liquid. They'll answer back, and both teams will sit at 1 point.
Unfortunately for him, Live died upstairs with the diffuser when he was already down. There was no way out of that except to fight. The big standout thing for me that round was 3 people in Arsenal just gunning the floor. Like, you see occasionally 1 try an impact trick, maybe 2 if someone's trying to back him up, but 3 people aggressively looking up with bullets ready to fly. That is unusual,
yes.
And it worked very well against Black Dragons. That floor just became like, you know the scenes in movies where they're shooting at their feet and making them dance?
Yes.
That was that for Black Dragons right there.
That's quite the throwback. It's gonna. It definitely dates us.
Yeah.
It definitely dates us.
This is the boomer duo.
I'm almost 30, and you are in your 30s, and we are.
Yeah, heading towards that 40. Unfortunately,
we are far and away the oldest casters.
The elders.
Zoronic is the same age as me though, so he's a 1990 as well.
He's been growing that beard his entire life, I think.
Yeah, he was born with it.
It makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if a picture of him without a beard exists. Actually, I'm sure it probably has. He streams an awful lot. I'm sure.
I feel like I saw one once, and I was like, "Who's that guy?"
Well, Kix actually showed me a picture of him with short hair.
That's shocking. I mean, I guess when he puts it up,
I think he looks pretty good, to be completely honest. I mean, I would say that his current haircut is.
It's like he has a beard for the back of his head.
Like iconic.
Yeah.
But
5 seconds to insertion.
Infamous, I guess you could say, his ponytail / bun / long hair.
Unfortunately, outside of the shaved head, we look too similar, I think. It's a good thing you shaved it.
I crossed eyes when I was watching you and Kixcast last night. And I was like, why does Emzo look more like me than I do, Red?
Correct. Because I didn't make a bet, I couldn't win.
Yeah, why does Emzo look more like Intero than Intero does?
Scary.
So,
I just need to dye it red.
It's growing back though pretty quick.
Yeah, it's surprising.
It's only been like 20 some odd days. So
that's crazy.
But it's going to be yet another cash CCTV defense for Team Liquid after things fell apart in their matchup against Black Dragons in round number 1. BD managed to get the diffuser down, win objective, won the very first kill. They were a very dominant performance, and even though there was almost a clutch from Team Liquid in a 1v1, ultimately, they ran out of time.
I feel like Liquid could win at this time, though, being a little quicker on the draw.
I mean, they've made a couple changes. First and foremost, they have Nesk playing closer inside of sight. He's not going to be down in lounge. And secondly, Sexy Cake is not going to be sitting, essentially just like cordoned off.
He's going to take a bit of damage, though, apparently.
Inside of construction. So Sexy Cake is not just going to get jumped through a window and killed.
They are dealing with drones they're not completely paying attention to, but what does that tell you? Oh, there's PSK bandit tricking. You kind of knew that from last time. Not a surprise here. Will they coordinate it better? It looks like they might be, but he's going to try and fail, unfortunately. He doesn't take a ton of damage. That's the important thing. And he has a shield to fall back on here to try and fight that wall. But that is going to give Black Dragons a little bit more time. It took them a little longer, I think, the last time around. They did manage to win it in the end. Will they find the free kills in Connector this time? Live looking and not going to find any. So now he's got to get this wall open. Flashbang is going to do some stunning first while his teammates set up.
That's not good.
No.
You don't want to be able to do that.
The top of the wall, as with mini holes, does work both ways. You can use it to throw things at them, but they can do it to you. That's why you bring a Jaeger.
It gets opened up so you can impact trick it. And Live probably won't lose all that much here. First kill's going to go to Nesk. He takes down Hornetow. Goodbye to the Zofia. An impact goes off, and it will get the top row of X-Kairos, but not the bottom. So essentially what you need is to be able to prevent any entrance. This Sexy Cake tossing one of those impacts down and then gets a kill onto Live. Lagonis trades off Moringa. PSK is there, and it's a 4v2 now with Liquid very firmly in the driver's seat. 2 for Black Dragons, 45 seconds left. And, well, Black Dragons are split up. They're on opposite sides of the island. BZD, you gotta be somebody who's played the game as long as him to know that's possible. He picks away at the feet of Sexy Cake. You say goodbye to him. It's now a 2v3. It's still winnable. Diffuser in the hands of Wog, but he's going to have to get into the site and plant it, which means it will become a 1v3 with Evil Eyes still up, but because Sexy Cake is dead, Maestro's not going to be able to do too much with it. PZD into the Lion's Den. There goes a C4. It'll catch him. And to the rescue comes Wog. 1v3. He's got the Diffuser in his hand. It'll be a mercy killing. 2 in a row for Team Liquid as Nesk gets the very final frag.
Unfortunately for Black Dragons, that felt like when they opened that can of worms that was Cash Room, that actually worked against them a lot. A lot of the angle play just really working out, with the exception of shooting the feet of the Maestro. That was definitely favorable engagement. But a lot of them were either trades or favorable to Team Liquid in their engagements just pressing in. And that is a problem, of course. When you open those walls up, you want it turned into a shooting gallery, not bullets coming back out at you. So it's been interesting to see the fight back from Team Liquid. I was talking earlier about how aggressive defense can be in Latin America, and sometimes that doesn't even mean movement. It really can just mean you open a wall and all of a sudden bullets are coming back out at you. You really need more advantageous angles. They really didn't have a lot of multi-dimensional pressure that was working in their favor in terms of, yeah, we're boxing them in now. It was more just like they're dodging and weaving, trying to put some pressure on. And maybe they needed a bit more utility to work with, possibly to try and put more pressure on them. And they did seem to clear out some ADSs, had the possibility to land some nades. It just didn't seem to be happening. I mean, that's where the Captel, of course, would have, been helpful, but that's why you see him banned, is because Cash Room can become a lot more doable on attack if you have the ability to burn it out or smoke it out. In that case, they were not able to do either.
And it's Liquid who banned Capitao, so clearly they know that they can play off-site. They can play in places where those firebolts would usually chase you away. A good example of that is Garage, but it's funny that Liquid is actually negated to really defend Garage.
No, they put up the hurdles and they're like, yeah, not coming here.
The very first time they had that, that track meet inside a Garage with the Goyo shields and a Maestro cam, and then it was completely avoided by Black Dragons, and credit to BD for evading that setup.
And they won that round.
And they won that round. But the second time you had the Bandit of PSK, he had moved after the wall was lost. He had moved over towards Garage, assisted with an Evil Eye cam, and you can play freely in there without worry of a firebolt.
They made good use of the shields as well, having all those extra shields. This is actually the first round they're not playing Goyo.
Which is on Gym Master, which is
ironic,
This is usually the site where you see the most.
I'll be honest though, I don't necessarily see it work all that well either. Just because a lot of times there's so many angles to fight, and I know that's why you're bringing the shields, but they don't always work in your favor. And because you peek and then you get shot, sometimes it just happens.
Well, you also bring them because you think about it. A castle is almost always a requirement for most teams.
Yeah, you burn up all that utility.
You could bring a Mira if she's unbanned, or a Maestro, and then you have a Goyo as well. That's so much that you have to get through, and even then you're not maybe going to have enough utility for.
And you need the sledge then just to make sure at least you get one of the windows for free, or breach charges on Zofia.
Or you have somebody who, if you're bringing, a Thatcher, then maybe have breaches instead of a Claymore if you're bringing like a Nomad or
That's why I feel like a lot of the trades, whether you bring a Claymore or not, we've seen, on IQ and Zofia and Thatcher.
That was extremely well played by Black Dragons. We got to see all of it, so they burned off the 2 batteries with an EMP, and then the double stuns from Zofia prevented Nesk from being able to bandit trick. So those castle barricades and the shield, everything that was set up to assist him, all for naught. It's a very common way in order to get that wall open.
As you said, though,
it's nice to see how well it was done by Black Dragon.
It's about burning utility at the end of the day. You know you're going to lose it sooner or later, but you always hope they'll goof it.
They did not done goofed.
No goofing.
You done goofed.
No.
You look at the lineup, though, from Black Dragons. They've likely got 2 Claymores in hand, and Lagonis as well as Wog. Hornetow might have one as well. It really depends. So there's a run out that could happen, but do you want to take that chance?
Timing here has got to be right. Lagonis needs backup. Thatcher setting it up for him. There's no one playing in bathroom, so he's not likely to be fired upon immediately, but they got to keep control of Jim in the meantime. And Nesk roaming here could be a problem late round with that C4.
Nesk could even be spotted if they just barnstorm on in. Then you can see Black Dragons have control of Jim. They'll be able to look on down and see the Bandit playing underneath the hatch. You're not exactly concealed First kill is going to go to Liquid yet again. 3 rounds in a row. And the ceremonial smash to the castle barricade, and PZD just decides, why not? I'm going to take this site for my own. Down goes Moringa, and you're back at a 4v4. Another kill for Black Dragons on the board, this time in the hands of Hornetow, as Nesk from below will not be effective with that C4 as you mentioned. Final 30 seconds, and the drums of war being sounded by Black Dragons. Down goes Sexy Cake, he'll drop onto the first floor. Diffuser from Lagonis, successful. There's nobody from Liquid inside of the site. This will be a tough retake, but Sexy Cake plays that perfectly. Palu gets blown up by a frag grenade, tossed beautifully from PZD. He and Wog sitting nestled inside of the bathroom. Sexy Cake is still down below with PSK above. Finds one on the Hornetow. Winnable, 2v2, Diffuser down. This could possibly happen for PSK, but no, he misses his shots onto Wog. And now Sexy Cake might be blind for info as well. Here's one L85, and he's got the UMP in hand. Those don't win those heads-up gunfights. No way, no chance, not against an SMG-11. Black Dragons will equalize 2-2.
Only way you win that is if you're Fox, apparently. And he wasn't running the extended barrel red dot, so he had the wrong setup for that.
Yes.
But good attack overall. Team Liquid just didn't have a lot to push back against. It was kind of the polar opposite of what we saw from the Cash attack, where it seemed it just pushed Liquid further and further back. You even had players like Sexy Cake rotating down, thinking that was the smart play, and it kind of was in that he was able to catch one, but then he had to rotate back upstairs, and you saw both players forced through the same choke point. You had the Kayed as well forced to come from those main stairs area, and because of that, there's limited ways to approach a lot of those somewhat 90-degree angles. You saw the bathroom play, for example, through the hole. Unable to win that fight. The TCSG, as you said, difficult sometimes to wield in one-on-ones because the fire rate is low. If you cannot hit a couple of shots rapidly, you're not going to win that fight. You may do a bit of damage before you die, but you're not going to win it. And absolutely just the last two players of Black Dragons really staying on top of their game there, making sure they had the angles that they needed. Diffuser was planted with a decent amount of time left and their players in the right positions. It was a difficult retake for Liquid. The fact that they pushed themselves off site really didn't work out. They really needed a bit more they could do to slow down. As you mentioned, getting that wall open a hot tub earlier and more effectively, that also gave extra time. Black Dragons was not desperate for that push, therefore didn't have to throw bodies into that push.
Now, Black Dragons are very confident, and I know that Liquid is a team that is very good at being able to retake. They've set up strategies in the past that have worked exceptionally well at being able to conquer a site that it looks like they've lost control over. However, Gym and Master is a tough site to retake, especially with the way that Claymores and anti-flank operators play. You're going to have to jump out of a window, and there's a 50-50 chance there's going to be a Claymore under it. And if there's not a Claymore under it, there might be a Gridlock or a Nomad in play, depending on what teams are going to run for utility. It really depends. Really tough spot to be in for Liquid in order to go for a retake. I don't know if it was deliberate or not, or if it just simply came down to the fact that they unsuccessfully held that first wall and then really couldn't do much, and said, you know what, we'll concede the wall. Let's see if they can get through the utility quickly. The Black Dragons has been running a sledge every round. Like, if you're running a castle, that's just fodder for his sledgehammer.
Yeah, I mean, the only one he can't really get is the gym doorway.
Yeah.
But that's about it. And he might even get that once they get inside if they're able to work around that.
Yeah.
So, either way, though, worked out very well for Black Dragons last round. So we 2-2. Both teams seeming to find weaknesses in the other, rotating around bomb sites, trying to make things work. We've seen Cash work for Black Dragons. We've seen it work for Liquid. Church, we've seen work out for Liquid. Will it be different this time for Black Dragons? Now, they've opened up Dirt, and Sexy Cake is ready for it. He's sitting there with the Alda. Doesn't have anything to necessarily delay. I don't see any barbed wire. They don't have Q mines or anything like that. Surprisingly, not even a Goyo shield, something he could use to slow them down, force them to vault, as there are quite a few choke points they cannot get around without either destroying or vaulting the shield. But either way, they do reconsider that push. Might see it late round, possibly. See a lot of rotation on who's carrying Diffuser as well. Hopefully Live won't die with it upstairs this time. They are a little concerned about the pushback on the floor that they dealt with last time on Arsenal. So they're going to play a little smarter from a little more distance. You got to be careful with that sledge as well, because you expose yourself a little bit more than a buck when you open that floor. And you see, now the Maestro has rotated in from Dirt. Feeling satisfied he contested it.
And I think that's something worth noting, is that the trade-off with a sledge, and why you often don't see sledges necessarily get C4'd as often, is because...
Thank you for that perfect demonstration. I almost want that clip.
That Sledge's corpse right now is basically what I'm doing at the casting table.
Yeah.
Just like just face first, just face plant right
Pull in.
All right, well, all right, you know, whatever.
No, I think finish your point. I think it's perfect time to finish it.
It's not even worth finishing at this point. No,
absolutely vital.
I was going to say, the reason why you don't always see the sledges get taken out by C4s is because teams often show a bit of reluctance because they don't know where the sledge is going to go next. Buck is usually a little bit more predictable in the sense that, you know, he has to reload, he's going to be in a certain position, he can tear open the floor, and then he has to wait. Sledge can tear open the floor a little bit faster. Also, beautifully played by Sexy Cake there. Not only is he under fire, he returns some fire, but then additionally manages to deprive the hard breach on the hatch. It's not going to do all that much, though, as Team Liquid now finds themselves still in a major advantage, but they lose the hatch above them, so a little bit less security, but I think there's going to be a little bit of intimidation from Black Dragons. Nesk is killing them all! One for Wog and a 1v4. He's going to need an ace clutch. He finds 2, gets Wog. That'll be the last kill.
It was impressive the 2K there with Nesk on the Vector as well, as we were talking about. You can spray through those bullets in the clip very quickly and have to reload, but he managed to pull off 2 within the same clip, I imagine, because that wasn't enough time for a reload. One of those was a nice headshot on the way down, as you saw live drop to his death. And then one right after that. Good fight back. As you mentioned, the delay really working out in their favor, gave good time to reposition for Team Liquid to get in position to counter it because, well, they didn't necessarily get a lot of kills through the floor, but the kill on the sledge, PZD has been effective on that sledge, as you mentioned before. So getting a kill on him as well as hitting live on the drop, I think that really made it pretty easy for Liquid to fight the rest of it. It was unfortunate the Maestro was down and just kind of leaving a snail trail of blood for a while, but they didn't really need him at that point. The rest of the players were in good position.
Well, I mean, they didn't need him, but he was instrumental in keeping that hatch closed.
Did his job.
Not only was he able to chase some people off and deal some damage with the Alda, but then additionally, the most important part was that the hatch was not taken, and it took an extra 30 seconds afterwards, if not longer, for Black Dragons to finally be able to get it open.
And they deprived them of finishing him to get the kill for their stats.
I mean, we also do need to give some credit to Black Dragons here because of the fact that they are up 2 rounds in what could potentially be a draw on a clubhouse attack.
Absolutely.
That's pretty strong for them. I'm interested to see what Liquid is able to do on attack, but I mean, it's been impressive with Black Dragons, at least so far.
I do like to see Goyo play. You know, it's just variety of sights, variety of different ways to use it. He's using a different weapon than we tend to see on Goyo. It's interesting.
10 seconds left.
But we'll see if it's effective this round. He's got one at the top of Cash stairs there. Very useful. It looks like they're expecting to have to fight against the Cash doorway again. And that's why you've got that shield set up somewhat the way it is. It's going to block some of the shots through the soft wall, allow him to peek through that rotate hole and fight that a little more effectively, because that's what it's been. It's been a lot of them taking over the construction connector and then just firing on in, throwing things over top of the wall. And, you know, they're prepared for it this time. They're prepared to fight outwards like they had to in their previous success.
I get that the ACOG will likely come off of the Alda, at least right now. It is off on the TTS.
I like that.
But just
prepare for that.
Just seeing the red dot sight on it looks wrong.
It feels wrong. I mean, the Hollow's fine. The Hollow's fine. You don't need the red dot. Either way, though, you know, player preference. That's the nice thing about sites. It's player preference a lot of time. I mean, some of them do have more advantages because of housing sizes and things like that. But in general, it is a lot of player preference. And you see sometimes pros even switching over time. And then you've got classics like the Iron Sight on the MP7, which is not being run here by PSK, but it is fun to see there are a few weapons where the Iron Sight is pretty good still.
He's the same Iron Sight as Nomad has.
Yeah.
It's the ARX, I believe it is.
I think so. Oh, is he gonna
Oh, PSK's in such tough position. Not only did he miss the wall, but then additionally gets stunned out of this universe. Still gets away with his life intact, which is pretty impressive.
Same shield as last time as well.
Say so.
Yeah, I mean, that is impressive. For the wall to below and him being mid-stun and still get away, that does take a lot of practice. Very often we see bandits take a lot of damage on that.
Could have even been killed with the exothermic charge. We've seen that as well.
He's demonstrated that a couple times.
Black Dragon's trying to figure out if anybody from Team Liquid is on that first floor playing in Lounge. It was something that we saw in the very first CCTV defense from them, but it was something that they learned from and changed so that Liquid didn't make that same mistake a second time. So they're sitting inside a site, and they're sitting pretty right now. They've got coverage from the Evil Eye cams, and they can just sit and wait. They don't need to give anything up. They don't need to engage. I mean, there's a minute left.
Still got to watch out for their feet, though, on that one desk.
Very slowly, Liquid is losing the security that they have, and they know this. The problem is that some of the shields that Liquid is playing behind as well are going to be Goyo shields. Is there a Claymore there from Paulo? I couldn't actually tell the lasers on our screen. He gets droned out, though, so he is spotted and known. And yes, there is indeed a Claymore. I couldn't really tell. It's on the right side of the door. For us, the red was not all that visible. Wog sees him and then just goes on by. Palu downstairs. While 30 seconds is left, we are watching the off-site player. Smoke perfectly timed inside of that construction door, and now a passage into construction as Sexy Cake just takes a tiny bit of damage, and he's gone. Opening frag for Black Dragons with 21 seconds on the clock. There's not a lot of time for either of these teams to work with. And then we'll stare down the barrel of an engagement with Black Dragons looking to equalize. C4 gets tossed out right in front of Live. 2 from PSK, 2 for the price of 1. Immediately answered back. Hornetown with 1, Wog with 1, Nesk with 1. They're all getting in on the fun. A 2v2. Marks from Moringa. He botches it, but Black Dragons aren't able to get the diffuser down, and Liquid will win because the clock strikes 0. They'll take the first half 4-2.
Big problem I have with the attack here from Black Dragons is, as you mentioned, they're sitting behind Goyo shields, and we're not seeing that used against them. You absolutely, if you have the utility, we see grenades being brought, you have the lifelines, you know, we're seeing the stuns being used, for example, but where are the impact lifelines being used against these shields to set them on fire? You would push them off so many of their positions that they're able to play safely because they go, hey, we're boxed in here, what can we do? I don't know, let's stick up a bunch of shields. Yeah, they can explode on us, but hey, Black Dragons isn't going to use that against us. Guess what? It's true. While that did come a lot closer than Liquid would have liked, they started losing a lot of fights towards the end. But time. That's the thing, is those shields buy them time. And Black Dragons did not take advantage of that. They should be. Clear those ADSs early. Start hucking grenades over. You don't have to go for kills. Because when you huck the grenades over, if you know the position of those shields, and you can get the grenades in the right position, and they don't have ADSs for it, they can't do anything about it. They can move away so you don't get the kill. But now you've denied them their ability to defend themselves in that room, and they also probably can't re-enter it if it was near a doorway. Yeah. So either way, we will see side switch though. We'll see how Black Dragons does it. Also bring in a Goyo, again for Church. So we're gonna see a lot of Goyo today, at least from this matchup.
I'm kind of surprised that Black Dragons weren't able to work faster after they got that main wall open.
Yeah.
I mean, they were much more successful, and there wasn't really that much of a change from Team Liquid. You know, you had somebody from Black Dragons watching Garage, and you have to be wary of the fact that there's somebody from Liquid playing there. Of course, it's Palu. You can't do that anymore, by the way.
He's gonna...
You can't do that anymore.
He just gives up. He's like, I got other things to do.
So, first and foremost, I'm pretty sure that's not intended, because the similar thing exists with a table on bank. There's like this little small, like, tiny end table.
I felt like I was watching a...
It's at the top of like main stairs across from the double door to to conference, and if you try to throw it down below, it ends up like on the wall above it.
I was half expecting to watch some coconut bra bounce trick or something.
I imagine that it's unintended, but I mean, we're not devs, we don't know. But
no.
it certainly seems like that
certainly didn't work for live. That's the important thing.
That would have been a great vantage point for him had it actually been
I don't
there.
think that camera's going to be long for this world.
No. That's a great Semler line, by the way. Hell of a caster. Great guy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
This is a great spot. We've seen used many times by Jaegers to counter people playing at the top here. And then, of course, he's going to place the Claymore in a safer spot to deny any kind of rotate up and just bail. That shield, however, can't be used against you. I have seen, for example, Zofia counter it by taking even more of a pixel angle where he can't be shot and hit the shield. It is doable. But if there's an ADS there, even more problematic. And he could, of course, place an ADS there, and then if they don't bother to engage it, can just pick it up and move it elsewhere inside blue. So it is a good way to be able to counter any kind of oil pit push. You also see one in Dirt Tunnel I was talking about earlier, live with a nice C4, takes out their Thatcher. There is a Kaeda in play, so could be very important here in terms of trying to get a hatch open as Mavericks banned. But it looks like they're going to be able to get open. No, they failed to do so. They get part of the hatch open here. And then Lagonis is able to just shoot part of the next Kairos off. And it looks like they managed to eventually get the hatch, I think. It was hard to see from that angle.
It certainly seems like it. That's why Lagonis would likely move out of the way, I would guess, at least. But Black Dragons did get the very first pick onto Moringa, so he'll sit on the bench, as was noted. And now, as well, a rotate from Sexy Cake over to Dirt Tunnel, because as a Thermite, you're going to want to get that dirt panel opened up. Palu waiting to see if the ADS is burned out. It falls onto the feet of Lagonis as a frag grenade goes down, and the Goyo still manages to survive for now.
Yeah, that's really minimal damage for a grenade being that close. But there we go, the power of that shield in Dirt Tunnel. Now it can abandon it, and they're going to be really wary of pushing dirt.
Not a smart play by Palu in that particular situation, because you know that somebody's going to be playing behind it. You can see through the slats in the shield. So Liquid now in a tough position. Even though they take down the Valkyrie, they'll lose an Esk, and it's a 2v4 for Liquid, with the best chance that Black Dragons has had over the last couple rounds to be able to take one away. It's going to be a double drop into some toxic canister, and Sexy Cake will watch PSK die in front of him, but there's not much that the Fragmite can do, especially when he's got the pistol out. He'll surrender the diffuser as his body hits the floor, and it's the third round for Black Dragons.
I'd love to see stats on how often dropping an Arsenal actually works with a huge man advantage. It's such a death trap because you cannot move while dropping. You drop straight down like a rock. They know where you're going to be. They're going to have angles from church. They're going to have angles from other positions in Arsenal. They might even be in dirt. Not a lot you can do. You just have to hope that when your fights, they were hoping, I think at that point, that the smoke was going to cover some of their drop. But I think it might have been a little late into it. You see how thin it was up at the top?
Yeah.
It's very likely they just saw their bodies falling down and turned them into corpses very quickly.
Thinner than most 40-year-old men's hairlines.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Luckily, I think mine is good for now.
Your hairline is holding real steady. And that
Oddly enough, this huge gap in my hairline happened when I was 20. Stop there.
really?
Let's just keep it at that.
I mean, like,
Stop there.
I've got like a little bit of like the recession, like
Recession, the 2008
Yeah,
hair.
I got the 2008 going on right now. At least it's more of like a 2008 and not like a 1920s.
Oh, yeah,
deal.
good.
You know,
Let's keep
'cause
it that way.
I don't want that recession to turn into a
Great
depression.
recession.
Yeah, that's that's something else. But no, that was one of the things where it's like, where if we could just talk about this for a second while we're waiting and we're watching the setup from above and a beautiful bird's eye view here for everybody to enjoy, is that my hairline, when I got my head shaved, I was actually quite content with getting it shaved because it would allow me to assess if I was losing my hair anywhere. And
Full diagnostic.
thankfully, they're not really worried about thinning all that much. It's pretty strong. It's a strong hairline, so I'm very happy with that. So thank you. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Thanks, genetics.
Big ups.
Big ups to them.
Yeah.
I, like most men, I would imagine, terrified at the idea of losing my hair. So
Luckily, I don't have.
petrified.
I think all my grandparents had their hair, so I'm like, okay. They just gave me diabetes, is all.
must be the same.
So I'm not sure if the trade-off is worth it, but I'll try to keep my hair while I can.
Yeah.
You know.
I literally do know. So there you go. The diabetic duo,
right?
As we refer to ourselves. Anyway, round number 8 underway. Black Dragons on their second crack at defense, and instead of going to cache CCTV like a lot of teams do in the first
Look at those
efforts,
shields.
it's going to be over on Jim Bedroom.
I think that's 4 shields in
There's a Goyo. There's a lot of deployable shields up, and once again, you're going to have to hurdle over top of them like an Olympic team.
I feel like a well-placed grenade could take out like 2 of them at once, at least. They're so stacked up in there. Looks like it's taken a while for them to get this wall open, though.
It's not going to be a bandit in this position. It's going to be a Kaid, and he's not going to try the Electric Claw.
But he had a spare.
He had a spare, but if you know there is a Thatcher on the board, you'll toss it and he'll get EMP'd right away. So I think that the idea is that WOG is going to keep it for somewhere else.
Bathroom wall, possibly.
Could be for bathroom wall. You could impact trick and then throw an Electric Claw out.
Why not burn all their resources?
I imagine that's what they'd want to do. So
that seems like the plan here. You see WAG in basically a position to be able to do that from a distance, a safe position, assuming the windows don't turn against him. But you've got the impacts first, and that's the nice thing is backing that up. You are going to see TZSG here coming out from Black Dragon's side as opposed to the Vector, which is more common. But it was nice to see Nesk able to rock the Vector. Basically, there's no wrong choice for his gun. I mean, both are good, so.
Yeah.
We're going to see at least some smokes to push them back as well. So they're pushing back, I think, a little bit more effectively than Liquid did on this site.
There's an Evil Eye Cam all the way over towards Cash CCTV.
Infinite range.
And even though there's an ACOG for now, it's not going to be very handy on that Alda as the Maestro losing the fight to Sexy Cake. And that'll be your first pick. Liquid getting it this time and opening things up with a minute left.
Funny thing is, I think you could put a Evil Eye on where the black flag is on the top of main stairs and shoot people in construction site spawn.
Oh no, that is not a wise move from Lagonis, who looks on out and tries to shoot out the feed of Palu, but the C8 is too much for him to handle. PZD might turn the wrong way with multiple shields around him, and if one of those volcanic shields blows up, he is in for a world of hurt. Black Dragon still have some people off site though, and that's going to be an issue given that it is a 5v3, but Liquid is low enough that just a couple bullets can be the undoing of those members. Ness goes down to a team kill from Sexy Cake, but then Hornetow gets felled, and WOG will collect his kill before almost certain death. A 1v3, he'll get shot through Logistics wall, and that's all she wrote for Black Dragons. Another round for Liquid, 5-3.
I felt like the first minute and a half of that 2 minutes looked pretty good for Black Dragons. They were doing a good pushback, but it seems like they lost too much ground very quickly in the last minute. A lot of players starting to drop, and as you said, too many of them off-site to really push back at that point. It wasn't necessarily a huge flank, but he did get flanked from the cache side as well, and that made it even harder for him to try and get in good clutch position. Those shields was stacked on the bed and the one next to it that PZD was playing. I thought that was a good setup in terms of his ability. You saw him rotate to different angles, and his ability to do that without being shot from a flank. It's not guaranteed, But it's a nice idea, and it seemed to help a little bit. But it's just, once that hot tub wall falls, there's a reason why Gym's the third bomb site. Sometimes I wonder, especially if in Latin America, they might be better off going to bar. Because in Latin America, it has been done. We've seen it been done by Ints. We've seen it been done by Team 1. It is doable, especially now with Goyo to give you a little bit extra. But it's risky. But I feel like if any region might consider that over Gym with the way we've seen Gym played so far, might be worth an idea. Either way, we're going to see them smartly go to Cash instead. But hey, they're 1 for 2 here on their 2 defenses, and this is a defense-sided map here. So they're not in the worst position. However, that was not the best choice to go to Gym next.
Yeah, hindsight gives us a lot of advantages as a caster, and I mean, we as casters, we kind of have to give an acknowledgement to that. But at the same time, I feel like there was some tension in our voice when we were discussing it at the onset of that round. I mean, there were a couple issues that were made by Black Dragons, and I honestly don't know if the site was really the deal. Number one, live on his belly, slow as a maestro, trying to dry peek the CCTV wall. Doesn't really matter if you're playing on CCTV or not, that's going to end with you dying. Number two, the fact that you saw Lagonis try to take a fight that he shouldn't be taking. I don't know if he was thinking that he was going to swing on somebody over towards the gym door. I don't know if he even knew that Palu was in such close proximity.
Could have even been bad call-outs.
It could have been a bad call-out, but those 2 picks right there, I don't necessarily think are on the site, but I mean, the site itself, you know that when you lose Gym and Bedroom, as we saw from Liquid on their defenses, when you lose Gym and Bedroom, you lose it very quickly, and retaking it is exceptionally tough.
And you're pushed into areas where there's most likely to be attackers able to flank you pretty easily.
Yeah, you think about it. You've got to keep control of logistics office. You've got the windows there that you have to worry about. There is play that can be done verticality-wise with the buck down below if he really wants to. So there's a lot that can be a significant issue that, you know, maybe Black Dragons didn't account for. Trying to bandit trick, but stunned out of it. Hornetow is going to get nowhere fast, and he'll have to retreat to the top of red as that wall in the CCTV opened up successfully by Team Liquid. Sexy Cake is on this red dot crusade, and he manages to take out the Maestro Cam as well. It takes a couple bullets, but that's another piece of this defense from Black Dragons that has now been figured out by Liquid.
Fairly quickly, they got that wall open there as well. That was a good demonstration of how the Zofia stunning works. You saw him in the middle of the animation. When he went to get stunned, and it's similar to the way Echo works on stopping diffuses, the way it stops an animation mid-animation, and it's a quirk of the game that's been used, and, well, it makes for a nice dynamic, but it is definitely something that players figure out and they use. Becomes a thing, and that is very much a thing for that wall in particular. And it's unfortunate that Bandits just struggle with that wall, but I do like to see these fallback shields. We saw this from Liquid as well, playing to that fallback shield, so they can still deny the wall somewhat in terms of entry. But then this is where Liquid just starts to surround them, basically circling the wagons around Black Dragons, who are going to be looking to do similar to what Liquid did, which is to fight back as soon as things start getting open. But the fact that it's only a minute left and no one has taken any damage here does bode well for Black Dragons, and that if they can burn enough time and delay this push, while they're sitting here droning, because PZD actually gave his position away with the C4, but actually was effective as a distraction. Now suddenly they're concerned with him when they've only got less than 40 seconds left to make this happen.
There's going to go the impacts, and it looks like they might have gotten the X-Kairos as a frag grenade goes off, but it's a little too late as nobody from Black Dragons really takes any damage. Meanwhile, you can't say the same for Team Liquid with 30 seconds left. They'll ride out the storm as they lose some of the wall and construction. PZD playing down below, losing the fight to Palu. That's a very common refrain if you see what he can do on that buck. Live fires back, this time onto Moringa. Seeks shelter with the volcanic shield in front of him, and now Wog is in a very similar position. Sexy Kate going for some feet, spraying into cash. Palu's there for kill number 2. Denied number 3, but Liquid trade off. Team Liquid come alive with PSK and Palu getting the very final kills in its match point, and a big single point on the board. Well, for Liquid, they cannot lose this match. They can only draw. They are 1 point behind Ints, and even though Ints does have that tiebreaker, Liquid can vault over them with one more round of the remaining 3.
Sorry, Verdi. We just didn't have it this time.
Did you and Verdi say Black Dragons?
Yeah.
Foolish.
You know, I didn't know Verdi voted for that first. You know, otherwise
so
I would have known. Yeah. Either
He's
way,
in second place. You can't.
It's true.
It's not like this man's just throwing.
I'm gonna get Flynn to leak his picks to me.
It's just he's throwing Hail Marys, and you got to think about it. Flynn's hiding some secrets under those hoodies.
He really is.
I'm being honest with you.
I don't know how many layers of hoodies. It's like one of those crazy Taco Bell burrito things. It's just 200 layers at this point, but it's in there. Church here for what could be their final prayer to try and keep this going, because the most they can get, as you said, is 1 point. With Liquid now in the driver's seat, Yes, attack is harder, but Liquid have shown they can do it.
Living their life 1/4 mile at a time, as the great Devin Emzo Becker would say.
Yeah.
To Brad Remorse, Bradley Hickenlooper the third Hickey, Bradford.
I miss the Remorse interviews.
He's still coaching Challenger League, I think.
Well, that doesn't really help me, does it?
So funny story, actually, involving Remorse. Just a second here as we watch once again the setup unfold in front of us on the Church defense. It could be Liquid's very last defense, by the way. Matches on the line for them. We were doing some qualifier casting. I think it was the Raleigh Major. We were doing some qualifier casting, and Remorse was streaming, and I was like, oh, I'll go host him. We got 2,000 some odd people watching. He's playing Rainbow Six. Let's go give him a host. He had actually just changed over to playing some like sim racing game. So it literally, we host him, and it's literally a camera, but it's a camera from like the back of the room, and he's like down on his knees, like trying to plug in a racing wheel, and it's like. There's 2,000 people watching Remorse try to configure a racing wheel, and because he's not paying attention, he doesn't have like his audio settings on, he has no idea. He thinks that there's just like the 30 people that were watching him before, and that's it. And he's got 2,000 people. Talk about embarrassing. This is... Okay.
Speaking of which...
that is PZD.
Good read on that.
It's very common for teams to take through CCTV upstairs, and they will do just that. And Ness gets scared off by the Jaeger of PZD. These two have known each other for a while. They've both been in the competitive scene for Rainbow Six in Latin America for eternity.
It was a good play there. It did delay him a little bit. I mean, burning up a breach charge isn't going to do a whole lot, especially when you've got a buck available. It's not really going to, oh no, now they can't open up the floor. But it did delay a few seconds, I suppose, and scared him, like you said. So he had to be a little more cautious on his approach. And the fact that PZD got away without taking any damage, that's really what matters there. So they can get back down to sight and push back. PZD actually down playing in blue, which is very, very typical for a Jaeger, but he's actually playing an unconventional position across from Generator instead of behind it, hoping that will catch them by surprise. They're going to try and play it safe here on this floor as we saw what kind of damage was done against them, and that's going to be the C4 gone. Lagona's pre-placing it, really working against them, unfortunately, as he was hoping to catch them on advantage by the fact that there wasn't the floor open to give them a sound indicator.
Yeah, that's really tough for Black Dragons, and those are some big mistakes that can be capitalized upon by Liquid here, which would allow Liquid to then take the rest of this matchup.
You had to anticipate with Electric Claw there, they were going to Thatcher it. That was not a smart play.
Both teams have been running a Thatcher regularly. He is one of the most banned attackers in all of Latin America. Teams, for the most part, seem to know how to play around a Thatcher ban, but in this case, well, they don't really need him. Nessa's going to take out Live, so say goodbye to the Legion. That's a key for Liquid, and they can snowball from here. A minute left. Pretty decent timing as well for a Church execute. But if Wog can nail this C4, then Sexy Cake will almost certainly be dead. C4 still in hand for the Kaid, just waiting very patiently for the call to emerge from his team.
I like when you see the exact angle in place, you can practice that yourself.
Stunned is Wog, and he tosses out the C4, but it does not connect with anything at all. And the wall gets opened up, which makes Hornetow come on in with a shotgun in hand. Somehow, Sexy Cake evading damage. Hornetow taken down from PSK, and Liquid look all but set to lock this one out as it now becomes a 2v5. But Lagonas will have something to say about it. He finds one kill. Will he find yet another? He finds a second. On to Palu, but this match is all but over unless we can see some miracle here. No utility for Lagonas, just a Vector in hand. And he's got the marathon mile in front of him as the diffuser goes down, and an objective makes it even harder for Lagonas. Not to envy the newest member onto Black Dragons. He's unable to make it through the rotate that was designed for easier access, and he's watching the clock bleed away. It's not going to get much farther, though, because Team Liquid will get the very final kill. Nesk, in fact, Nesk, the man, the myth, the legend. 3 points for Liquid. They'll take the match against Black Dragons.
Just too many misplays there from Black Dragons at the end of that. You've got, first off, the C4 pre-placed when it was unnecessarily pre-placed. You have the Electric Claw, they're going to Thatcher. There's no Maverick, they have to Thatcher it. So you know that's going to be lost, unfortunately. Probably already placed the C4 first, can't exactly jump high enough to grab it back down, so just a bit of a misplay. The Electric Claw might have come up after. But then the missed C4 as well from the Kaid, that really cost them because that could have been what stopped the push dead in its tracks. As you mentioned, that was going to be a big thing. It was going to be at least a kill, as well as denying them entry. That was going to stop a lot of kills that followed right after. Then just their inability to stop it from the Moto doorway as well. And then the rotate not being set up correctly. Just so many small things snowballed. And, well, you know what? They were on match point anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Maybe they were going to lose. But, you know, the number of rounds you get does start to matter towards the end of the season when ties start to happen. So you really want that round differential to be better. But they tried, and Liquid comes out on top, as you would expect most of the time here from a team that is still playing very strong this season.
And we will see them in Montreal in just 2 weeks' time. They get 3 big points, and they're able to vault over top of Ince. Ince will be in our last matchup of the day, so you've got some time to kill until you can see if Ince can once again return to the top of the standings. But that's it for match number 1. It's in the books. We have 3 more matches for you, and we'll get into match number 2 just after this break. Hello, friends. Welcome back to our 5th Playday here in Latin America. My name is Parker. This is Devin. Thanks so much for tuning on in. If you weren't here for our very first matchup, we had Black Dragons go up against Team Liquid, and well, surprise, surprise, Team Liquid was victorious 7-3. And now we turn our sights towards our next matchup, which is FaZe Clan versus MIBR, 2 other heavyweights within the region. In just a moment, we'll have the rosters up so you can see exactly who plays on these teams.
I'm pretty happy to see this just because MIBR have finally been a bit on a comeback. You know, they saw them do very good towards the end of the last season. And I really liked MIBR as a team. And it really kind of hurt to see them doing so poorly for a while until they started doing really well again. And it was good to see. FaZe, you know, have mostly been doing good. They still have occasional setbacks. So I think if MIBR playing up to the usual standard, and FaZe are as well, as you said, this could be quite a good match.
Yeah, I mean, they both entered the day with the exact same amount of points, 6 points on the board. MIBR had a bad season in Season 10. They nearly got relegated. Their opponents, FaZe Clan, the opposite story. They finished in one of the 2 spots, topping the leaderboard. And yes, they finished second, actually, to Team Liquid at BR6. Team Liquid prevailed. The FaZe Clan roster of Astro, Yuna, Mav, Cameraman, and Ion has been one of the most successful in the region and consistently one of the most powerful teams in all of Pro League.
And you were talking about old teams as well. Astro on this team goes all the way back to the very first Invitational.
That's wild.
That's nuts.
That is wild. And he has, I think it was Reaper's video that came out on YouTube suggesting that Astro had something like the 3rd highest amount of kills.
When he puts his headset on correctly.
That is an old one.
I think that was Gamescom, right?
That is an old one, yeah. That was actually before my time. I remember.
It's hilarious.
I remember when the Gamescom finals, which was the Season 5 finals, we bring up MIBR's roster. They got the Buck bundle, by the way. The MIBR bundle, it allows you to kill better.
If you're looking for an alternative to Rogues, I suppose.
Yeah, there you go. Feel free to do that. Navi, Cyberbullet, M-King, and Hugzord, MIBR's roster has gotten better by adding Hugzord to this. But no, I remember I was working the job that I was at, and I was going to New York City. For my buddy to surprise his then-girlfriend by proposing to her. And it was also somebody's birthday, so everybody's flying out for a quote-unquote birthday
What a
weekend.
day.
But I was sitting in the airport, Toronto Pearson Airport, at 5:30, which would have been 11:30 in Germany.
Wow.
Well, because my flight was at 6 a.m. It would have been 11:30 in Germany. And I remember sitting there with my headphones on, listening to Pro League, thinking to myself, I would love to be here one day.
Crazy.
And less than a month later, I was in Poland casting Pro League. So that's
back to the airport.
There you go, right back to the airport. Less than a month later, I got the nod, and both you and I came out here.
Hey,
roughly the same time. Bring up the map veto system for you. We started off on Clubhouse. Where are they going to go? They're obviously not flying to New York City. They could go to LA, I guess, technically with the bank, but immediately MIBR bans it, and we're going to go to Border instead. Right. So almost Clubhouse, almost going right back to where we just were.
Wouldn't be surprised to see another Clubhouse today, though. But Border, neither of the teams shown yet this season. Now, obviously, they play other things and other things they might have shown, but during the Pro League season so far, have yet to play this. There has been 2 matches of it, but I'm going to be interested to see what the operator bans are, because Latin America keeps that very refreshing, I suppose, in a way, if you don't like Thatcher.
The good news is that FaZe doesn't usually ban Thatcher.
Yeah,
it will fall on the shoulders of MIBR, FaZe. Oftentimes, they're two of their most banned operators are Habana and Echo. Outside of operator bans, you get to choose who's going to win this matchup.
This is close.
Who do you think it is? 65% of you think FaZe Clan, 28% think of you MIBR, and 7% on a draw.
I mean, I disagree with that a little bit, honestly. Hey, you know, FaZe has been more consistent over time, so I'll give it to him.
Even though they're not having the strongest season, they entered the day in 5th place because of round differential, even though they're tied for 3rd. They're tied for 3rd. MIBR, Ninjas in Pajamas, and FaZe Clan are 3, 4, 5. In that particular order, once again, round differential matters the most. For people that are wondering how standings are determined, first things first, it's the tiebreaker between the teams.
So when they played each other, who won?
Yeah. If Team Liquid is in first place with 10 points and INTS is in second with 10 points, and you're trying to determine which team's going to be above which team, did they play each other? Yes. Who won? And by how much? That's what matters.
It gets tricky at the end of the season when they've both beat each other once, and then you're just like, well, that's out. Or they both drew.
Yeah. And on top of that, it's not even that. It's not even the fact that they both drew. You then have, when you have multiple ties, you end up in like the mini battle, so to speak, whatever you want to call it. It's a mini... What's the exact word for it?
Yeah, there's a term for it.
It's like a mini playoffs or something like that. But we'll waste no time.
Order time.
Match number 2. We're going to go to Border. FaZe Clan versus MIBR. And we'll start things with our second matchup here. It's going to be MIBR starting on defense. They will obviously get the very first ban, for those of you that know how this works.
I mean, I'm expecting a good chance of a Nomad ban coming here. Very common for Border. But
Could be a Nomad, could see a Capital ban, could be a Nomad Thatcher. MIBR, are you going to ban Thatcher? No, you can get rid of Buck.
you know that does happen. Buck is one of those ones that we also used to see Pulse a little bit for play from below as well. But Buck is one of those ones, you don't want to make it easy for them to hit you from below on half wall. Thatcher, good night, unfortunately.
So FaZe does ban Thatcher. Man, I am nailing it today. First and foremost, I'm like, you know why Sledge doesn't get C4'd? And then he gets C4'd.
So if you want to win,
FaZe doesn't ban Thatcher.
pay in Tarot to say you'll win. I mean, you'll lose, and then there you go.
They do ban the Echo, though, which is very par for the course with FaZe Clan. This will almost assuredly be a mirror ban unless something has gone horribly sideways.
This is the original mirror map.
There you go.
So.
Goodbye. Goodbye to Mira. She makes Tellers and Bathroom a lot harder to attack. She makes Customs a lot harder to attack. You don't want to deal with her.
Literally every site, really, because you still have to deal with it. You still have to deal with it on the wall as well.
Even though MIBR banned her, and they're going to get to start on defense.
Yeah, true. They don't want to deal with it, though. Let's be honest. They're not expecting to win every single
Nobody's got time for that.
Yeah, no.
Nobody's got time for that.
But apparently they have time for phone calls here. We could see a Doka be somewhat uncommon, but a Nomad as well. So roaming's not going to be super fun, but they've got a Clash, potentially, to deal with that. Likely to be 6 picked off, but not guaranteed, and that's the fun of the 6 pick is, will it happen? Will it not? There it is. The 6 pick off the Thermite. That is an odder choice. Saying, we don't care about hard breach. We gonna kill you.
Yes.
In sight. So we're just gonna take you.
You're gonna die.
Armory's gonna become an oven. Especially combined with the Goyo that they 6-pick too. So they're gonna burn basically all of Armory.
Yeah.
And hope everyone just dies inside. That is a strategy, I suppose. I would be worried about Sandwich Window, especially. That's gonna be problematic because you know they're not gonna be pressuring from the wall unless they decide. It could be a situation where they go, MIBR likes to leave the wall soft, so we're not going to bring it, something like that.
Yes.
It does happen. There are teams who will leave it soft and open it a little bit to be able to fire through it, especially if they're going to, say, play a Maestro behind the half wall and just say, I got 80 bullets, I'm going to spray. It happens, but hard to say if that's the strategy they're going to go with just yet. They're definitely setting up quite a bit in the archives and office as well. Astro, unfortunately, decides headset correct or not. He's actually going to bail. Oddly enough, it makes it look like Cameraman is the one to bail just because of the way it kind of glitches there. But I don't know if that's early enough in the round to rehost or not. It's up to the admins to decide that. And they're the admins in Brazil because, of course, this is actually being broadcast from there. So they're going to decide that. And it looks like because they're either a team house problem or they're all bailing to rehost. But we will see those beautiful power lines. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Scenic
video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the players decided that they were going to rehost, not apparently the admins.
Not uncommon for Latin America.
The irony of you pointing out that Astro had his headset on maybe backwards from Gamescom, and then
maybe he had his network cable upside down this time.
Who knows?
I know that wouldn't work. Okay, I know that. But either way, I'm glad if we're going to get a rehost, as we do for Latin America. So I appreciated the beginning of the match, but I preferred after one round so we have something to talk about, but not a lot of data to put in.
How was your day?
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. I didn't get up too early, not too late.
Walk through your day. Walk us through your day here.
I get up, I put together the article on coastline defense. Default setup. So for those of you who are looking to, those of you especially new to the game and looking to get some idea, how do I set up my walls to prepare for an attack? I have a series I put on there. I'm not trying to plug it, just saying that if you want some extra help, there is that guide available, done three maps so far, so it will help you get started. There's also a variety of other resources, videos, things like that out there. Make sure to check those out. The R6 Academy is great for that. But anyways, yeah, I put that together because Coastline is a difficult map to defend on, and I thought,
did you post it on the subreddit?
I did not because, I don't want to plug myself too much, and it wasn't technically a Pro League thing, but I did post one of them on the
People
Academy
don't
Reddit.
post enough on the subreddit.
Yeah, so post it for me.
Go farm the karma.
Get the karma for it.
Be the karma farmer.
You can have
Be the karma farmer you want to see in the world, okay? There are people, that's the biggest problem with it is they don't post enough on it, okay? And we want to have insightful discussions. And I believe, I was reading during the break, they called them the Reddit Rodeo, which is like all the galaxy brains that are over there, that the Reddit analysts. Very nice people, but they call themselves the Reddit Rodeo.
I think if you were to have them all in one room, you would have to take the roof off so all their heads could fit.
It's just like a gathering of like the galaxy brains, but they're sitting on like the throne, and their throne is the brain.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With the pipe.
Absolutely. I think
so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
We'll have a convention at some point.
See, it's funny because now they're going to think that we're being rude to them, but in all reality,
No.
yesterday Kix and I were actually like complimenting them, and now today, or Milosh and I were complimenting them, I guess technically, because I cast with Milosh yesterday, and then today it's just like, it looks like we're being bitter.
I mean, to be honest, now it's become Intero's blog, so there is that.
I had 3 of the top 5 posts or something like that were just like my content today, and then somebody even commented on one of them being like, this feels like it's just like Intero. And it's like, well, maybe people posted more stuff.
Yeah.
There's so much content that just does not get posted on there.
Yeah, it really should. Obviously,
people are like, why is it always screenshots of Fabian? And it's
Yeah.
like, because none of you post anything.
I would like to see more people go like, hey, I saw something weird in this match. Like, can someone explain to me? Or I thought this was cool. Like, clip stuff, share it. We get the clutches, but yeah, okay, a clutch.
You'll see something, and it's like even that sledge clip from earlier today, like the C4 going off and killing the sledge, and basically me being like, yeah, this never happens, and here's why, and then it happens, and I'm like, I'm an idiot. And it's like even that could be posted there. It's like
You can get karma and shame him at the same time.
If
Why
you
not?
look, yeah, I mean it's perfect. You know, like give me the abuse, I suppose.
Yeah.
We're in the match, by the way. We're just waiting to see
Making
everything's okay, and then we'll actually get underway. But no, I was going to say is it's like I read a lot of other like esports subreddits,
Yeah.
and whenever there's like you can tell when it's a play day because it's just the activity is like peak high.
Unfortunately, especially on Latin America days, it's very low.
Yes, it
so
is.
today, please keep it interesting.
Yeah, it's too low.
Yeah. You guys got to keep it interesting because I hate hitting refresh and seeing a whole bunch of grayed out things because I've already looked at them all. Why?
Give me more.
Don't make me have to go back to Twitter.
Twitter's
Help me out.
Twitter's free. Did you know that?
Yeah.
You rarely use
But you know I
Twitter.
have like a founder's account.
You rarely use Twitter.
Like my Twitter account was created like personally in their office at this point with how old it is.
You also have a 3-handle username.
I'm never giving that up. I can't change my name.
Well, I mean, you could. But
No, I mean
why
like
would you?
my nickname
Yeah.
because then I would be screwed out of
I
it.
mean, but why wouldn't you? You have exactly your name. Your name is Emzo, M-Z-O, and you are at MZO.
I'm just gonna change my legal name to that.
I remember when we first cast together, because we actually first cast together in CCS.
Yes.
Before I was in Pro League. And I called you MZO, and then like the moment I did that, I just remember Fluffy at the time was like, he's like, it's Emzo. I was like in the background.
Or like Panky's like Mizzo.
10 seconds to insert.
Everyone's got
I
their
miss
own place.
Pankhurst.
Yeah.
I miss that man.
Hope he's still doing
5
well.
seconds left.
He's working for a former sponsor, actually. We used to be sponsored by HyperX on here. We are no longer, from what I understand. However, he works for them. I don't know exactly in what capacity. I think he does like influencer relations or something.
Oh, good for him.
Navi's down below. This is in jail, or as it's referred to on the compass as detention. If anybody crosses from the valley spawn, he will be there to greet them through those bullet holes. Caliber-based destruction enables you to shoot out a couple bullets or shoot a couple parts of the wall, and then just play. And you're basically concealed. There's very limited counterplay. It's actually exceptionally frustrating.
Thankfully, it's died down a bit.
Yes, it was quite rampant.
Which is again, it's just funny because it's been something that's been capable for a long time. It just became meta for a minute. I mean, you still will encounter it quite often in things like ranked, but you know, you just got to deal with it. But that means it's a soft wall, so just shoot at the bullet holes if you see them. Just put more bullet holes in there.
Just drone them, but they have a mute Mozzie. Just drone them anyway.
Just shoot everything.
Just use Thatcher, but Thatcher's banned.
Bring an LMG. Just bring an LMG.
I don't know what to do now. I'm confused.
And
Anyway.
speaking of no LMG, surprisingly, an IQ with the Commando. You don't see that as often these days.
No, the G8 has been the go-to weapon for IQ ever since the angled grip was added when Amaru and Goyo came into the game, and it looks like for FaZe, this is going to be almost exclusively an East take, which means towards the office. Navi's was the first person that we saw down below, and he's going to take out Ion, who was the member from FaZe that was playing over by East, and I actually stand corrected. A couple different players from FaZe are over by the main armory wall. No hard breacher. You made mention of this.
Yeah.
And it looks like Mav's just going to hop on in as it's a split push from both. Yuna sprints on in, and he's going to just stick the landing. There goes the phone call. Astro gets credited with the kill on the Cyber. Yuna manages to survive as the Vulcan goes off behind him, and he goes prone, and FaZe are just cleaning up. Navi's on low HP. Hugzor has taken some damage as well, so MIBR will look to fight back, but they trail significantly and now also have the diffuser down. What are they able to put together?
Wow, that'll
Finds
start.
one onto Yuna, but he's traded off immediately. And there's no way you're going to win that at that long a range with the SMG-11 with 3 different people from FaZe looking at you. They just bull rush right into the site, even after surrendering the very first pick to MIBR, and FaZe Clan managed to win the round.
And that is one of the problems I have with the soft wall. Not so much that you can't use it to your advantage, it's that if they know it, They don't have to bring Hard Breacher, and you can bring something more lethal or something more effective, some more utility. In this case, it was the Capitao, who was able to put a lot of pressure on Archives and cut that off, so they weren't able to play effectively. That created a lot of distraction, and they were able to go push in for a plant because they were able to also take Sandwich, which is problematic. That's the thing is, the biggest threat to the repelling Sandwich window is a jump out onto the AC unit. And what did they do? They cut that off with the Capitao.
Yeah.
That allowed them to play the Sandwich effectively. You saw that with the the Nomad, likely able to set up air jabs as well to cut off those rotations even if he missed his shots. And that was just a very effective strategy. There was very little that could be done about it. FaZe anticipating that MIBR will go ahead and reinforce that wall this time, potentially going to bring the Thermite, or it could also be a play for, hey, we want the flexibility to attack from offices. Now, with offices, you don't necessarily need the Thermite always for the triple wall, because sometimes it won't reinforce all that. But the Archives wall will generally be reinforced in a position where you want to open that. So the Thermite, very useful for that, because trying to do that with Hibana can be problematic sometimes if you miss your shot slightly off and all of a sudden you've got a pixel line of hard wall to try and prone through. Not fun. So it is a good idea to give themselves that flexibility, but I like that initial 6-pick strategy. That worked out very well.
The amount of times you said problematic there, it sounded like you were almost a college freshman.
So that's starting to become problematic.
It's starting to become problematic?
That's unfortunate.
I feel like that's a joke that it will fly over the heads of most people, but there are certain people who will get that joke and they will enjoy it very much.
If you don't get it, go back to school.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. Just go to school. That's it.
There you go.
Just afford to do it, grind all the way there. Anyway. No, I think you were very correct about it. And I mean, FaZe Clan will not repeat what they did in round number 1. They will bring a hard breacher this time, so they will have a clearer way into the site. It won't just simply be that disruption push that we saw with Mav causing the distraction over on east side into Archives, and then Yuna hitting the phone calls. Basically giving the illusion that FaZe was going to take an Archives push and make it work, but then instead go through Armory because they realize that there's a significant blind spot with nobody playing in bunker watching the Armory.
Because they can see into it through the hole in the wall.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, if you use an exothermic charge on the Armory wall, you're basically telegraphing your push.
Yeah.
In this case, you have the smokes go off and the phone calls go off, and you assume that it's going to be over towards Armory or office side, and it's not. So very well played by FaZe. MIBR seemed to be a little bit bamboozled by it.
I like to see. So one of the things, the reason for banning Buck is his inability or his ability to hit from below. What do? They bring the sledge and then just throw a grenade. That is the alternative, as well as you can use Zofia. But I mean, that is one of the adaptations you could do, because one of the few disadvantages of Sledge is his inability to hit his hammer upwards, with a few exceptions where you can kind of vault on top of something. But in general, that is problematic. So throwing the grenade and having the ability to cook it correctly does matter for that. Like I said, they do have the Zofia they could have used as well, but Zofia's busy as well. Looks like they are going for the office's push that I was talking about. That's why they brought the Thermite this time. So it seemed like a smart preparation, but it does seem like MIBR are a little more prepared for it this time. However, they are not able to stop a full push into the offices. There are a lot of members stacked up, and then a soft wall being used against Navi's.
I think that just simply looked like Navi's trying to peer in and see if the wall had been opened up, and FaZe are just landing their shots right now. Now 2 separate deaths that have been preventable from MIBR trying to peek on FaZe Clan, which forces Cyber to now rotate on over from monitors towards Armory side. Not that it didn't do some damage to FaZe, as Astro and Ion combined are essentially one person worth of hit points. But you've surrendered so much control. And FaZe are just waiting very patiently until they can go on in. You don't have a Thatcher at your disposal, it's banned. So what are you going to do to get rid of the mute jammer? Well, you see from below, that's soft destruction. A tiny portion of Mav's HP removed as there goes the wall into Archives, and M-King is there to greet them with the Alda. But with the way that FaZe has been landing their shots, it's not a certainty that he'll be able to win it on out. Astro goes down to Bullet, so MIBR is there, but Bullet gets punished. He's unable to make it on in. Yuna has to fall off after taking some damage. It could be from below. M-King is there to take out Yuna. 4 seconds left on the clock, and now MIBR is the advantage. Mav goes in. You gotta go for the plant, but he runs out of time. He gets the kill on M-King. But MIBR just simply wait for it to hit 0. And they will take the round, even though FaZe had such a successful way on into offices.
It's really unfortunate when you have a good push and you lose it on time because your defuse planter dies.
Yes.
It is hard to keep the Thermite secure in that room just because they're going to have walls opened up. They're going to have angles in. But the fact that they had fountain control and it was really all coming from the metal detector and the player in lockers, it really should have been a better execute than that. It should have been even some covering fire just to suppress the Alda as best they could. But at the end of the day, MIBR just getting the one kill they needed to. That's all that mattered, just because time. You saw FaZe really kind of jockeying for position in offices, and it really paid off early on with those first 2 kills. But then they weren't able to translate that into a plant rapidly like they needed to open up the wall. Just plant in the default spot, even behind the desk, is usually what you go for. But they were denied that long enough, and MIBR winning on time there, that's not something you can easily repeat, but it is a good pushback to a switch up there from FaZe. And now they're going to go to another bomb site, down to vents, as you would expect for a secondary, which means still a bit of setup in the same rooms upstairs. You're going to have Bullet actually putting bandit batteries on the armory wall, not leaving it soft at all. You just want to delay them as long as possible from getting that top-down control, because you know once they get in, that sledge is going to be hitting that floor and really starting to push a lot of your positions off. You got to decide which hatches you leave open and which you don't as well.
Yesterday, watching both North American and European Pro League, we saw the contribution that both Mute and Mozzie are currently having to the defense and how defining they are, especially when coupled with Thatcher bans. But Latin America seems to be a region that hasn't really gotten on board with that Mute-Mozzie combo and tends to see it more as map-specific. Now, we've talked about how on Bank, those 2 operators don't always have the biggest impact because of the fact that Bank is a big map. Clubhouse, maybe not the most effective either, but we can see them from time to time. Border is definitely a map that has been referred to by certain teams as a freak show map, where freak show stuff happens. It's very frag heavy, it's disorganized. You just saw FaZe Clan win the very first round without a single hard breacher on Armory. That is something that is almost unheard of.
Somewhat like Coastline, I suppose, in a little bit in that frag heavy sense.
I would say so as well, but I would say for different reasons.
Absolutely.
I would say that Coastline is just simply a map where soft destruction reigns over everything else. Border, you usually need a lot of hard destruction, but it's just that it's a smaller map. And of course, a huge portion of this map is just that, I guess, like the lobby area, if you want to call it that.
That you can rappel into.
Yes, and you can sit and watch the skylight as well. You need hard destruction here. So I am kind of surprised that Latin America hasn't really gotten on board with that meta yet. But a minute on into the round, Armory Wall gets opened up, and MIBR have now fallen off. They were aggressively contesting it. It looked like that we were going to see I guess, bandit trick from Bullet. He falls off. Now he's going to sit over by Sandwich, by what's referred to as half wall, and see if FaZe will push on in. But there's a great reluctance from FaZe to be able to get in and actually do anything with it. They'll draw one out, but then throw throw it away for no reason. They didn't need to do that. Bullet takes 1 down with him as Ion is there to avenge his teammate of Yuna. That's a hard destructor gone, but you've already got Armory control. Outside of maybe moving over to bathrooms, you might not necessarily need a hard destructor. Down goes the Jaeger, so now an advantage for FaZe as Cyber is removed from action.
Yeah, killing that Thermite at this point really did nothing for them, unfortunately. I mean, had they got the kill and saved the IQ, that would have saved the life of a teammate there. Or the Zofia might have been even better at the sledge. But either way, they've got pretty good control now at this point of the Armory. However, there are, of course, going to be players down here anchoring, especially that Maestro that you've got to deal with. So they're going to be opening up the floor, looking for opportunities to force them out of position. At this point, they're also likely to open up maybe a little bit of the armor floor. Open up a few different hatches as well to have some different ways to drop through, but Smoke actually rotating back, getting caught, winning the fight, SMG11 versus SMG11. To take down Sledge, good kill.
Pretty incredible. Ion is a dead man. Maybe not. Astro prevents the rush from MIBR and single-handedly saves the round. And he's credited with the final kill too. Ion goes for the plants. That looked almost certain that Astro was going to lose that fight, but MIBR's negligence to assume that anybody had dropped down from that hatch, well, assumptions. You know what they say about assuming? It makes a out of you and me.
I assume that's true.
Did you just assume when I said you should not assume?
Oh no!
Sacre bleu. FaZe Clan won the 3rd round, by the way.
Yeah, and that was a tough one. Having your player that's on his lowest health go for the plant, generally not a good idea. You saw what happened when the Thermite died the last time they tried to plant. It's not great. You lose that plant, all of a sudden you lose a ton of time because now someone else has got to go over and get it, and then you've got to start the plant again fresh. That is usually a couple seconds at least burned when you don't have a lot of time left. Nice 6-pick there from Kaid. Oh, he's going to throw us off.
They'll never expect it, man.
I would hope not. And for those of you who are new as well, occasionally we get people who are confused about 6-pick, so just to explain. The way 6-pick works is the operators that are chosen are revealed to both teams, but then you have an option to switch one player to a different operator. and that is not revealed to the other team. Also not revealed to the other team, because this is not always completely obvious, the bomb site is not revealed to the other team.
Yeah, a lot of people think that the bomb site is visible. It's not. So there is some strategy that can actually go into which operators you pick and where you think they're going to play. On certain maps, you have to remember that on like a map like Consulate or a map like Bank, there are 3 potential viable sites that you can start on. Same with Coastline. Hookah is not always the go-to site. We've seen teams start on Double Bars. We've seen teams start on Kitchen. You have to keep in mind that your composition, especially in rounds 1 and possibly 2,
Especially Castle.
Your composition on rounds 1 and 2 need to be good enough to crack any site. You can't just assume, like on Border, that you're going to start on Armory. You can't just on Old Oregon assume that they're going to start in the basement. Some teams would go to a kid's bedroom upstairs. Some teams would go down a workshop here on Border. So you have to be prepared for that. So it's not visible, and I think it's worth noting because a lot of people don't know the way that 6-pick works because it's not in ranked. It's not something you can do unless you go into a custom game and experience it yourself.
Yeah, because you have, do we have it in... No, we don't have it in the Road to SI, do we? We just have the operator bands.
No 6-pick.
Unfortunately, I would like to see that in the Road to SI, but, you know, what can you do? Ion spotting out a lot of gadgetry here. You can see ADS nearby. They don't have a Thatcher because it's banned, so they're just going to have to deal with those the hard way. Now, of course, this is not the bomb site, but they're going to have to fight their way into it, much like they did last round because they were back in Vents again. Vents is a good bomb site, but it can be a difficult one because you've got to split your defense up between 2 different floors. So you cannot set up the top floor as well as you'd like for an Armory Locker's defense, and you can't set up the bottom as well as you'd like because you've got to use some of that upstairs as well. So you need to be flexible. You need to have hatches open, ready to drop down, rotations in play here. And this is why players like Cyber are just in off positions hoping to catch them.
Cyber as well as Hugzord. Hugzord, as the Kaid, was downstairs inside of Customs. He's going to be able to play long range with the TCSG if there's some soft destruction that's been done with that gun. Even though it is a slug shotgun, if you get nice and close to a wall, that gun shreds through any soft wall.
It's one of the caliber-based destructions. It's a little funky because if you're a little bit far, it will just put a bullet hole.
It does absolutely nothing far away. Exactly.
It's strange.
Bullet is somehow managing to persevere on this wall with a minute to go. Mav finds Navi's. I don't know what the smoke was doing. It looked like he might have been playing over inside of the storage room. That is troubling. Yuna unable to get the wall opened, and he's going to continuously take damage as they try to get the bandit off of the wall. He's very brazen in his play. He loses some of the floor beneath him. He tries to run for the hills, and Ion is there. He gets one. Knows there's another. Cyber takes down Yuna, but that's okay because he's able to trade it off. Once again, MIBR with Hugzord and M-King left up. Hugzord's still inside of Customs. He's got the detention wall in front of him in his line of sight. M-King's going to see some stuns and some stars as the breaching round goes off ahead of or above him. Breaching charge. M-King plays around the bomb chassis. Frag grenade gets dropped. Some more of the ceiling is getting opened up, and he is just, he's under fire right now. Hugzord's got the cross in case somebody decides to go down the main stairs. M-King almost downs Ion, but Ion immediately commits to the plant. If the Maestro pushes up, he's not going to go very far. Gets caught by Astro. Karen goes down to Hugzord, but then Astro yet again. He was crucial in round number 3, and he's crucial yet again as the diffuser, whether it goes down or not, sure sounds like it was, got down at the last second. 3-1 for FaZe Clan, and they are doing real well on attack.
It is unfortunate for Bullet because he was doing quite well in his defense. The fact that he got caught off guard by the flank and they were both focused on that wall. It was good in that they were focused originally to be able to delay it as long as possible. But the fact that they lost 2 right there without trading anything really cost them. That's the thing about defending the top floor for Vents is you need to trade. You need to make sure that when they're attacking your anchors downstairs, that they're at least down to 3 players, or it's very difficult for the 2 players down there to be able to hold it because they have to watch a lot of different angles. They've got to defend against people pushing in from the B window, coming in even through the B door in that vents, coming in through the different doorways available to the server and workshop, as well as you've got to deal with the bathroom rotates. There's so many different positions, not to mention hatches, that they've got to watch, that if you are at a huge man deficit compared to them, it is very difficult to be able to win vents at that point unless you get a lot of lucky shots on players approaching without having any idea where you're playing, and that just is not the case there. I like to see, I like what Ion's been doing a lot of time on this IQ. He's actually been playing very well on it, and that was a good example of that last round, but it's really been helping here. Even when it was down to try and get that plant down and Astro covering him in the previous round, just overall FaZe Clan playing very well as a team. we're seeing some good individual plays from MIBR, but as a team, they're not necessarily putting up a huge wall for FaZe a lot of the times. That's really kind of hurting. You see the teamwork there, and they all have 2 kills each, pretty much, except for M-King. But that's certainly not enough when you're up at round 5 now.
To Ion's credit, he has not just played well in terms of fragging, but he's also been there to scoop up the objective and commit to that when Yuna's gone down. And Yuna has almost been a sacrificial lamb. You know, he's been the one taking charge.
Speaking of Ion.
Yeah, Ion's not going to have much of an impact.
Because you were talking about him.
Again, I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I'm talking about you because apparently you're going to die. Ion gets killed. 20 seconds in, he goes up to the windows, looking over the lobby, and down below there's Navi.
He heard your voice echoing and just
removes the head of Ion. Unlucky.
You got to be careful with those windows, man. Those really work literally both ways in the sense that you can get kills from them, both as defense and offense, very often.
What I was going to say, the way that FaZe have been rolling out Yuna is that once that first exothermic charge goes off, they're using Yuna to basically bait into a trade. Also, no way you left a default cam up, cameraman. Come on, that's the kind of negligence.
Your name alone.
Shoot him.
Yeah.
Maybe he's kindred spirits with it. He doesn't want to take it down.
Yeah,
His name is cameraman. He has an obligation to shoot no default cams.
Yeah, he's like, you guys get him because
you guys get him. I can't. It's like it's murdering your own kind. Yuna's got to wait for somebody down below to take out the mute jammer, and you can see that he's making the calls. That's Mav that's down with the frag grenade. He's going to toss it up, and he should be able to get it. Lickety split. There you go. You can hear that the jammer went off, so Yuna will be able to open up the wall. And now your passage in, my lord. Much easier.
Bring out the trumpets. They are going to be down a man, though, because that early death on Ion, and that's going to hurt this attack just a little bit because, well, they haven't done anything to MIBR. They've only got a minute 20 left, and we saw before when they struggled to get the actual plant down on this deck. Now MIBR are going to be, in theory, better prepared for this because they've tried an office attack before. They're a little bit more prepared for what the operator comp's going to be and things like that to deal with this. But this flank from Cameraman is going to try and soften up the site just a little bit. He's got 1 air jab left to be able to place, as well as 3 stun grenades to throw out. Bullet, though, is just trying to keep East Stairwell secure. He's got his shield in place, and they're not really, again, Latin America doesn't seem to like to destroy those Goyo shields, so they never really seem to work against players, and maybe that's why you see so much Goyo play, because they can really sit confidently behind those shields very often. Cameraman has taken a bit of damage, and 1 air jab goes off there, and likely was what gave Cameraman the kill on Navis. So now it's evened up, 4-4, but Cameraman's taking a bit of damage. Mav just a smidge as well. However, 30 seconds left, MIBR now at an advantage in this.
Not a lot of time for FaZe to be able to get this down. And, well, look at that. Cameraman's got the diffuser in hand, not Yuna. So once again, more to provide with our theory, or more to prove our theory that Yuna is being played as a sacrificial lamb here. Or not really much sacrificing that's being done, as Bullet is sacrificed to the altar of MIBR, but Cyber doesn't know he's got 1, almost a second. He gets gunned down on the cross from Cameraman, but if Cameraman goes down, that's diffuser surrendered. Never mind, Yuna kills 2 people and FaZe Clan win the round.
Yeah, Yuna decided you were calling him a sacrificial lamb, so he's deciding to sacrifice instead 3 players in MIBR.
The caster's curse today is really on something.
Strong.
I don't even know what's going on right now. I am single-handedly dictating the pace.
You get to decide the match.
I am the puppet master over these matches today. I talk about an
I was told,
I talk about a player and then they die.
Look, I was specifically told I cannot read a page ahead in the script, and you are cheating.
Shh. Don't say that.
Why does it say don't say that?
You can't talk about that on TV.
All right, Armory again. They're gonna try one more time. Will it work this time?
I love how we started off that round, for the record.
Yeah.
By basically saying like, oh, Ion has been so impactful. He's been there to pick up when Yuna has been the one thrown to the wolves, and then Ion dies, and then Yuna gets a 3K.
Yeah. It was perfect.
Okay. And then it's just the opposite.
Ion was absorbing the bullet so that it would hit you.
If you're a new viewer and you somehow manage to stomach how obnoxious I'm sure you think that I sound, or how outrageous it is that there are people who talk over video games, which still confuses me, and I do this job.
I do commentary at movies too.
If you talk in a theater, then you deserve to. I actually can't say it. I don't think I can say anything violent. If you let's put it this way: if you talk in a movie theater during a movie, you deserve once a week to stub your baby toe on something.
Well, as you know, that is not a good idea for us diabetics.
Yes, I know, but I wasn't talking about us. I was talking about just in general. But
okay, I thought you were threatening my.
No, it's like I was literally talking about how good Ion does, and then Yuna just comes on in, and people are like, "What is this guy? This guy doesn't know anything." And it's like, yes, welcome.
You can also see Astro up there at 8 kills, doing quite well for his team.
And the thing is that Astro single-handedly won that round on, I think it was rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Astro was the one that was doing the coverage. onto the planter.
Everyone kind of doing their job, really. I mean, we're highlighting individual players, but all FaZe playing very well as a team.
FaZe are very much showing up on attack, and the statistics that were shown in the previous round on border was 55% defensive, 45% attack.
That's pretty close, though.
That is very close. That is the difference that in a long enough matchup, that might be a 4-2 or a 3-3. It really depends on offense.
Honestly, should swing more defender favored, though, when Thatcher...
Yes, a Thatcher ban and a Buck ban here gives me the belief that the defense should be doing better.
Because a mirror ban and an echo ban are not unusual, so that doesn't really change much. We'll see Mav, though, possibly going for a grenade. He's got his drone set up, and this is always fun to watch as the Presidents come down the chimney. Will Hugzord be in the right position to catch it? Nope. He's not going to do so. He's got one mute jammer left, so hopefully he puts that down in the right position before he gets naded if he's going to. And takes just a tiny bit of damage. Hey, open the hatch for him. That's very nice of you. It's probably not going to make a whole lot of difference, but he's actually destroying some of the furniture.
I was going to say, there's no way he's going to engage here, but this is very similar to what we saw at Corey. Goodbye, Hugzord. Ion just absolutely levels him, bullet knocked down, and loses the fight to Ion as well. So you don't pick Ion early, and he can make his stamp known.
And that's why Nomad gets banned. It's not fun to deal with.
Yes, it's not. There's very limited counterplay unless you have an impact grenade or a C4 to deal with those air jabs. You can't run past and trigger them and then get on back in.
No.
Oh, well.
And if they're well positioned, it's going to be very difficult to counter them. It's like, you know, like Claymore, so you just got to position it well. M-King missing what could have been an important shot, unfortunately.
That looks like a sheriff's badge, but I think it's the Brazilian celebration badge, and M-King showing there's a new sheriff in town. Oh, a beautiful play on 2 for M-King. He loses the shield in front of him, and he knows he can't re-engage, so area denial from his teammates working against him.
It's about time we see one of those get destroyed.
Waiting to see if the Nomad will walk through the double doors, but no, there's nobody there. Navi's misses, takes the shield down with him. Both he and Cameraman lose 50 HP or thereabouts. 3-3, 45 seconds to go. And you'll just see M-King snuggle on in. C4 gets tossed out, Cyber finds Cameraman. FaZe will look to hang on, but they are in trouble, and they will lose Yuna as well, who's completely clueless. 3, make it 4. M-King, almost everybody in the round, and MIBR. Well, they switch sides, but they take 2 rounds of the 6.
That was he was definitely M-King of that round. That was really well played by M-King. And I like the support from Navi's. The C4 coming out to cover his back so he didn't have to watch it. Yes, it didn't get the kill, but it denied them entering, right? Then it was going to kind of scare them off. Oh no, they know I'm here. I can't just push in blindly.
Right.
And that was enough to give M-King the opportunity to swing around into fountains as well. Obviously, it just seemed like a lot of the players from FaZe as well were not really sure where a lot of the players were going to be in terms of you saw the way he was watching Fountain was not prepared for M-King. And M-King's aggressive play with that Alda, absolutely paying off. But, as you said, it's only 2 rounds in what should be a defensive-sided match. Now, FaZe should be in the driver's seat here in theory. We'll see if they're able to take it, but at least a good round from M-King there. Going to give him some confidence on attack. And sometimes that sort of momentum does pay off. You could, maybe a more aggressive play that works out in the future. He is going to be playing on the Nomad this time, though. A lot of Nomad being brought out, and again, that's part of the reason you see it banned here, is it will get abused if you don't ban it. And by abused, I don't mean necessarily it's broken. It's just in the sense that you talk about there's only 2 floors here. It's limited rotates. It's a small map. You start cutting off those rotates, all of a sudden defenders are boxed out of a lot of positions. And those air jabs, you're pretty much going to hear them go off from most positions on the map because it's not a huge map. So you're going to have some idea where defenders are rotating. So it definitely does help. And I'd say probably stronger than Gridlock on this map. There are some maps that favor one or the other, it seems, but...
We don't really see Gridlock on border that much.
No, it seems to be more of a cafe kind of pick.
I think that the reason why Nomad works is because there aren't really that many flank opportunities on border because
it's not as much about
most
stairs.
of them. Border is high ceilings, narrow engagements, perfectly what we just saw from Mav on the main strip that leads down to the east stairs, that east hallway, if you want to call it that. Nomad is extremely powerful here, and there are a few windows you can jump out of, and of course you wait.
Yeah.
You put an air jab.
A bomb has been located.
Well, we will continue to see Goyo played. We at least finally saw it get destroyed last time, but I like how they've opened up the footholds, and then they have got Goyo's shield there. Gives them the opportunity to play a long angle prone, possibly even the Maestro doing that, to be able to use the shield to his cover and then peek around it, maybe unexpectedly. But if they're smart, they can destroy that because they've got Ashe and Zofia. So that is a lot of extra remote soft destruction that can be used to destroy those Goyo shields, and that will hopefully work in their favor because that can burn out the small office. And that will cut off their ability to play from in there. Gives them more of an opportunity if they're playing Sandwich as well to be able to push in a little more confidently if they've cleared off the half wall, or as something called bunker. 3 ADS is stacked up there, so really they're worried about those grenades going into that half wall potentially.
Cameraman taking engagement all the way from office over towards the double windows leading outside, but MIBR doesn't get a single scratch on the paint. Still, as you pointed out, the bottom half of that wall being opened up means that pushing on in, well, Mav might have a lot more success being able to bandit trick. The ADS in front of him should have 1 charge remaining. Actually, no. Make that none. Frag grenade goes off. Mav is completely blind, and this is going to be a major challenge. He gets droned out. Expecting somebody to push on, and there goes another frag grenade. There goes the Goyo shield. A run out from Cameraman down below in detention, but it will net nothing, and now Mav, with a single bandit battery, will try to stop the X-Kairos from going off. Navi's is ready with a flash in hand. Mav somehow manages to not get blind, but Astro does. Now Mav's stunned from Bullet. There's so much that's going into just trying to take this single wall, and Mav realized with the timing, there's no way you're going to get that. He's played this game long enough to know that you're there. It's almost certain death.
Well, he's playing a little bit better than Bullet did in that sense, but Bullet certainly tried to do a similar play. Astra has taken a bit of damage as well, which is not great because he's been one of the top fraggers, but at the same time, he can still do a lot with that gun before he's killed. And Mav, not only holding the wall, but also taking out Hugzor. Not necessary as much anymore to take out the Hard Breacher, but still a kill.
Would have liked to have seen how many X-Kairos were left in the hands of Hibana. This will leave MIBR with just soft destruction. And 30 seconds to go. Well, that soft destruction will be needed to blow up this volcanic shield, which Mav is playing behind. Gives his position away, though. They know he's playing at bunker. He's got a tight angle.
Please somebody hit that shield.
Does not hit the shield. Oh, the client-side debris. 2 kills for MIBR. And FaZe will now need to just hold them off as the tide crushes on in. 1 for Astro, 1 for Ion, 1 for Cyber, 1 for Yuna. Everybody's getting on in on the fun. Diffuser is surrendered. Bullet needs 1 more. But Yuna's going to sit. He hits the deck. Another round for FaZe. They are getting ever so close to 1 point, possibly even a victory. It's 5 on the round. Or 5 in this matchup for FaZe.
It almost got confusing in the kill feed because there was 2 TCSGs.
Yeah, I was actually getting.
Because it was just, I thought they were both coming out from the Goyo and the rest. Oh, there's the Cade, but they're not both coming out from the Cade. It's, 1 and 1 each. So just those slugs firing. And it's the same sound and everything. That does get a little confusing, to be honest, for us. Because you have to try and track who's which name, just because the sound is the same, the gun is the same. You're like, who's firing? And it's got to be confusing as well for the players, just occasionally, because you're going off gun sounds. But in a fracas like that, as you say,
I call it a fracas. I think a fracas is a perfect word for it.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter who's getting the kills at that point.
Now, this was something that was actually brought up by me. Since over the last couple updates, all the new operators have used, with the exception of Cali, have used weapons that are already in the game.
Yeah.
Presume that this continues onward, because I can say this with my hand held high. I actually don't know about any of the upcoming content. This is the first time since I got into the Rainbow Six ecosystem that I actually don't know what comes next.
The opposite, I've never known. Because I
didn't mean to flex on you.
I enjoy this.
That was not a flex.
Honestly, I could probably just ask.
That was not a flex. We are under so many NDAs.
Yeah. No, I just honestly I enjoy the surprise of the reveal at the same time you guys do because it's fun. Plus, then I can't accidentally tell you anything.
That is true.
Safety first.
You don't. You can't accidentally leak things if you don't know.
So if I ever say anything about a future operator, I am joking because I have no clue. It's fun though.
Are you telling me that the rework to Tachanka, where he gets Apache helicopter missiles or Apache cruise missiles, is not real?
If you're right about that, you're gonna be in trouble. You know that, right? You gotta be careful.
Please no sue. Please no sue.
Do not board that helicopter.
Do not. No.
I shot through that drone holder.
I was going to say, one of the things that we were talking about weapons, we got very off topic there, was that it's more challenging with Wamai in the game because is it him or is it IQ? Well, nobody really runs the AUG on IQ, so I guess it's like most of the time you're like, it's Wamai, but what if there's an IQ on the board? Anyway.
Yeah, and you see a change up as well. You saw the Goyo this time with the Vector, actually.
Yes, the Vector with the extended barrel.
That's always fun.
It's not the suppressor. It looks like the suppressor. It's the extended barrel. I'd like that noted. I'd like that noted that it is not what you think it is. So
very important.
Anywho, FaZe right now, multi-floor defense. Keep in mind, this is Workshop because they were successful on Armory. And with almost every single map, you want to take the top floor first. So you need to keep somebody from FaZe Clan above.
They are taking almost like they're going to push for a customs attack by taking CCTV and pressuring like that. But the idea is to pressure people out of customs so you don't have to worry about that flank.
MIBR don't seem to care that FaZe Clan still have 1 or 2 operators. over by Armory, and right now the Jaeger of Ion is just going to lord over top of them. There's actually 3 people on the second floor, and MIBR does not seem to give a hoot.
Well, they're going to when it starts to get down to 45 seconds left and they haven't killed any of them.
Astro has the angled grip on the TCSG with a hollow, which means that he's expected to engage at much closer ranges and quicker than you'd expect. No ACOG on that. You know that one member of FaZe Clan is down in the bathroom, so if you can suss out the fact that there are only 2 members of FaZe Clan on that bottom floor, you might just be able to run on in and get a defuse down. We've seen this from many teams, especially present on border.
Post-plant can be really difficult with that, though.
Yes, it can, especially if there's soft destruction that's done. Now, Mav is holding this angle. He gets completely flashed. He is in a lot of trouble. Ion loses the fight to Bullet. Holding a tight angle, the Zofia is just better there. Shotgun in hand, Mav should be able to win this one with 1 blast to Ash. But there you go. The read is in from MIBR. They storm into the site. 2 kills for Cyber, a 3rd kill for Cyber. As there's only 1 left for him to collect onto Yuna. Diffuser going down. Cyber falls. Where's the plan? It's in default.
Oh no!
Yuna gets 1, another! Can Yuna pull this off? With the ult in hand, M-King is downed. All he needs to do is take out the Zofia, but no, MIBR will win that war of attrition. That went from good to bad to good again, and MIBR will manage to hold on and stave off defeat in that round.
Definitely a close one there. That Alda is a beast, but Cyber with 3 kills, I believe, possibly on a single clip with the SMG.
Probably didn't even need the ACOG on that one.
Yeah, it's no, probably didn't. No pocket sniper there. Customs for the first time coming out. We saw all armory lockers and vents defenses from MIBR because, well, they lost so many of them. But we'll finally get to see a 3rd bomb site here, despite the fact that they actually lost that. They're going to go switch over to Customs. So we'll see how they fare on this, as MIBR still a ways off from tying things up. They've got to win 2 more rounds just to get even. So still looking like FaZe in the driver's seat big time here. But they've got to defend what could be a harder bomb site. Although after that hold, I guess they imagine, well, you know, Cyber kind of tore us apart pretty easily, so maybe that wasn't the play. But at the same time, this is a tricky one because you've got to worry about people pushing in from detention. They're going to push in from passport. They're going to open up CCTV hatch once they get control of it. They're going to pressure you from the A window. There's a lot of places to come from, and you also have to split your defense, much like with vents. So it can be problematic. However, at least there is no Thatcher. So they can at least put a mute jammer down on the passport wall, which I imagine they'll do. They have not done so yet. Ion doing some rotating first. He can do that and make it a little bit harder for them to open that up. But it doesn't matter because they didn't bring a thermite. They could go for a Hibana to open that up. But maybe they won't, because they probably want at least 1 for hatch if it's reinforced.
MIBR has not brought a thermite yet now. This is the 3rd round on attack where they're going to run the Hibana.
Well, they don't have Yuna.
We see teams do this, though. We see teams run a Hibana on Armory, and on a map like Border where there are lots of long walls, an exothermic charge is extremely powerful because it opens up a much greater range of that wall than the X-Kairos does as Hibana's gadget. But at the same time, there are teams that, especially when you're attacking the bottom floor, you don't necessarily need to do a ton of destruction to get on in. On Customs, what you're going to want to do is take the detention walls and or the hatches above.
Yeah.
Seeing 2 hard breachers is a rarity, so you have to be very particular, whether it be with the exothermic charge or with the X-Kairos, as to where you're going to put them. We can watch along with Hugzord at some point, maybe, and see where he's going to go. Another thing with Customs is that if you can isolate the east side of this map, you find yourself in very good position. And M-King sprays through the wall and gets cameraman. That's just good game sense from M-King.
Yeah, I like that angle as well. You don't see that used terribly often.
Unlikely that he got droned, though, on cameraman because of the fact that mute jammers are down. Upside down repel from Navis, that's basically unbeatable. But he can jump on into stock now. Mav engages, that's a nice shot on M-King. Hard pressed to find somebody with better mechanical skill that currently plays in Latin America than Mav does, even though he's been a staple. He had a resurgence after FaZe changed around their roster, and after Gohan departed the team and Yuna got picked up, Mav came alive and really started to show his prowess. It wasn't just the Astro and Gohan story.
For a while, in fantasy picks, Mav was my easy go-to for MVPs.
You don't need to drip on everybody there, man.
I'm just saying, he's so reliably good, you know?
He is. Mav is in a position to once again take another fight as the drone goes on in. He doesn't get spotted, but he's susceptible to getting shot from the back now that he hits the ground. Being prone puts you at a position where you don't particularly want to be in. Down goes Mav as Cyber finds him from above, and this is where things become very challenging on a Customs defense. You have to watch multiple angles, but Ion and Yuna are still up there. They play that perfectly, and they even it back out at 2v2, but you can hear the G36C finds Yuna. Ion in a 1v2, he's been extremely pivotal. There's a single point for FaZe awaiting a successful defense here, but you're hard-pressed to find it. Nitro Cell still in hand. Ion is close-range engagements only up against the ACOGs of both Cyber and Navi's. This could prove to be very difficult.
For having a Valkyrie and a Maestro, he seems to be lacking a lot of information until just now.
There come the marks, though, as you point out very wisely, and well, that could have been an Evil Eye cam, or maybe a Goyo shield. Sounds like a Maestro cam as the pings stop, and MIBR will rotate, and they sit and wait. They also have no intel on where Ion is. An angle being held by Cyber is if you see the defender drop from the main stairs, he's got access to the diffuser. His position will be given away, though, and now if Cyber rushes on in to go for a plant, he might be able to do some significant damage here. Ion just waiting very patiently. The Ash will need to re-engage. He takes the fight. He wins it. You gotta hurry! And my goodness! Cyber knows what's coming, so he falls off the plan, and FaZe will win the round. The Sledge knew it was a formality, and a single point for FaZe will deprive MIBR of a victory in this matchup. Still, lots of time for FaZe to be able to put this one away, or for MIBR to give a comeback.
That was extremely well played from the Mute. He lacked intel. He waited till he had the advantage, and they lacked the intel. The timing actually could have worked against him as well. Having the SMG-11 instead of the shotgun almost could have been a misplay there because both of them were at close range. But the fact that he won the fight and pulled the player off of plant, that was enough to win off of time. And so far, though, it still looked relatively attacker-sided, despite some of the rounds going the other way, which is a surprise to me. Again, given the Thatcher ban, it's, I don't know, it's been a case of a lot of back and forth, a lot of really good attacks, and then just sometimes just lost on time. I mean, a lot of these attacks that have been lost have been on time. So we'll see how they go. Back to Armory Lockers, though. That was the tougher bomb site for defense, and they made it work. That's the important thing. Gives them the 1 point now guarantee for FaZe. Now they're looking pretty good. MIBR, while they're not doing perfect in points, I still think they've been doing pretty well this match. It's just not been enough to close out enough rounds against FaZe, who are looking quite good. And overall, definitely pretty confident, I think, at this point that FaZe will be able to close this out before MIBR. But as we talked about, that round differential is important, and it is important to get as many rounds as you can. So there's no point in giving up. Literally, no point in giving up. So you really want to play your heart out, even if you know it's just for 1 point or maybe none. You just got to do it. You need those points. It's the long haul with this format. And I really like that, though, because, you know, one-off bad days, things like that, you can make up for. And you hope that your opponents have them as well.
Mentally, though, it's very challenging for MIBR to come back. That's the bigger issue, right?
That really is.
It's a bigger issue, is that you're going to have to put in your all. You've only been able to win 3 rounds so far through 9 of them. You have to do that again. You have to be perfect from here on out, and all that awaits you is a single point. Now, I know that might not seem like much, but there are teams that have missed out on the playoffs by a single point.
Or even just round differentials.
And you need to try to keep it close. Fight for everything you got.
Yeah.
Don't just give up and roll over. Not that these teams are going to do that. There's no team in Pro League that's going to be like, you know what, guys?
I'm done.
6-3. Let's. You guys want to go play?
Yeah. I gotta go walk the dog.
You guys want to go play Animal Crossing?
Hey, there you go.
You want to go play Mario Kart? Like, let's. You want to go play the Division? We got some raids to do in the Division. You know, maybe.
Here we go, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That was
2 for FaZe.
That's how you close it. That's how you make sure they're not motivated now.
All of that information coming off of 2 Valkyrie cameras, and FaZe bullying MIBR, catching them off guard. Heartbreacher down, Ash down, and not just that, that's Navi's as well, one of MIBR's standout players. And Diffuser also surrendered over by East Wall. That is so challenging. Astra taking some damage, but it might all be for naught. If you're FaZe clan, do not get over aggressive. All you need to do is just simply wait. Ride out the storm. So many times we see teams get too ambitious, too aggressive, and want to continue with that bloodlust.
I believe we called it a throw at that point.
I mean, there's words for it.
I mean, intentional or not.
Yeah, there's words for it.
Either way, I don't think FaZe are likely to make that mistake. They have a lot of shields, they have a lot of rotations, they're able to play patient because you know the attackers have to come to you.
Yep.
And in a man advantage like this, with time advantage now, because it's less than a minute left for 3 players who Cyber still doesn't have this diffuser yet, just now picking it up. This is not looking good. And breaking the window is going to give away his position as well.
The other thing to note is that after you lose 2 people, especially one of whom is almost certainly your dedicated droner, which will be Hugzord, you lose the ability to drone effectively.
Yeah.
Bullet might have just flown blind into an altercation. Astro finds one, he levels him,
boy.
King. Is it going to be a flawless round for FaZe? Almost. Cyber gets credited with the down and finishes off. So yeah, no flawless round. Wall blows up, floor blows up. Cyber inhales some gas.
Good night.
And he hits the deck, surrendering the diffuser. Ion, the man that we were speaking of earlier, he'll be credited with the very final kill. FaZe Clan take it, 7-3. Same scoreline as our very first matchup between Team Liquid and Black Dragons. Keep in mind, FaZe Clan started the day in 5th, tied with MIBR. They've now got 9 points. They will jump up and sit in second place, tied with Ints.
Well, maybe it'll be one of those days where we get all 7 threes. We've had those.
That's right, actually.
And I think it was Latin America the last
I
time.
thought it was
we got one of
NA.
those
I thought
days.
NA was 7-3, and they were like all perfectly, like all the left.
Yeah, maybe it was
teams
NA.
were
I don't
7-3.
I don't really actually remember.
Anyway, the MIBR bundle was not good enough to help Made in Brazil
No,
this time
yeah.
around. But the FaZe Clan bundle, which actually
You know why?
I mean, almost never get played because Kavera doesn't really get used.
No, you know why it didn't help?
Because Buck was banned.
That's right.
You don't get to see the MIBR bundle. And funny enough, it was MIBR who banned Buck. Maybe they thought that if they let Buck in play, they would be too good.
You know, well, they definitely weren't too good. It's unfortunate to see them struggle like that, but FaZe...
That was a major struggle. And I don't know, I mean, FaZe banned out the Thatcher. You could see on attack that MIBR's only real success was on Workshop, which came very close as well. That was a 1v1, if you remember, because it was the Maestro that almost clutched it out. Yuna coming very, very close. And a couple bullets on the Zofia, a pre-fire or two, it's got 81 bullets in it. The thing's absurd. You maybe could have mowed down Zofia as well. But the FaZe Clan on attack seemed to not really care about the Buck ban.
That's the important thing, is that they banned the Thatcher and they played really well with that. Had they failed in that and hurt themselves, could have been a very different outcome.
Well, that's it for our second matchup. We still got 2 more for you. We're almost halfway through the show. We're exactly halfway through the show after this break. But speaking of, go stretch your legs, grab some water. Tell somebody that you miss them. Why not? We'll see you in a few minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our second half of Playday number 5. My name's Intero. I'm joined by Emzo, and, well, we're about to get underway with Team 1 versus Elevate.
I feel like we need a fireplace graphic behind us for this.
It's like my smooth jazz voice.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
You're
Welcome
listening
back
to Smooth
to
Jazz with Intero.
This is Pro League Season 11, and we'll get underway with matchup number 3 for you tonight.
All right.
Got some linguistic stylings going on, and some violent action between
Very
Elevate and Team 1.
special selection of Elevate versus Team 1. This is a bit of a freestyle, but should be good.
It's like beat poetry between two juggernauts of the region, except not quite juggernauts because these are teams 6 and 8. So low stakes for both these teams, but 3 points, very highly coveted, available. We'll bring up the rosters for you for this matchup. We'll start up with Team 1 Esports. They have the distinction of starting today in last place. They have 3 points. That's it. Red Duct, Falls, Velopox, Rise, and Lukid. Now they have a lot of potential. And last season,
especially Lukid.
Last season they were a standout. People referred to them, and I have to say this at least once a broadcast, they were the new LATAM powerhouse.
It feels like MIBR all over again.
It does. Team 1, unfortunately, have been Team 8 through most of the season. Their opponents are Elevate. This was the team that just made it into Pro League. They were originally known as... What?
No, I'm thinking of a different team than Alamo. I don't know why I was thinking that. But it's...
he's on Ints.
I saw the Dicks at the beginning and
Alamo.
And was confused because Lenda I'm used to hearing, but...
You saw the what at the beginning?
The Dykes? Is that any better?
That's worse.
Yes, he doesn't work either way, does it?
That's worse.
It's not my fault. I didn't name him.
You just say Lenda. His name's Lenda Hunter.
Why did he put that there?
Oh, my goodness. Lenda.
Fix your name.
Lenda, Hunter, Souls, KDS, and Will. And they have had individual performances that have maybe not been the strongest. Unfortunately, they find themselves in 6th place.
Their ratings aren't too bad, though, if you look at the individual ratings outside of Will.
Yeah.
Like at least most of them are just under 1. And obviously that doesn't factor everything in. It certainly doesn't factor in their scores at the end of the day, but they're not doing terrible. They're doing better than Team 1. They're not expected to do better than Team 1. So if they continue that, Team 1's going to look pretty bad here. So there you go. Switch them around.
Production. You've been playing games with me. I was trying to get them to, like...
One of these days they're just going to make us run production, just control from here.
I mean, there was a day when Pro League used to spectate it yourself.
I was sitting here, and I was watching Piggy.
Anyway, the Elevate roster came in from Pro League. They defeated the old Elevate roster. And then Elevate was like, you know what, maybe we like...
It's like Red Devils consistent
maybe they're like, we'll have this. Black Dragons has had so many different rosters. Anyway, we just played on Border before that Clubhouse. Let's bring up the map, Vito, and see where are we going to go? That's a question worth asking.
Either of those could be repeated, probably, I think.
Could we? It depends on what the auto bans are, survey says. Consulate and Cafe. So both of them are still within play. Bank is gone. Clubhouse is gone. Villa is gone. And we're going back to Border.
All right. Well, that's your ban it is.
All right. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's Slatam and it's Border. I think there's a high chance. If I was a betting man, I'd bet on Thatcher being banned. But we saw that work out very well for FaZe. So if you're going to ban Thatcher, take a page out of FaZe's book and just shoot everyone inside the building. And you don't have to worry so much about the wall. FaZe
played around that ban very effectively. They also weren't too worried about the Buck ban. One iota.
They also went to office a lot after, pressuring the Armory the first time, taking advantage of the soft wall, reading into MIBR strategy. I mean, they were very well prepared for that ban.
What do you think? I'm actually very curious to see what this is. 54% of you think Team 1, 35% of you think Elevate. Only 11%.
A lot of faith in Team 1 to have their day in the sun here.
I mean, historically, Team 1 has been a much better team than Elevate.
Very true.
Elevate,
they have more experience.
Much more experience. There are 2 draws for Elevate, which is what makes the difference. Both teams only have a single win. That's it.
Yeah.
But only 1 loss for Elevate because they've hung tight twice.
That's all you gotta do sometimes.
With Team 1, it has not been the case. They've lost.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's been any plans announced at all, and whether or not there's going to be relegations or anything in Latin America. I actually don't know. Yeah, so I don't know.
North America and EU are expanding to 10 teams. There's been no word on whether Latin America will be doing the same. We will simply await further instruction. But we'll get underway with
Team 1 would like to know.
I mean, I'm sure both of these teams would like to know. Black Dragons is also in a similar set of circumstances.
Very true.
And Black Dragons has no movement potential. Black Dragons could finish the day in last place, actually, if Team 1 is able to secure a single point, or even all 3 points. Elevate will be starting on defense, and that means they get the very first ban. Goodbye to Nomad.
Well, there's the one I was expecting last matchup, but we had the Thatcher instead, and the Buck. We may still see one of those yet for the second ban. We saw the Nomad being pretty effective last matchup, and so you can see.
She was run almost every round, actually.
Yeah, there's the Thatcher. Right on cue.
One of the most banned operators in Latin America.
It's like they personally hate him.
The Wild Thatcher ponders his own extinction.
Yeah, going the way of the dodo. And there's the Echo ban.
Also a very common operator to be banned here, and was banned on border by FaZe. Will Mira also join
Very
the
likely.
cohorts?
Very, very likely.
Yes.
So that means Maestro going to be a dominating force on defense, as usual, when he's available.
Mhm.
We saw quite a good use of Aldo last time. We also seen a lot of Goyo today on both matches so far. Very likely, I think, if these teams, at least one of these teams, likely to do the same. See how it goes out the first round here. You're going to have Elevate on defense first. The Buck being available, Falls is going to take it. Goyo is going to get picked up by Will. Assuming he doesn't sixth pick off that. Of course, we get a second. Now it's the reveal phase. For those we were explaining earlier, there's the reveal phase. Now it's the sixth pick phase. You see the check marks in the upper right corner of the operators. And that will tell you they've confirmed their operator pick and are not sixth picking yet. They can back out to do that, but you will often see that as an indicator if someone's potentially thinking about it or just changing their loadout.
Yes.
So a little visual indicator, a little cue there for you wondering what's going on in their heads as you're watching that screen. A lot of people, somewhat critical of the extra delay that adds. I know not everyone's a fan of it, but I do like a little bit of
I have my
insight.
thoughts. I have my thoughts on sixth pick.
I know you're not a big fan of it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I do enjoy the extra bit of meat to chew on for things to talk about as what's going on, especially since sometimes the setups don't vary a terrible amount. It is just something extra, and it's not always used to great effect, but I have seen it used to great effect. I know it's got potential. But I do feel like, of course, if you took away the sixth pick, you'd have to take away the reveal phase as well, because otherwise it get tricky.
Fine.
I mean, that's how it used to be. That's how it used to be.
That would be fine. If you
It's-
got rid of
it's
those
not
things,
possible.
make a lot of sense. I don't.
Really not our decision, of course.
I mean, I have opinions on it. I think there's obviously
have
strategy
opinions.
there. You know what? I have one or two.
Yeah.
It's like when you're driving down the highway and you see somebody with a lot of bumper stickers. You think, wow,
That guy buys a lot of
they
stickers.
got a lot of opinions.
Yeah, well, you know, they have to buy them, though, and that's the sad part. You know, they can't just make it themselves.
I mean, do they have a sticker maker? I don't know. I'm not here.
Those are not hard to come by.
Those are not hard to come by. No.
No.
You can get those very easily.
Like
All
a
right.
craft store. Well, KDS.
No way you're going to
Nope.
get away with that. Luca reads him like a book. Rise takes quite a bit of damage, though. He begins his ascent, and no way they're just going to walk right into the site. Elevate has no sights whatsoever on this. There's an evil eye cam. If you see it light up, then Rise's position will be given away. He catches the bandit of Hunter. Everybody's fallen. Will takes one down. The Alda putting in some significant work. 81 bullets. My goodness, Souls just rips right through them all. Rayduct and Falls are there, and Souls will need to clobber everybody. He's got 3 kills for his trouble. Pulls the Bailiff out. He's going nowhere fast. Team 1's going to take round number 1.
That round was 55 seconds long. That's it.
Well,
That's all you can say about that.
well.
That's all you got.
That's a quick one.
We can't open the wall, so we will walk in the doors
They're
and the windows.
they're eager to get back to playing some other Ubisoft games, I guess. I don't know.
Or just hoping it'll work. I mean, it's the first round rush kind of thing, right? You see that sometimes teams want to play aggressive first round, see how it goes. Roll the dice. When they're, I talked earlier about Liquid needing to warm up, for example, their gunplay. Not everyone does T-Hunt for 2 hours before they have their match. So sometimes you need to warm up your aim, and they were hoping to warm it up in CQB quarters there. Did not work out as well as they would have liked, but at the end of the day, they won. That's all that matters. The Alda did do quite a bit of damage, but it was just the trades back and forth. The fact that they got control of the archives so quickly worked out quite well. But that was a rough one. I can imagine Elevate going to be a little more prepared for this time, but they're not bringing anything terribly different. Still going to reinforce. They are committing 3 to the triple wall, as well as 1 to the wall just to the side of it. They are definitely thinking, well, they might want to come in offices this time. Teams tend to alternate sometimes on their attacks. For this, where they'll go armory side and then they'll go offices side. And then if one of them's working, they might stick with it. If one of them's not, you'll see that a lot. And that's the nice thing about this site is it's a goodwill defend, like a site you can defend well, but also has 2 ways to attack it. So it tends to lead to a little bit of variety, which is good considering it's played a lot. As we saw last matchup, it was played, 6 times. So definitely you want to see some variety in that. We'll see Hunter being the one to play back here. He's got 1 battery in pocket in case they try to take them out. He could try and trick 1 battery.
It is actually incredible how many blind spots there were and how many just, I guess, weaknesses
Well, you saw they
Elevate had in that defense. It literally, Team 1 walked right in. Right in!
Ooh, there you go again. This time, it's going to be the Maestro to go down first. That's a really good start considering what happened last time.
One of the most impactful players and one of the most impactful operators is there's another for Raduct. Elevate, how are you putting yourself in a position where Thermite is able to kill you like this? They're crushing you at the moment. And Raduct's looking for more. All the way towards Armory, you can hear the MP5 go off. It's deep inside of the back of Armory. Luca's got his back turned. Don't pop on up. That's a team kill waiting to happen. Can you draw one out? Well, you know you got the Jaeger in there. KDS is not going to be able to do all that much. Luca goes on in. There's too many angles being held. 2 from Elevate, so it's back to a 3v3. All right, this round is just a little bit longer now. It's been a minute and a half. It's a 3v2 with Rise finding KDS. Hunter's called into action. Fellapox has been dropped as well. Get picked back up. It's Lenda versus Hunter. There's still some stim pistols, so staying power here from the dock. Tons of openings for him to be able to walk on up. Down goes Hunter. 90 seconds. That's how long this round has been so far. Lenda turns his back, and he's dead. So roughly 40 seconds longer than the previous round. That means that by round number 5, we might actually see all 3 minutes required, but still 2-0 for Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw rounds 1 on time last matchup, but it doesn't look that direction so far. I'm not a huge fan of if you ban Thatcher and you leave the wall soft. Now, I understand. You want to make it so that if they try and put a thermite charge or anything on that wall, they can't. But everyone's bringing soft destruction. If they want to open that wall up, they don't need to use thermite to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't really benefit you a whole lot to ban Thatcher and then really do the one thing that Thatcher was going to help with for them. I mean, yes, you can counter some angles, but we saw it not work out very well for MIBR. We've seen it not work out 2 rounds in a row for Elevate here. It's not the play. I mean, at this point, maybe switch bomb sites. I didn't see where they went, but they are going to go down to, okay, bathroom tellers. Not what I was recommending.
I mean, at this point, I think you got to throw a curveball. Nothing has even come close to working. And I mean, a lot of it as well, I suspect, is just Elevate not really wanting to play in a productive manner. And I don't mean that in a rude way, but it's been very clear from the velocity established from Team 1's pushes that Elevate is not obviously playing well enough and not up to snuff on what should be an easily defendable site. Team 1 is just exploiting all of their weaknesses.
When Thermite walks up with the diffuser in pocket and frags 2 of you on entry, that's not a good defense.
The best part was I don't even think he was deliberately trying to enter.
No, I think he was just like, let me see what's going on in CCTV. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
You're dead. Oh, hey, you got a friend. You're dead too. Like that. Obviously, it was a little more complicated than that, but that's pretty much how it shook out. Mm-hmm. And that's good for Thermite, I guess, but not great for Elevate. They're definitely not off to a good start. Bathroom Tellers is a difficult site to defend. You lose the top floor, you tend to lose the site more so than even with customs. They are going to come in through the soft wall of jail as well. Try and get some control of customs, then they want to get some top floor control because they need to push offices. Now they're going to push it from the opposite corner. As common for many attacks, you tend to push from the opposite corner of the map to try and take control and be able to hold some map control, because if you attack directly into where all the people are, you're not going to get a lot of map control out of that, you're going to get a lot of fights. So they're going to try and take armory lockers. In the meantime, they're going to Fellapox rotate around to the archives windows, but with maximum pressure here to try and cut off anyone from fighting back all the way up to offices. Fellapox does find one in that engagement, and that is again Soul's going down. This time he was not on the Maestro, he was on the castle. His job's done, not as big a loss, and Thermite actually drops down. So not a bad fight back here as, there we go, a finish off, but it ultimately gets traded out. Still Elevate, worse for wear, down 2 men, but almost killing 2 on Team 1.
Raduct is savable at this point, so you can go and pick yourself up, or get somebody to pick you up rather, because the only person who can pick themselves up is Zofia, by the way. Unique ability, by the way. And Team 1 now manages to get that Thermite back. They'll resuscitate him. The Bandit inside of offices, well, he's going to fight to the death. He's got a castle barricade. If there's a hatch open, he can drop down. But other than that, it might be his crypt. I don't even know if the hatch is going to be opened up, because if you lose that hatch control and a team doesn't have the hard destruction or the soft destruction, then, well, you know that you're not going to really sweat it if you're a defender. Hunter gets droned on out, and he'll move on over. One's on the window, one's on the wall. From the windows to the walls. Will Hunter get them all? No, he's going to drop.
Like
on 1 HP, he managed to get back in, so our speculation that the hatch was opened up was correct.
They're going to need that dock that they didn't have previous round.
Hunter's only 1 bullet away. Will is playing off-site. Lenda's deep inside of B, or at least was. He's now moved over to Customs, which is where we saw Will playing nearby. He's inside of what's referred to as server room. Hunter with 2 kills. All right, he pops up out of nowhere, makes his ascent back through the east stairs, as that was something that Team 1 wasn't expecting at all. Of course, there's a Valk cam up there to assist him. No surprise whatsoever. Advantage to Elevate at the moment. Gone, though, as Hunter gets spotted by the IQ. Drops on down. Lenda and Will against Fellapox and Rise. Make that just Rise. The Sophia missing their shots. Finds the smoke. Downs him. But Lenda's there to bail out his teammate. Elevate managed to win that one. It was a brutal fight. Took a lot longer. Still didn't take all 3 minutes, though. We're still going well.
Yeah. I mean, thanks to Hunter. He's on, like, single-digit HP. Comes back upstairs for X2. That was unexpected and really the only reason they won that round. I mean, yeah, there could have been other plays. Things could have gone other ways. Obviously, I'm not being literal. But that was a round-changing play. I mean, yes, he died after. But he also was trying to hold off the office for a while before burnt some time. On top of that, not the time seemed to matter in these rounds so far. But still, well played. And they succeeded on an off bomb site, which means, yeah, they have to rotate off of it. They wouldn't want to play Bathroom Tellers 2 rounds in a row anyway. So now they can go somewhere, in theory, better. So good on Elevate to win the off-site. Mostly just maybe putting Team 1 kind of off-putting a little bit to them. And they're going to go Vents. Seeing Armory Lockers has not been in their favor. No. It is weird to see how many teams are winning on attack on Armory Lockers with Thatcher Band, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's Latin America, though. We saw Team Liquid last week ban a Thatcher and then win an abundance of attacks on Villa without a hard breacher. Let me repeat this for people that are not listening. Team Liquid, with a Thatcher ban on defender-favored Villa, won the majority of their attacks without a hard breacher.
Yeah.
I mean, there are teams that wish they had the level of ingenuity that Team Liquid often has on their takes. This is a very smart team, but that is just simply unheard of.
Here's what's interesting to me. This is so in vogue in Latin America. They are very, very practiced on it. They know it inside and out, and that's why you have teams like Liquid able to pull it off. What happens come Invitational? When they start doing that to EU and NA teams that are not well practiced without Thatcher.
Well, that's the thing. Now that we're starting to see Thatcher bans in the other regions, in large part because of the Mutant Mozzie prominence that we have, there are teams that get used to it. And because you ban Thatcher so often in Latin America, teams prep for that. I mean,
we don't see the Mutant Mozzie here, so that's going to be a weird crowd.
Well, it's true, but in Raleigh, the Latin America team still defended Thatcher an awful lot at the 6 major. And I spoke with a number of the non-Latin America teams. They all said the same thing. There we go, it's back. They all said the same thing. They said, of course, we prepped for it, and we just scrimmed where we would ban Thatcher, or we would ask the opposing team to ban Thatcher, and we would prep ourselves for it.
Of course, they're going to prep for it. I'm just really
absolutely.
To see, now that it's been such a long-term thing, and like you said, it's bled to other regions. How will that shake down? Especially with Mute Mozzie being very prevalent in the other regions, but not so much in Latin America. They're the ones who are going to have to do the prep for how do we deal with so much information denial, or do they care? Are they just ready to just face check everything? It's going to be tricky. I definitely think one region or another, if they're not prepared, could be at a huge disadvantage come Invitational. Either way, Lenda looking to have a huge advantage here on a run out. If he can catch someone on repel, but no one repelling that side of the building, KDS can rotate down so he can defend sight. But Lenda just waiting for an opportunity, not even checking in cam, just peek out. I doubt they're likely to catch him, but they should probably know that that wall's open if they were prepared.
Souls was not prepared. That is a good way of putting it now. And the Zofia finished off, so 1 for Elevate. Everybody's just firing at each other. And 2 for Elevate as Team 1 is not able to get their guns on target at all. Radak's still alive watching the hatch above, but a minute to go. There's quite a bit of action, and then a brief calm before the storm. Or I guess you could have called that the storm before the storm. Hunter's been down. He's going to try to crawl to safety. Fellapox misses. Lenda takes quite a bit of damage. Fires back. He gets Raduct. Collect your kills, why don't you, Fellapox? That's 2. You're inside of the site. Do you have the diffuser in your hand? Nope. Nobody has the diffuser in hand, but the Jaeger is outside. Will he be able to get to safety? It's going to rely a lot on Will to be able to dig him out. Lukid goes down, even though KDS is fully spotted. Fellapox is way too keen to take out Will. And man, sloppy gunfights. This whole match has been an utter mess for both of these teams. And Elevate will now take it 2-2.
It's really, I mean, so you ban the Thatcher, you're prepared to take Armory with that. It seems like that's all they prepared for in terms of being able to do it, because Elevate seemed to be just, we'll play the off-sites and we'll win on those, and again, like you said, a lot of sloppy gunfights, a lot of aggression from Team 1 that worked the first 2 rounds on Armory, but not the other bomb sites. Now we go back to Armory. So the real question for me is, will they get away with it a third time on Armory, or does all of a sudden Elevate actually run away with this on defense because T1 are just so eager to get into gunfights without necessarily even the intel on them? They might just not be droning very well. A lot of times they're just peeking things and don't necessarily know the position of the player, and it's hurting them. Linda actually going to bring out the mute that will continue to assist with that, I suppose. So, not a bad idea. I mean, I'd still like to see the Mute Mozzie combo. Sometimes it makes me wonder if they're just allergic to Thatcher and Mozzie. I mean, if you're in Latin America, you don't need to ban Mozzie since no one wants to play it. It's so weird to me for such a strong operator.
Have we seen a Mozzie today? I don't think we have, actually.
No, not to my knowledge.
I don't think we've seen a Mozzie today.
It's so weird because he's so good. I don't know. I mean, everyone has, each region kind of has their own meta, and it definitely shows. You definitely see each region play very different, very kind of unique to the way they play against each other. But as I put in earlier, that gets a lot more dynamic when you come to the international play. And so far outside of Liquid's win in Atlantic City, it hasn't paid off for Latin America. That doesn't mean they haven't had good matches and close calls. But EU so far, having been the dominant region in international events, it's not looking great in that sense. So hopefully they're well prepared to deal with Mozzie later. But in this case, in this round, it's just going to be Mute to worry about. But if they continue to play aggressive like this without necessarily having a ton of intel, probably going to hurt them. They don't have the Valkyrie this time, though, to provide extra intel for Elevate. But you're not going to be playing a ton of off-site on this particular bomb site. So it's not as big a deal. They are going to go try and take CCTV again because they want... If you're playing aggressive, you want to have a lot of flank quickly. Yes.
Speaking of aggressive.
Well, the Thermite not going to get 2 picks early this time. He gets a little...
That could be a fatal blow. Like, within 40 seconds, this could be the round when you consider that a Thermite was now taken off. Now, I would say that's maybe not as important as KDS gives himself away. I don't know if he was aware that for just a second he had revealed his position. Not ideal. Another missed fight from Team 1. Man!
Are they going to use drones? Or
They are
Rise going to throw them and not use it?
I mean, with the way some of them are aiming, Emzo, I would say that they're basically just drones as humans at this point.
At least they're not default cams.
1 minute and 10 seconds in, and Rise and Falls, both at 50 HP. Down goes Rise. It's all on Falls' shoulders. The rise and fall of Team 1. Are they able to pull anything off? TCSG exploding debris all around Falls, and there it goes. That was less than a minute and a half. All right, well, now Elevate has taken 3 in a row on one of the craziest matches that we've seen so far this season.
I mean, I have a tip for Team 1. It's going to be a little out of left field, but...
Please proceed.
Drone. I hear that from other regions that is a good idea, and they have found much success with that when Mute Mozzie is not a thing. So, Team 1, as you saw, a lot of face checking. A lot of let's run in with an Ash and win our gunfights. Oh, wait, there was another guy there. We didn't expect that because we didn't drone. Let's throw our drones in a hallway and then just take fights. I mean, are they just using drones as distractions at this point? Do they think they're flashbangs? I mean, I'm not sure what to think of Team 1's play. It looked like it was great at first when Elevate was unprepared for it. But Elevate have stepped up their game, and they're even going to bring a Mozzie. They're like, you don't want a drone? We're going to make sure the one time you do, you're not going to be able to get anywhere with it. And in fact, we'll capture your drone and then use it against you. They're going to be playing customs. So they have done the full tour of sites. Something you don't see very often on Border, actually, is for everyone to play all of them, outside of teams like Vitality, who will tend to do more like that.
Which is strange. I mean, well, it's strange because, as you mentioned, Border is not really a map that has that same flexibility, but I mean, the only site that is currently open outside of Customs is Bathroom Tellers. And are you going to go there? No, because you're not lunatics. You're not lunatics.
Yeah. And
at least we don't think they are.
I don't know. They're playing like lunatics right now.
That is very accurate.
Elevate, though, just seem to be able to counter the aggression a little bit and then also have the backup to it. When you see, for example, the Jaeger, right? He peeks out, gets 1 kill, peeks too aggressively, gets punished for it, but then there's a backup. You have the Mute in there. He's ready for them to push. They're continuing to be ready for the aggression. And again, without Team 1 droning to be prepared for the counter aggression, it's flat out not working anymore. And I don't know if they're just falling back on the success of those first 2 rounds, or they're really just keen to get this over with and stay in last place, but at least they'll get a grenade kill on Mozzie.
How are you getting a grenade kill less than 30 seconds into a round? I don't...
Where was the positioning like?
How does this happen?
I'm not sure.
Again, how does this happen? Like, how do you get a frag grenade kill? You know where?
Are we watching Siege right now?
What I would imagine is he was probably playing in jail or detention, and they tossed a frag grenade in jail or detention, and he died.
But I thought I saw his body all the way over by Tellers.
There's another kill. Now, Elevate
right.
re-engaging.
Traded
ADS
for
in a
the
position,
kill.
looking down east stairs. He could possibly get a pick here as well.
He's looking the wrong direction, though, unfortunately.
Lenda picks up 2. There's now almost half the lobby is dead in less than a minute. These teams are they have somewhere to be. I think they have somewhere to go.
Yeah, they have
They need to end this match as quickly as they possibly can.
I feel like they were like, this could be a 6-6, so let's just get it over with.
It's like in the pregame lobby. We don't get to hear it. They're like, everybody come on in. Everybody come on in.
I saw Will talking.
Everybody come on in. Okay, hold on. We need to end this match really quickly.
Yeah.
All right, everybody leave.
So we're going to ban Thatcher and you guys run it. Okay? And we'll just see how it shakes down.
And that's basically where we are right now.
Yeah. So far, I mean, it's not even that close from being a tie right now either. It's just 1 up for Elevate.
Double drone for Souls. He gets 1. Blind. Can't get Felipox. He downs him, but he doesn't know. He was completely unable to see.
Well, that's not going to help Felipox.
Rise now in a position to push in.
Oh no, an ADS is at the wrong time.
Terrible timing there from Souls. That would have been a very easy kill for him if he just had kept his eyes on the prize. But if either member of Team 1 decides to drop, oh look, they do have drones. They do have drones. If they happen to drop, there are members of Elevate waiting very patiently. Hunter positioned over by jail, Lenda over by bottom of the main stairs. You've got the 2 ways in covered. There's no way Elevate loses this, right?
You never know how these go down.
Well, alrighty then. Lenda goes down. Team 1 now has the lead. They could tie this half 3-3. Felipox is still low. He's got Diffuser. Keep in mind that the person who's going to be planting that Diffuser is very, very low. Hunter's position given away. A nice lad. Takes out 1. A single bullet, but he aims a little too high. Felipox clutches the round. How about a 3-3 half? 3-3 half.
And I want to bring
one of the slowest rounds that we saw.
Elevate is the only one of these 2 teams to play this map during the season. You want to guess what the score was?
Tell me.
6-6. So, like I said, they want to get that over with quickly. They're already at the 3-3 half. We've had a very speedy start. I feel like they've shaved off a good at least 5 to 6 minutes minimum of normal play, just off the aggression.
They are. They're trying to send us home in a hurry. Like I said, I don't know what it is. They want to be out of this lobby really quickly.
And I know we see a lot of aggression from Latin America, but this is pretty much almost the pinnacle of it. I feel like it's rare to see them this aggressive.
Yes.
And this many trades that fast. But Gridlock, we were just talking about not the most effective on this map. They're going to bring it out anyways. And Twitch, actually, we have seen very little of since the nerf. Mozzie going to get brought out by Team 1, so they wanted to deny some droning. And that's actually going to hurt the Twitch, which was, I believe, 6th pick too. So, they, that's problematic for the Twitch because, I mean, yes, you can't jump over a Mozzie anyways, but your ability to get into other positions that might get around the Mozzie, say through windows and things like that, now has to be manually thrown through. So that is still problematic for the Twitch. Twitch drone, that is the one downside to it, is the inability to drone. It's still pretty quiet though, so it's still very good as a drone. But Mute Mozzie now in play from Team 1 means, well, Souls is mostly just going to have to rely on that F2. And with the nerf to the magazine size, while it hasn't stopped Twitch from being a Slayer, it stopped a lot of multi-kills from happening. The ability to kind of whip from one kill to the other. We see a lot of players now having to reload because the high fire rate means you run out of bullets fast. So you got to reload.
It's really hard to balance that gun. Because if you can't touch the rate of fire on it, then how else are you really going to change it? Because it's an absolute bullet hose, right? And you're absolutely right. I mean, how many times when there were over 30 bullets in that gun, those 4 bullets can make a huge difference, especially when a single bullet to the head is a death.
Well, no, you pointed out it's more in line with the Vector.
Yeah, I mean, it still does really, really low damage, and I don't think people often remember that.
It's the recoil jumps straight up to the head, pretty much. You can fire at hip height and just let it rip, and you pretty much hit the head.
Yes. Will is going to try and cut away at this panel. He's already got the first part open. Assisting his teammates. He and Souls have drones stacked up over on east stairs. As these teams... Drones? It's a different team right now.
Yeah.
Elevate is on attack. Team 1 did not have any drones for the first half of this match.
Well, that's why...
I don't know why.
That's why Team 1's bringing Mute Mozzie.
That is correct. They want Elevate to have as few drones as they have.
Speaking of, Felipox actually has one now.
And he's caught it, but he's not going to be able to do too much with it if he dies very quickly. Frag grenade goes in. You can see the shoulder shrug. Quite a lot of damage, but he's waiting. He's waiting ever so patiently.
I like how he left that up for his teammate to watch it when they come around the corner so he can be ready for it and not have to peek the window.
Yes. He's got even less HP now as he engages and isn't able to do any damage. C4 goes out, there's nobody there. Frag grenade goes down, it's enough to damage him. And, well, can you collect the kill? A drone will skate by. Lenda should be able to get this.
They won't know that they downed him yet. Oh, there we go.
They had the drone on him. 2 kills for Elevate as Ray Duct is able to get 1, but then he gets punished by Souls. That F2, a very quick reload, as you noted, lower on bullets. Both Lukid as well as Falls are playing side by side as this is a workshop defense. Don't be confused. The very first defense for Team 1 and Elevate is on the main floor. So all this action that's occurred upstairs with a minute left on the clock, all it is for is map control. It's not even necessarily for the objective.
Now the slowest round we've seen.
Also, only hard destructor for Elevate is Will, the Maverick, and that's an operator that he is very familiar with. We also mentioned that there's no Nomad. Well, she's banned. This time, we're going to see a gridlock. So, hey, your flank routes, you might be deprived of the ability to get back to site quickly. And for both for Falls and Lukid, that's going to be up to them. Beautiful shot from Rise. That is a nice, clean shot on the Hunter. So any anti-flank opportunity is now gone as the gridlock is punished. So is Falls, though, as KDS is able to refrag.
Oh, careful here. You can easily overpeak this. A shotgun might almost work better for you, but he's hoping to spray directly into the face.
Zofia of KDS is watching above, and now Rise preps the Nitro Cell, tosses it up, drops the Zofia. Somehow the SMG-11 does not win that. 1 HP on the Zofia, and Lukid with Nitro Cell in hand just needs to stop the diffuser from going down. That's an easy play for him. Team 1 just needs to hold off. You got to grab the diffuser and start to plant, and where are you going to do it? You're going to do it right below you. Is there a Valkyrie camera in sight? Yes, there is, but you get the wrong mark. Go for it. You can't land the shots. Will is still at full HP. Lukid will not allow the diffuser to be stopped, and Elevate have the objective down and will need to play around it. Will Lukid be able to drop? He's got a lot of soft destruction. He finds KDS, but the Zofia was only on 1 HP anyway, so it's not that big of a deal, though. 1 HP can still frag. If Will is his back turned, Lukid could capitalize off of this. Nitro Cell goes out. It'll make a bunch of noise, and unholy racket as Lukid heads back in, and there's obviously a Valkyrie camera inside of the site. Continuous marks going down. Flash gets tossed. Lukid evades it. Unable to get to the bomb chassis. Will secure the kill while the diffuser continues to tick away in the background, and Elevate will regain the lead 4-3.
Does anyone ever fall for the, I'm going to throw a C4 this way and then run the other way? I mean, at this point, it's like you're pretty much telegraphing you're going to run the other way.
That is true.
But, hey, Elevate. Looking pretty good, I guess. I mean, Maverick is such a weird choice for this map. I mean, where are you really getting a lot of value out of Maverick? Maybe if you want to poke some holes. You're not going to use
but it did work there.
No, but not because of his utility. Because he's got a good gun and he's a 3-speed.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's an odd choice for me because Habana you could definitely get use out of. Well, Montaigne. Will hears that and decides to go to Monty. So you're going to have a Monty and a Lion and a gridlock. This is really going to be a fun round for Team 1. They're going to go to Armory now. They did lose Vents. It was not a bad choice. It was just the Valkyrie being stuck upstairs. And really, the double pings actually working against him, as you mentioned, him not knowing which of those was the defuse planter. Had he stopped the defuse plant, that probably would have been enough, because, well, then they're just going to have to plant and hope you don't shoot him in the head again. So it was decently well played, but not enough to win the round. Team 1 will try the more conventional site. Elevate in the lead here. I mean, Team 1 started out with the 2-round lead at the beginning, and then it just seemed like pushback from Elevate. The Monty and Lion could be enough again to push it back. They are going to continue with the Mozzie, though. They did do a good job denying at least a lot of the droning to some extent, as well as even capturing a drone for a moment.
Bomb located by attackers.
But this is a different site, different way to play it. You're going to see Falls set up a shield, possibly to play in there, or just to have Rise play inside CCTV. See how they can place out here. Lenda all the way up at double digits already, as well as KDS doing pretty well. So Elevate definitely looking good as far as kills go. And well, there's certainly a lot of kills going on. That was, as we were talking about, just probably the longest round we've seen so far. And it was still just down to the wire. So we'll see if this will be another slow one with Monty in play, especially.
I'm very curious to see what they're going to be able to pull off here. No hard breacher yet again. You mentioned the gridlock. There's a Lion.
Sometimes Monty is an answer to having no hard breacher because you've got to push more. But guess who's on Lukid is Legion, so.
Yeah, the best counter to Montaigne that you're going to see, the Mountain, as they call him, and well, he will get escorted on in. The door gets opened up. and you just need to plant right behind him.
Yeah, this is a very...
This
an
is
old
so
school way,
damn
yeah.
cheeky, it just might work.
It really used to.
Souls is on in, but he's not planting behind the Monte, and he in fact starts to plant in the middle of the toxic canister. A Nitro Cell goes off. He somehow manages to avoid it. Oh my goodness, everybody is getting in on this, and Souls will stick it, and then hop out the window. No, he dies to Felipox. An absolute calamity unfolding in front of us. Down below, Lenda's then able to open up the floor so he can watch that diffuser, and then there goes the hatch as well. Will somebody drop on down? Well, one has. The Maestro drops, but on the other side of the map, and he'll creep on up. Lenda's position could be given away by that red laser barrel, or laser sight underneath his barrel.
Attackers need to protect it.
Nobody's really doing much of anything. Raydux completely blind, doesn't see Lenda. There goes KDS, pushing on in. It's Rise against Will and Lenda. If he starts to defuse, there's the buck below, and he'll be credited with the kill. Elevate, another round. They play that one perfectly. They are now up 5-3.
Tell you what, Souls is a brave man. I love that we just had the view of him just sitting there like, I'm gonna finish this plant no matter what. Everyone dying around him, smoke on either side of him. Monty forced push back. He did it. He stuck it. And that's why they won that round, because he was able to finish it. And I like the idea in some respects. The point is, the Monty comes up, right? And you expect the plant behind the Monty. Knowing they have a smoke, the smoke's gonna go for that. The fact that the smoke smoked both was smart. But that was also, what took away one of the smokes. And he was actually able to just barely find a spot between the two smokes. And that was just the slightest misplay by Smoke. But the fact that he smoked at both the spots was smart. It was just, I like the idea of using Monty almost as more of a decoy in that sense, because we used to see that. That used to be a strategy, was walk Monty up to that door, plant behind him. And that
Souls almost died though. That's what I think we're overlooking in this.
Well, that's what I mean, is he just barely made it work, because the Smoke didn't play terrible. I liked the idea, but it was, he absolutely could have gotten killed because Smoke hit both spots.
Yeah. Oh, well. Very close. Souls was in the middle of it all. Somehow we use the phrase threading the needle quite a lot, and in this instance, he really threaded the needle. Both smoke canisters missing him. The first one did some damage, which prompted him to relocate, and then the Nitro Cell also missing him as well.
So then they really sewed that round up. Your silence means a lot.
I chuckled.
Okay.
I was really sewed that one up because you thread the needle. I like those kind of puns, man.
Okay.
I like it.
Safety first.
Thank you.
That was a lot of utility placed outside.
Yes.
That was an interesting choice.
Maestro cams outside, not always the play, especially if there's a sledge on the board. You
I
can
like the
elevate
sneaky
lineup.
ADS, though, if they try and shoot it.
Yes. Will people be expecting that?
Well, they're certainly going to now that he droned it. A drone in play? What? It's certainly working out for Elevate. They're... You just saw the ADS!
Oh, boy.
Lenda!
It's going to be one of these.
Yeah, that was 100% a misplay. Maybe he was thinking it would land just on the corner before it hit the ADS, but you don't take that chance. I know there's no Thatcher, but have someone rappel up and shoot it. Either way. Not a smart play. That's just one grenade down. Certainly not the end of the world. They're again going with the Monty and Lion. Here goes the Lion.
They'll rush on in. Track Stingers will go. There's some marks. Down goes the smoke. Team 1 is just being fed right now to the grinder that is Elevate. Lukid can't drop. He sees the spikes beneath him. He'll take some damage and also be slowed in the process. This is a workshop defense. The Monty looked to go in and maybe get the diffuser down, but Will's going to wait. He's only on 25 HP, so he can be taken out. Another E1D will go as Lenda takes out Rise. Can't land the shots, though. Diffuser goes off. Third round in a row for Elevate. They are clobbering Team 1. Felipox will need some hero plays, but, well, he dies. Lukid, last one up. That's it. You got to drop.
Oh, no.
Those track stingers are still there, Lukid. They're still there. And you're going to have to take a moment. Just collect your thoughts, young man. At the top of metal detectors, the T1 does formidable damage. 12 bullets left in the magazine. He's going to run right into the Zofia, and he gets taken out by 2 explosive blasts. Elevate, the utter disrespect.
I can't tell if it was an accident or BM at that point.
That was definitely deliberate.
Well, Elevate.
Those things do like 50 damage, by the way.
Yeah, you gotta hit pretty close. It's not a huge splash, but
No, it's not. No splash, though.
Certainly splashy that play there. But 6-3 in the match that started out with Team 1 storming in. Now they're just as fast storming out. This is a swift one. And Terrell, it's happening. 7-3.
7-3s.
Possibility.
Is it? It's the wrong team, though. It should be Team 1 getting 7-3.
Yeah.
Because now it's going to be right aligned, where all the others have been left aligned.
Yeah. Well, maybe it'll be right aligned in the next match as well, and then it's like a symmetrical thing, and it's fine.
I mean,
It's fine then. It'll look nice in my notebook because I have the first 2 matches on one page and then second 2 matches on the second page.
I had Team Liquid on the right in my notebook. I had FaZe on the left, and I have Elevate on the right, which means that if that continues, Nip will defeat Ints.
Well,
But now it's the Caster's Curse.
there you go. So I'm sorry for Nip. You had a good run. We will
It's
see.
like the literal equivalent of like flipping a coin.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly felt like that this match. But so far, the coin's been landing on Elevate's favor big time. These Lion Monty plays.
This match has been bananas. This has been this has been one of the most.
Pookie?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm trying to think of a word that people don't interpret to be rude, because I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, it has
Well, you
been,
just disclaimed it. Say whatever you want.
it has been a chaotic mess.
Yeah.
A chaotic mess. So
I mean, you can't say that the way these rounds have been working out was planned. It was really down to just how
oh no,
things
I
went in the
okay.
match.
So I will say that Elevate's executes have been excellent, which was the first half. Team 1 versus Elevate with Elevate on defense was a gong show, but this second half, Elevate's attacks have been really good, and something that we don't all see all that often. It's very reminiscent of when Liquid used to be extremely aggressive with their Ying Lion plays.
Very true.
Already Legion's getting hint, and that's going to be Will who finds the first one.
Not a big deal.
I mean,
just gonna
it's just a
slow
little
down.
bit of damage, but there's a smoke on the board. Keep that in mind. Monty's greatest nemesis in this particular situation. But it's going to be Souls with the diffuser again, not the Montaigne, so a bit of a difference.
Which
Enough of a
makes sense.
distinction to warrant.
It's important because Monty wasn't able to get the plant down early on in that smoke push when it looked like they should have been able to get it down.
Yep.
Had to wait a little bit longer, and mostly just counted on the fact they shot right over his head.
Yes.
So yeah, this is smarter. Have the Lion do it, because he can hit the Lion and then start to stick it, and then just pull off later.
It's a good spot for the smoke, but if he gives himself away, well, he's going to be in a major set of circumstances that you don't want to find yourself in. But the members of T1 that are currently holed up inside of monitors will give their position away. The bait works. 2 kills for Team 1. They have the opening salvo and the upper hand in this particular match, but there's Souls to find one. Hunter on Repel looking for another onto Falls. He'll be getting some calls. It's actually Luke that's in there now. The Toxic Canister will go over ahead of the Montaigne, and Will have to back on up. His advance will be stopped by a Goo Mine. 2 Goo Mines make that. As Rayduct peeks out, and the Maestro gets punished for it. A second kill for Elevate will put these teams back at even. It took about a minute to find themselves in position. Elevate will lose another body to Lukid. Souls will not be in the rest of this matchup. 1 minute and 10 seconds left. This round will be without the Lion. And Amonte in play, holding that diffuser, basically means that it's going to be Hunter in a 1v3. Unable to outdo the Legion. This should very easily be Team 1's round. No 7-3, unless the Monty can perform a miracle. Will punishes Lukid, who gets a little bit too close. But you got to find both a Smoke, who might help some Toxic Canister still in his repertoire, as well as a Goyo.
I mean, at this point, anything could happen.
There's a Smoke to cut off vision from monitors as well, as Will just presses on in. Forward we go. Press forward, as Montaigne would say. He's going to just go right at
Hello.
box, and you just charge on in. There's not exactly much you can do. Team 1 wins round.
Well, that's one. Mostly down to just a couple early kills starting to put them in a man disadvantage that with the Monty in play actually kind of hurt them a bit because in some respects you are playing in a 4v5
Yes,
to start with. Not all respects.
some respects.
Just enough to lose that round. So Team 1 finally winning a defense, but it's on Armory Lockers now. They've got to go somewhere else. Vents. Probably not going to see a huge rush this time, though. But you never know. They could go with it. They are not picking a Monty to start with. Could see it in the 6th pick here. Very few of them have confirmed. I think they're discussing what they want to go with because you see 3 of them unconfirmed at the moment. And there's the Ash instead. They want to go with still an aggressive play. The Thermite, just a tease, breaching hard walls in this matchup. Are you kidding me? It's not going to happen. It was just a joke.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Back to the norm
Yeah.
for Elevate, and they don't want to choke this one out. They are guaranteed a single point.
Might as well finish it, especially when you're doing a lot better than Team 1. Might as well continue to increase that gap.
I actually think I had Elevate winning.
Well, there you go.
I believe I did.
I probably picked Team 1 like a numbskull.
I don't think many people pick Elevate, man. So
I know. I mean, I should have probably after because they've been having a little more success than Team 1. I just wasn't sure if that could continue.
I'm not entirely sure. Let's take a look.
Problem is I didn't flip a coin today.
I did indeed pick
I should have picked the same as you this week.
I picked Liquid, FaZe, Elevate, and Nip. Okay, there's a number of people who picked Elevate. Hap, Kickstar, Melly.
For those of you who aren't
myself.
familiar, CGG does caster predictions
That's
and
correct.
talent predictions where we all just kind of pick who we think we're going to win for the week.
Flynn picked Team 1. Suck it, Flynn.
Wow. Hey, it's still possible. Well, I guess you can't win. Never mind.
Yeah, they can't.
But you could lose as well. Because you didn't pick draw.
That's true.
Win, lose,
I
or
don't
draw.
think anybody picked draw for this one, so.
Dev Marta, if anyone, would have been the one to do it.
Deep.
He likes draws.
Will Elevate be able to pull this one through? They had 3 impressive rounds on attack. Team 1 was answering back on round number 10. Still 2 rounds to go, and Elevate have 3 points that they need. They entered the day in 6th place with 5 points. They could vault up to 8 points. Not bad. Team 1 are on 3 points. If they're not able to secure a single point, they're in trouble.
Yeah, they're looking like it so far, but this is a slower attack. No Monty smoke rushes this time. We're going to have to do this a little more carefully. But they do like the drone on Elevate, so that's already a leg up they have.
Yes.
They do have to deal with Mute Mozzie, though, so it's a leg down they have. If that is a...
1 leg up, 1 leg down.
Yeah,
Are they
it's-
dancing?
I would hope so.
It's a hoedown, a jig,
It's kind of looked like one.
something like that. River dancing, maybe?
Yeah, that would explain a lot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it would. There goes the door inside of Archive. Shotgun out, and KDS will see the position of somebody in there as, well, the shotgun blast goes. Falls off rappel. Goes right back on. Swings on in. Very routine. Opening pick from Elevate. KDS almost losing his life to the volley of bullets that's tossed out from Team 1. It looked like it was Rise playing that. Hunter credited with that very first kill. He trades 50 HP for a frag. That's not bad. I'd take that trade. I'll take that trade.
Especially when you're man advantage, you didn't lose anyone in the process. They just need to deal with Fellapox. They've done it before.
The panel is gone, and Lenda will be able to open it up, which means that Fellapox is going to be in trouble unless he gets very aggressive. He might have somebody playing inside of Archives to watch. Lucid's over on monitors, but
Oh, Mozzie got a drone.
he did indeed. He'll go onto his belly, and the ADS will catch the projectiles there. Lucid picks up onto Hunter. So Lucid is playing over by monitors. Fellapox engages. He downs the Zofia. I don't know exactly what happened. It looked like it was a bit of a delayed reaction, but he still gets it anyway. KDS will be able to surely get picked up. He picks himself up instead of relying on a teammate. This is very winnable for Team 1 now. They find themselves primed to be able to take 2 in a row. What will Elevate do to get out of this situation?
If someone can cover Fellapox, he's got 2 drones now to work with. But he dies instead.
Tries to jump out the window, and down goes the Mozzie. Pre-fires all the way into Archives to see if somebody from Team 1 will take this fight. It's a workshop take. That's well played from Rise onto Soul. Won't be able to pick up the second kill. He'll try his best, but it's ultimately in vain. Look at Will and KDS's HP. They are both so low. A strong gust of wind would be enough to knock down 2 of the 3 members of this team. If Lenda dies, then almost all of Elevate's chances evaporate with him. But here we go, 10 seconds, 3 points on the board for Team 1. Down goes Luke and falls in a 1v3. Can he stop it? No! Elevate shuts the door on a comeback.
Wow.
It's no 7-3 scoreline, but by the skin of their teeth, Elevate will take the matchup against Team 1. Not a surprise given the standings, but a surprise given the pedigree.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know if he's saying good games, that was thanks for the free points. I don't know. That might be some BM. Who knows from Elevate? Spicy.
Yeah.
If so. We don't speak Portuguese. We can't tell.
It's
And
probably better this way.
Elevate gets 3 points. They'll take 8 points on the day, and they will get out of 6th place. For Team 1, they will end the day in dead last.
Impressive attacks from Elevate. First off, they used drones. Already a good thing. And second off, those Monty plays worked out quite well. And even when they pulled off of it, they still played pretty well. It was down to the low health that was kind of iffy, but they still had a man advantage. And all they had to do was just get kills or even trade those, and it would have been enough to win the round. That's pretty much what they did. Just great play from players like Lenda, and it just... Team 1 seemed completely unprepared for defense. I mean, they did at least try and stop the drone. They were like, okay, these guys drone, or we're going to be prepared for it. You saw Mozzie capturing drones, but never capitalized on that. He was always in too aggressive of a position.
Yes.
That play from Fellapox never really benefited him too much, fortunately.
And you got to consider, Elevate banned Nomad. It was Team 1 that banned Thatcher, and Elevate on attack were so graceful in how they worked around a Thatcher ban.
Yeah.
No Thatcher, no problem.
I do want to note, though, that at least Will did make good use of Maverick. Now, I was saying, like, you know, what's with the Maverick? They did use it in terms of softening the wall, you know, the Maverick tricking the wall so they could open it up, and it does require a little extra utility to do that, but it worked well enough. Like you said, they worked around the problems, whether it be a Monty or Maverick. It worked either way. Kudos to Elevate, who are looking a lot better than expected this season already.
And those are 3 points for them. So we will see at the end of the day where they finish. But before, we have another match with some pretty big impact on the standings. Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be going up against the #1 team of Ints. After the break, we'll have our last matchup of Playday number 5. It's our final matchup of the day coming at you here from Katowice, Poland. My name is Intero. This is Emzo. Thanks so much for tuning in. We have Team Ninjas in Pajamas, one of the top 2 teams from last season.
Yeah.
Going up against the current surprise top team this season of INTS.
Just goes to show you comfort does matter when you're playing. So, Team Ninjas in Pajamas?
People are not going to get that.
It was 2. It's 2 over there? All right.
The Pajamas reference was good. No, it was
Too
a good
delayed,
one.
too
It was a
delayed,
good
I
one.
guess.
I liked it a lot.
Timing's everything. INTZ have had a very interesting run. They managed to shut down Liquid, which was a big surprise to a lot of teams. Ninjas in Pajamas, as you mentioned, very good last season. Not perfect this season, but still not doing bad. This is going to be interesting. Ninjas in Pajamas have not really changed up too much, and they are very good players. So there's no reason for them to lose this, but INTZ, with Alamo, which we'll get to their roster in a second, have looked very strong. They've had their ups and downs, but overall, Ninjas in Pajamas should be able to continue this if they were properly prepared for INTZ. They've had a chance to see how they're going to play through 4 play days and should be better prepared, I hope, if they're doing their job right. But you never know. We've seen crazy matchups already today.
Their opponents coming in, as you mentioned. You need to be prepared for them. INTZ, they start the day off in first place. Yeah, they got a bundle.
As long as they play Thermite. Let's
Look at, where's his fist up? Where's his fist up? Not yet. Not yet.
It's cute.
There it is.
Action figure. Doesn't that look like an action
They do
figure?
look like action figures.
Hey,
Very-
Kung Fu action.
Alamo, Duds, Drunks, VNX, and Vits. A very similar roster to what we used to see of
A lot of Z's, though. Makes me think they're going to sleep.
a lot of Zeds.
Yeah. Oh,
think-
Zeds. Are you British
I
now?
think they. Well, no.
Is it Zed in Canada?
Yes, it is. It's
You
Zed.
guys are weird.
You know, it's Zed everywhere except for your country.
It's too long for a letter. Z is Z and E.
Z is.
You can imagine with
presumably Z is ZEE, whereas Z is ZED. It's the same thing. Who's Zed? Zed's dead. baby.
And I say that as someone who's
Zeds.
MZO, but nonetheless, either way, Alamo has looked very good on this team. Rating aside, VNX as well, who was someone that was picked up from one of the Red Devils teams, kind of hurt them quite a bit because he was a strong player and they
Wasn't Drunks,
him.
VNX, and Vits all on Red
Were they
Devils
all?
at some point? I think most of this team
I can't keep
was
track of
on
it anymore.
was on Red Devils at one point. The old
Probably.
Red Devils roster.
Yeah.
Because there
One
was
of
an
2 or
old-
3.
There was an old Red Devils roster, and then there was a new Red Devils roster. Just there was an old Black Dragons roster and a new Black Dragons.
Well, the way Red Devils would work it is they would pick up a team that they knew was going to elevate from Challenger League on up, and they would ride them up, and it worked very well.
Yes.
And then they would ride them back down, and then pick someone else and ride them up.
It's very and Elevate's already done that once. We'll see if they'll do it again. We'll bring up with all the maps. Bring all the maps up. There you go. They're
All right.
all up on your screen.
2 borders,
Border
1
and consulate.
Well,
We start
no border.
You start with Clubhouse, double border. We know we're not going to go back to border.
Oh, no. It's possible.
We're going to go to Clubhouse. So
All
we
right.
started the day on Clubhouse. We're going to end the day on Clubhouse with a beautiful border sandwich in
Bookended.
the middle. The Clubhouse will be the bookends or the sandwich, whatever you want to say.
Adorable.
And then after this, the community vote. I am going to be very surprised by this one. I have a feeling because INTS is a team that, well, I mean, they kind of came out of nowhere. People did not expect them to be as strong as they are. Ninjas in Pajamas are usually a very good team, and 63% of you say Ninjas in Pajamas, 28%.
This map does favor Ninja Pajamas. They had last ban, so it was their choice because they banned Cafe. They are the someone with a success on this map. They played
Yes.
it earlier against Team 1, did quite well on that. So, but that means, of course, they showed things. Not that that matters a huge amount in a region that knows each other very well.
Yes.
So I don't think that's going to be a huge influence, but it does mean Ninja Pajamas are capable of winning very well on this map. So INTZ, but that was against Team 1, and we saw how well Team 1 just played, and it was not impressive. So INTZ going to have to play a little bit better, because it's not like Team 1 got 0 points when they played against Ninja Pajamas. But we have seen some interesting bans, some interesting play so far on border and sometimes on Clubhouse. What will we see here?
There we go.
It was just slightly delayed. We like to make sure it's going to work.
I was wondering when it was going to go up.
We need like a light color change that is going to warn us, you know.
Yes.
Or like comedians have the time light to know they're gone over time.
We're going to be going to Clubhouse for our very final matchup of the day. Hooray!
Hooray.
Our last matchup, INTS gets first ban, and is it going to be Thatcher? It's Maverick. Oh, okay.
Not a surprise. We had that earlier. That was the second ban.
We saw no Thatcher ban. Team Liquid, and Black Dragon.
That's true. So we could possibly see Thatcher unbanned here.
Very correct. It was very.
Thank you for confirming that. I was
very-
a little uncertain. I tried to sound confident.
It was very correct.
Cap it out. So we're
very
seeing a little
correct,
bit of Mirror earlier. So will we see Mira and Echo?
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
So wise. Shouldn't take very long here. You're just going to ban the same things that we saw earlier, right? There we go. Now Echo next, right? It is possible they don't go with Echo, but let's be real here. It always throws me off too when you see the showing them, the kind of ghosted version of them. Because then it kind of teases me into thinking, you know how you get kind of superstitious if you're playing like slot machines and stuff like that? You feel like you're seeing like a sign that you might be winning soon or something.
Yeah.
I see like the echo and I'm like, oh, that's indicating. It feels like that sometimes. Like it's indicating what the band could be.
Well, my favorite part is originally when those when the images would pop up of the operators as you're going through 6-pick, people would be like, oh, it actually like it shows you the operator that they're teasing, like they've selected.
Yeah.
No, it's a cycle. It's always the same operators in the exact same order. So it's always Hibana second.
Yeah. And the good version of Hibana with the extra orange.
Yeah.
Castle, all right. Gym bedroom. A bit of a gamble coming out for your first defense. But sometimes the first round is the time to gamble. It's not the worst sight.
Yeah.
Defenders,
Just
protect
not
your
the
bombs
best.
from being
I'm
defused
kind of
by
surprised, but I mean, we just saw that matchup between Team 1 and Elevate, so my surprise is,
Would surprise me no Goyo, though.
yes.
So they're definitely going to play it a little more traditionally. Of course, Goyo just now to the season.
North aligned. Please North align it. There, yep. Yay, North aligned. Oh.
Oh no, the feng shui is off.
No, please keep it North aligned though, seriously.
Does that help you with direction callouts?
It helps new players. My whole thing,
good call.
My whole thing with keeping things North aligned is that when you're playing the game, you rely on the compass. It's much easier to visualize where things are from a north, south, east, west perspective.
Very true, very true. That is a nice little tip there to think about. So, Marcio, you're not here today, but for the future, if you're
Yes.
listening, which you're probably not, keep it North aligned. Fortunately, for those of you who are not aware, this broadcast comes from Latin America, where they have their own spectator, their own little bubble world, it seems.
Yes.
And we have no influence over them because he cannot hear us. We do not speak Portuguese, and he doesn't want to listen to our English. They are going to go for the bandit on the wall. They have a Kaede as well to back it up, although that could just be for the bathroom wall. And, you know, different ways to play it. Sometimes you split them to have one to be able to handle the cache wall, or sorry, server wall. I have to call it cache wall, but it's actually the server room that has it. But Buck going to try and drone and make sure he's not going to peek this blindly. You see often players in logistics looking up at that hatch waiting for someone to peek their little face in. That's the smarter way to do it. Use a drone. If its face gets shot off, you got two of those and you still get to be alive. That's always a nice thing.
So, double hard breach for Ninjas in Pajamas with Maverick being banned. You are very likely going to see a Hibana and a Thermite every single time. The rhythm that is the bandit tricking on the wall will be absent.
Part of me kind of misses the impact tricking on this wall, to be honest.
I do not. Because think about it. The other two sites are already so good for the defenders.
It's the trolley part of it.
Gym Master, well, that's fair. Some men just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, well,
And,
that's why I like Coil.
Yeah, maybe you're the one. Maybe the one who wants to see this. It's a very standard setup with the castle barricades the way they are, with the bandit the way it is, and you can see exactly why the UMP is bad. Because it misses most of those bullets, and the damage it does is minuscule. So at least you can give some praise to Duds for trying. If he re-engages, there's Psycho waiting to greet him with open arms.
Yeah.
In the arms of the angel. There goes the X-Kairos. There goes the castle barricade. Good opening pick there from Drunks, though.
Wall's already open, so it's not a big deal, but that could have been used to open the bathroom, which I don't believe has been. Muzi also at low health means he could end up with a second here pretty soon. Alamo just able to sit safe in bathroom here. Means also he can make sure he doesn't need to go anywhere else if he needs to relieve himself.
Yes.
So this has looked like a pretty good defense so far without all the shields, which is nice to see that they don't need all those shields because a very one-dimensional attack coming out here from Ninjas Pajamas, who are pretty much just coming in from one side, and that's the, well, as I say that, Peanut trying to at least get something like here. Duds does manage to find a second and a third. So, looking pretty good as Julio falls right after. This is already a 1v5.
I spoke ill about the UMP, and I should not have done that. Drunks collects the first kill, he collects the last kill. It's a flawless round from INTZ.
There's one thing I've learned from Fox, you don't dump on the ump. Well played.
I did, to be fair, torch him for having the vertical grip or angled grip, long barrel, red dot on it.
If you can get an ace from one set of stairs,
yeah, and then he literally did not leave the same like 4 feet
Yeah.
of space on the stairs, and he got an ace with it yesterday and made me look like a chump.
It's like cast your curse even when you're not casting. Well, INTZ, certainly we're not gambling that first round, I guess. They are going to go with Goyo this time for cash, but man, just it looked like Ninjas in Pajamas were just like, can we just kind of slowly walk in and hope they don't shoot us? Because that felt like a really passive attack. Especially, I mean, honestly, especially after that match we just watched, I almost fell asleep waiting for that attack to happen. It was so slow in contrast. They really didn't seem like they had any idea where the players of INTS were to be able to kind of try and get some jumps on them, find some kind of angle, even pre-fire something. It just seemed like they were kind of like, let's slowly face check everything, and INTS was just on the trigger. It was, I mean, it was an unfortunate round to see when you're just kind of warming up. That doesn't warm you up very fast. But it's going to help INTS, and now they don't have to play that bomb site. They're going to go for a cash, and then if they win this, of course, down to Church. And that's not a bad rotation. And they could do what Kix likes to call the full cycle.
I call it the full cycle.
You call it? That was yours? I gave Kix credit just last night. He didn't say anything. Oh, boy.
That cheeky monkey.
I've got some words for him.
That cheeky monkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. That Evil Eye could actually see the Goyo shield and load up. It's always fun.
I called it the full cycle because it's you have the 3 site rotation, so it's a cycle. You know, you got to complete the cycle.
No, it makes a whole lot of sense.
You got to complete the cycle, man.
It's too obvious to be yours.
Yes. Yes. Anyway, so you start by clearing over towards Jim. It's going to be the opposite. The very first bit of fighting will come on from Vitz against Psycho. Down goes Psycho, Pino refrags.
A lot of whiffed shots there.
Psycho is consistently one of the best players for Ninjas in Pajama and one of the top performers in the entire region. You don't want to lose him early in any altercation.
Especially the utility he brings.
The soft destruction is gone and the frag grenades. Excellent to point out.
And the trade really in INT's favor because Goyo's already done his thing. So they're definitely going to, especially since that would help clear those Goyo shields that now is going to be on pretty much Uzi to do, and he's got too many other things to deal with.
EMPs above will take out some of the electronics and gadgetries. It was once again a bit of an early fracas. I'll use that word since you used it earlier.
You're welcome.
I don't know what Duds was thinking, but that is not necessarily a smart fight to take, and he throws his life away. It's now trailing in numbers. But who from NIP is going to be able to shake Drunks off of this wall? Well, the Zofia Muzi is going to be instrumental in doing that. And it looks like he's ready to hop onto the roof and maybe come greet his teammates. Down below is VNX playing inside a lounge, but you don't have to worry about anything because there's no presence in lounge from NIP, at least not so far. There's an EMP primed and ready, no active tricking. Drunks is far enough back that if you can toss a drone and you know that this wall is a freebie, and Kamikaze will do just that. Drunks will be stunned though, he's not able to get to the wall in time. He'll sit and play behind the Goyo shield, watching the now breached wall in front of him.
Well, they did lose an important player early on, but the fact that time is still dwindling, and Ninjas Pajamas again, with zero aggression it seems, might not be able to pull this off if they can't do something to at least really solidify the positions of these players and trap them in those positions to execute on that.
There goes the wall in front of Alamo. VNX from lounge, he's been continuously doing rotations. He was down on the red stairs, now he's over in garage. He can just head on over towards the body of Maestro, but he gets spotted by Julio, so no, he's not gonna be able to get back at all. That's unfortunate for him. The Thermite gives his life away to Drunks, who pivots and looks for a second kill, but can't find one as nobody's engaging from NIP's side of things. Pino now down to the SMG-11, finished off by Alamo. Marks outside of the open wall. Muzi will have to rotate. Could go for a C4, but the big part is that the diffuser has also been surrendered. So they'll have to go for frags. Muzi finds one. There's Drunks. Diffuser still down. It's a 1v1 against Julio. Will Drunks be spotted? He just needs to run and wait. No way Julio's going to be able to get this diffuser. Very shrewd playing from INTS there, and they'll hang on to the round and take a 2-0 lead.
The attacks from Ninjas in Pajamas, again, so passive. The slowest. I mean, are they hoping that INTS are just going to jump out and go, surprise? I mean, they did get a couple early kills, and some of that was due to INTS being positioned more aggressively. But Ninjas in Pajamas, the slowest roll is not working. You saw the time desperation at the end there. Even when the down went down onto the Thermite with the diffuser, no reaction. Just like, oh, okay. If you want to get that diffuser back, you need to do something about it. You can rotate over the roof. There's ways you can play it. Yes, he could C4. There's ways to counter it. You don't want it to turn into a bait. But he didn't seem to even be trying to bait it. He's just like, I'm just going to hold this position still.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see if they can do something different on Church, because the upside of Church is, for attackers, they're likely to be able to drone the first 2 floors uncontested. But let's see if Ninjas in Pajamas can even get inside the building in the first minute.
Hard pressed to know if that'll happen.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised with the fact that Ninjas in Pajamas had such a significant advantage, and yet they just could not make it work on that round. There was something going on. Maybe it was just a poor communication. Maybe they exhausted all their drones.
Probably
in the round. Could have been indecision, but I'm very surprised with the reluctance that NiP just showed to take engagements.
Yeah.
Not to be too alarmed if you're a fan of Ninjas in Pajamas. This is Clubhouse. Things are going according to plan with the defenders winning. But the problem is that one of those victories came on the site that you expect the defenders usually to lose, which is the Gym Master side.
I'd just be more concerned with how Ninjas in Pajamas are playing, more so than, you know, that it being defender-sided. I mean, we'll see how things go down this round. It could be very different. Duds does get punished a bit for his initial aggression.
What?
I was going to say, so does Alamo, but no, he actually takes off two of their heads in the process. Hard Breacher gone now for the hatch, although Thermite can still do it. Very risky to do so. But also the buck means the floor is likely to stay pretty safe. This is a really good start for INTZ. Alamo, just taking damage, absolutely worth the trade.
That's awful.
Look at that, just bodies just sitting in one place.
NiP are having a stinker so far of a match through the 3 rounds.
Maybe the pajamas were for them going to sleep.
You saying that Ince is saying goodnight?
Merc's not on the team yet?
Maybe he's smurfing. Who knows? Yeah. They got Alamo on the squad, who with the 2 opening picks have cracked the round open for his team, and they came in the first 30 seconds. Not a bad time to do it. It's called Escape Tunnel, and we'll see if they'll be able to get out of it as 2 members of Ninjas in Pajamas begin their assault through said escape tunnel. Kamikaze's managed to get out, though, so it's actually a change from NiP. I think they realized that you're not going to be able to make it through that single doorway. Somebody will be watching you. In this case, there was actually 3 members of INS who had turned their sights to the escape tunnel. We call it dirt, by the way.
Oh, he saw him rotating up. Will he win this engagement? He better. There we go.
On to Duds. There wasn't a ton of HP to work with there originally, and now Duds is down. Do you have blue control? Kamikaze finds Alamo. This is winnable now. It's a 3v3. Alamo's hard work now undone. Vit's playing around the utility inside of blue. He can't hit the shots on the Zofia. That gun does so much damage, but man, this is slow. Plodding.
Zofia didn't hit them either, so.
Nobody hit their shots. Not where needed.
Story of this match so far.
52 seconds remaining, and great patience from both teams as Kamikaze walks in, stretching his legs. A second.
Oh,
no, there goes the shield, and there goes the diffuser as well. Inside of the Den of Vipers, VNX just saw one, but he does not pull the trigger. He's going to wait. If the call has been made that the diffuser is down, you can rotate, and that's exactly what VNX is going to do. You might be able to take advantage of the fact that there's a mark coming in, and 2 kills from INS will be 3-0. The #1 team in Latin America, proving why they've earned that designation, as they have not dropped a single round now to Ninjas in Pajamas.
How do we go from like one of the fastest matches ever to one of the slowest? I mean, I appreciate the Thermite walking in like that. That wasn't a bad play, but where was the backup to that? He just dies, and then the best part is the Goyo shield, while it didn't kill him, it set the diffuser essentially on fire, so you were not picking that up anytime soon. Gave Legion the chance to rotate, as you said, because they're focused on trying to recover that diffuser. Can't immediately, but they need to be near it, right? They need to guard it. Well played, though, by INTZ. A lot of missed shots, like you said, between the Zofia and the Goyo. And, I mean, it was smart of the Zofia to playing the drone the way he was. Now, I thought it was not necessarily the best to have it so exposed, because if Jaeger turned around, it was going to be an easy kill. But the fact that Jaeger went for the run and the rotate up, that was smart. You saw him checking cams, it looked like, and he was looking for an opportunity. He said, oh, garage is clear, I'm going to rotate up. That was obviously not the play, but that was really just down to a good bit of intel. Where's a lot of that intel for Ninjas in Pajamas in the rest of this?
No, this is now the 2nd round where Ninjas in Pajamas seem to be flying completely blind through the storm that is INS, and well, they unfortunately haven't been able to make any recoveries on all of those rounds.
Nice bulletproof camera there placed by Duds. Extra bit of intel for them, because they are not going to have a Maestro in play. They could even have 2 if they had the Mute bring one as well. It's doable. Just to have extra bits of intel that they have to deal with, as they bring limited soft breach that can take care of it. You know, they got the Zofia and the Sledge. And they're going to have to deal with Castle Barricades, so they can win a little bit of the resource war if they were to choose to bring Goyo. But, I mean, they didn't seem to really need it last time. They really just kind of held their angles, and Ninjas in Pajamas just crept on into them. I would hope Ninjas Pajamas would be a little bit smarter about it this time. Find ways to either use their utility to force INTZ into better positions to fight them, kill them, or do something to just corral the intel to do something. And even the missed shots there from Psycho, a lot of missed shots in this matchup. And again, I wonder if they warmed up or if they warmed up too early and then cooled down.
Yeah, they did not seem to be as prepared for this matchup as we usually see. Ninjas in Pajamas have been maddeningly inconsistent over a couple seasons, and despite that, they tend to be more consistent than not. They entered the day technically in third place in that multi-way tie with MIBR and FaZe. MIBR lost because FaZe won, and they played each other. So at worst, Liquid will finish tied with MIBR, or rather NiP will finish tied with MIBR and will trail Liquid, Ints, and FaZe. Technically, they will also trail Elevate. So
not great.
NiP could fall down to 5th place, which would replace FaZe's position.
We've seen them in last place some seasons as well, too.
They almost got relegated in Season 9.
Yeah.
They finished, I think they finished 6th, if I remember. So
not a good place to be.
Picking up Pino and Musi proved to rejuvenate the team. And they've done some significant damage to Ints, but that's been all she wrote. And yeah, you're right. We went from what was a very quick game to what is now one of the slowest games. It's very plodding, very almost as if the players are all completely stuck in molasses. But Musi is making no time to just walk in, takes out the castle. Will somebody else peek him? He's prone. The gun is sticking in his way. For us, at least, beautiful shot in a VNX. 3 kills for Musi, all right. He picks up 1, then 2, then 3, and Ninjas in Pajamas have almost conquered this entire round. Alamo and Drunks in a 2v5. Not ideal circumstances for the defenders. That castle barricade final hit, waiting for the bandit to spring into action. All you need is a call that somebody is inside of the actual weight room, and then it's yours for the taking. Alamo's far enough back. He doesn't have a C4. He's got a nitro cell. No, it's the barbed wire. Drunks is on the stairs, and he's going to be in some significant trouble as Musi is down below, only on 1 HP. Ace not really possible. Kamikaze going for the diffuser. In goes Alamo, gets gunned down by Psycho, and this could be a flawless round of their own. It started off with Ints getting a flawless round. What is Drunks going to be able to accomplish? Too many people watching. He'll get pushed from logistics. Survives it somehow. Diffuser goes down. He's not going to win the fight. Julio will get it. Very anticlimactic finish after the brief bit of action. Musi almost winning the round. Ninjas in Pajamas will take it. Their very first round so far.
What's interesting to me about that round is the very first time they attacked Jim, the best part of the attack was logistics. What did they do this time? Double down on logistics.
Yep.
Musi got 3 pretty much from that position, and INTZ didn't seem to be able to answer it again. And that was, I mean, the fact that they fed 3 people to it. Last time it was just 1, I believe, and that was, that was enough. Mm-hmm. This time, got a belly full, and Musi just, he able to stay alive through it. They didn't even trade him on it, and he was able to put pressure on the bottom of the stairs because of that. But again, that was so slow. Just a slow creep. The patience. I mean, is it patience if you're just kind of sitting there?
I don't really think it was patience from them. That was a hectic burst that immediately slowed down.
Yeah.
As many bombs as they can.
I don't know.
However, that's on Jim. Not the best site, again. And as you said, this is defender-sided, so this is not going too badly for Ninjas Pajamas. But the fact that they lost Jim 1 of the 2 times is not great. Now they can go back to cash, so they will. And then after that, if they win, they can go back to church. And so far, the way this has been playing out, could even possibly see a 5-1 on the side switch if Ninjas Pajamas aren't able to really get it in gear. See, the bans there actually makes it look like INTZ are much less likely to play Clubhouse.
5 seconds to go.
So I don't know if Ninjas Pajamas were prepared for this, but they don't seem to be, just judging by the way they're playing. And I know we're being highly critical, but it's whatever they're doing is not working, right? So it's not like we're inaccurate with that. It's definitely just, they either get lucky with that 3K at the beginning of the round, in terms of just being on top of it, or nothing happens for a lot of the round. And the aggression from INTZ sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. But more often than not, when it's controlled as well, it is working out for them. They are trying to take peeks now, trying to get some early picks because of the passivity of Ninjas Pajamas to just try and dictate the pace of the round, keep Ninjas Pajamas in time constraints towards the end, because then once they decide to turtle up, Ninjas Pajamas don't really have an answer to that.
Yeah. Not a particularly good map for either team, as you can see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen. Far more banned than INTZ. You noted that the final pick was NiP. They opted to come here instead of to Cafe, so they must be much more comfortable with it. And, well, it's not really much of a surprise. They'll take VNX down for his troubles. You'd mentioned that there was some interest in an opening pick here, and well, they get it. Ninjas in Pajamas with a minute to go. They take out Jaeger, probably one of the few operators who won't be pivotal in terms of gadgets through the later portion of this round. But
yeah, at least Moosey's still warm off that last round. That is going to help a little bit. It's one man down, right? You need the man advantage you can, especially when you play as slow as they are. If you're going to be executing last minute, you need man advantage. Otherwise, you're just hoping the trades go enough in your favor. Nice flashbang, and actually a rush here, a very fast push, but seriously at a disadvantage.
Wow.
Drunks with an easy 2 kills. Now a 4v2. Man advantage gone. 4v... Well, no, still 4v2.
it's Drunks now with 3 kills. He's going to go for all of them. Julio's downstairs in lounge, and Pino is watching construction windows. So quite a spread from Ninjas in Pajamas. They are not particularly close to one another. They're on opposite sides of the building. Julio will need to fetch that diffuser, which has been surrendered by the opening. I don't know if he can see anybody or not. Drunks is clearly making a call. I don't know what it is. Why not feed him the remaining members of Ninjas in Pajamas? He gets thrown down, and Pino's down below. He knows that the bandit is there. That bandit pops up. There you go. Drunks beheaded by Pino. And another in his line of sight will be the Maestro of Duds if Pino can get there. The smoke will go off, which means that Julio won't be able to do too much. Ineffective outside of the breach hole. If Pino hits the stairs, his position will be given away. Julio tries to go for the Maestro, but Duds with the Alda does what Aldas do best. 2 kills in the very final moments, and Ince 4-1.
I mean, Drunks, great job that round, but if you don't drone it, how are you going to know there's someone not next to that window? I mean, it was pretty much a drive-through window at that point. You know, would you like fries with those bullets? It just, they walked right up to it. Let's go prone. We're totally disguised, guys. Everything's fine. We're in sight. They totally didn't see it coming. Oh, wait, there's 2 guys in garage we didn't do anything about. That's why you don't do that. Generally, you need to control garage or do something to put pressure on that window so that they don't play that. I appreciate the idea. That was at least more speed than we'd seen from Ninja Pajamas, but if you're going to be like slow and then all of a sudden go fast, you usually do that when you have the information to do that.
Yes.
And they completely lacked that. Again, today's been weird when it comes to the information game for Latin America. Especially here from Ninjas in Pajamas, who seem to often fly in blind, or at least slow enough that they look like they're blind, and I expect a cane out in front of them. Because it is just clearly not working. And this is their last chance to win an attack round. And we talked about this earlier, 2 rounds is not the worst on attack. On Clubhouse.
If they can even get that.
But yeah, I'm not even believing that they can.
Yeah, if they can even get that. And it's back down to Church, which was the last round that INTZ or Ince won before Nip was able to take a diffuser down, opening kill, flawless round. The trifecta, if you want to call it that. And the only round that Nip has actually shown any success on. Other than Drunks, Nip has not been doing too badly in terms of kills, and other than Drunks, Ince doesn't really have any real heavy hitters.
No.
If you see Drunks go down, well then Ince's chances drop dramatically.
You know, part of that's also that Ninjas in Pajamas aren't offering a lot of opportunities for people to shoot with how slow they get in the building. I mean, it's not a huge problem, but it definitely makes it harder to find people to kill in terms of getting kills up there. But yeah, a lot of gunfights and whiff shots lost and things like that is not great for the other members of INTZ. But hey, as long as, like you said, Drunk stays alive, he's able to hit his shots. He's going to be on that Kaid this time. They are going to have one thing different this time, which is the pulse. They're going to have a better idea what's going on above them, and if they can hit the C4, possibly an early kill. They are going to be also watching for anyone coming from dirt. Alan's going to do that a little more safely with the pulse scanner. He's a bit far back, though, to be picking up anyone entering dirt, but he's possibly going to be looking for people above. Try to get some idea if they might be approaching towards the window of kitchen, which very often you'll see Habana using the window to do so to rappel upside down. There are ways you can open up lines of sight to shoot that Habana, though, on that upside down rappel. So it's certainly not some magical and vulnerable spot you're going to be able to play.
Will Drunks be Electric Claw juggling as well? That's something to consider too.
Entirely possible.
Down on the Moto hatch, but something gets opened up. It could be the main lobby / bar stock hatch.
I like the addition of the Legion, though, just to make sure if they decide to push fast all of a sudden, they're going to get slowed down in doing so. Or at least give some kind of indication.
There goes another hatch. So the hard destruction from Ninjas in Pajamas, finding its mark. But they're scrambling now. It's very commonplace for a team on attack to wait until the final 30 to 40 seconds as Kamikaze drops that diffuser and then heads towards the church wall. I think he's obviously fearing that he might be taken out by a Nitro Cell, etc. Alamo is there and he gets stunned, so there will be no Nitro Cell tossed over top. Drunks pushes on up, and 2 members of INTS will now watch the opening created by Ninjas in Pajamas.
Drunks got an electrical on there, but just slightly too late.
Unfortunate timing for them. Nitro Cell goes out. Kamikaze doesn't take any damage from it. He manages to move out of the way in time, and now Cycle will drone him in. Spotted is Alamo, who's prone on his belly by the bomb chassis. You know that somebody's playing over by Moto, so why don't you fire a couple bolts on in? He'll do just that. Another drop as a flashbang does not have its intended effect on Drunks. The second one will not miss its target, so Alamo will be the man to try and keep Drunks alive, but obliterated is Pino. Kamikaze with a team kill, and there's another for Drunks. He finds 2 kills. Duds gets in on the action. Muzi in a 1v4. Make that a 1v3 now, as both Duds and Vits are removed. Muzi's been very good. He's been the lone bright spot for Ninjas in Pajamas, but this is an almost unwinnable situation. He's got too many people to watch, and he misses what should have been an easy shot, but he chokes it, and the attempted clutch falls short. INTS 5-1. They'll switch sides.
At this point, I really want to see what INTS' attacks are going to look like. After these attacks from Ninjas in Pajamas, it's like they're going to look fast no matter what they do at this point. It's just Ninjas in Pajamas not looking like they have their head in the game, period. I mean, even the team kill on that. You talk about Psycho being one of the best players, so what do? You shoot him in the back. Just, they blind a guy and just use that to, I mean, they throw the first flashbang to cross the hole. Okay, fine.
Yes.
It didn't work. No harm, no foul. But then they blind him again and push in just after he's, lost his blindness. Good cover by Alamo, though. Just jumping up as the pulse and saying, I'm sure he screamed out that he was blinded. Alamo goes, I'll cover you. He's covering both doorways pretty much by himself at that point with the ump, just taking little tap fires here and there. That's enough to dissuade Ninjas in Pajamas because they're so passive. One thing we will see Nip bring, though, that we didn't see from INTZ is a Mozzie. So maybe that will make some difference if INTZ, unlike Ninjas in Pajamas, actually wants to drone in and find things out first. But it won't be the mute Mozzie combo. I know we highlight that a lot, but only because it's so strong, not because we're just big fans.
Oh, big fan.
I said not just.
I mean, Mozzie's not a big anything. So
No, he is a.
roughly the same height as Magna.
Does that make him taller than Doki?
No, I feel like the Doki jokes are too old.
Yeah.
I try to aim a little higher.
Good luck. Oh boy.
Somebody's gonna alert like Doki to it. He's gonna be like, "You listen here."
Yeah, there's like a legion of people watching the matches just to let him know, clip him, whenever we say something about him.
Yeah.
When he comes back, it's just gonna be crazy. I hope he's on his best behavior, though.
I was gonna say, with the way Navi's been playing, they need him.
Right?
They have not looked like the same team that just won Tokonami, but
This doesn't look like the same Nip either.
no, it certainly doesn't. Latin America is very much up in the air. Who would have expected this eruption of talent and skill from INTS? Very few people. MIBR return to form somewhat. Liquid and FaZe being good. But I mean, we'll see Nip. We won't see INTS, but we'll see Nip at the Invitational.
Well, they've got that going for them at least. It is funny to see a Castle playing that Castle Roam strat and then not shooting the jukebox.
Please shoot the jukebox.
He just wants the tunes.
We ask this every time. Please shoot the jukebox.
Yeah.
But anyway, first Gumine gets hit. It's by Duds, so congratulations. You win. You found the golden ticket.
All right.
INTS on attack as both teams have swapped sides. For the keen observers, you will note that after 6 rounds, yeah, they switch. So first defense of Church. First defense period from Ninjas in Pajamas. As you noted, there was a Castle Roam strategy. This is very common in both North America and Europe. Latin America has done it a number of times as well. But the originators come firmly from North America. Sorry, LATAM.
You really have to have the Castle to make it work because you can't watch all the angles at once.
Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, Castle, all 4 of those work well, but you need at least 2 of them, and one of them needs to be the Castle. So then pick one of the remaining 3, in this case Psycho. We'll go with a very well-kitted Mozzie. That second floor looks to largely be cleared out by INTS. They don't have anything to fear, and they've got just over a minute now to focus on the site. That's exactly where they'll turn their eyes and their gaze.
Upside for Nip, though, is they didn't lose anyone. They didn't take any damage on that roam.
Nope.
They did lose a bit of utility, of course, having to dedicate the castle and possibly other utility to that top floor and then losing it, but they did burn a little bit of time.
There goes an EMP and more explosives on the floor as some of those gadgets being disabled. Down below, well, it won't do all that much. You just need to really fear the Electric Claw. Kitchen hatch removed. VNX has been downed. I think it was Musi that was involved in that fight, but you'll get the buck right back up. Drunks is there to help his teammate. 40 seconds left on the clock.
And it's still looking a bit more efficient than Ninja Pajamas, but the time left isn't a huge amount. It's like vault drop. I mean, armory drop kind of thing here, and that's not great. No. That's about as useful as vault drop half the time.
A drone goes on in through Church, and both Kamikaze and Psycho are situated there. They'll get spotted, but you can clearly tell that Ince is not really focused on Church. They're not going to have time to be able to get the Church wall open, not with 15 seconds left. Nip look very poised to be able to win this one. Ince look almost lost as to where they're going to go. 2 kills for Nip on the board, make that 3, only 1 for Ince, 4, and then a 5th as well. Almost everybody from the team gets in on the action, and the very first defense will be a victory for Ninjas in Pajamas. They needed that desperately, and they got it.
Well, with how slow they're playing, they finally found the role that suits them.
Defense.
Yep. So now they're in a good position to be able to potentially pick up some rounds here, but you got to keep in mind, INTZ only have to win 1 round to guarantee themselves the 1 point. And for those of you, and I know we've said that a lot lately because we have a lot of new viewers, that aren't familiar with how it works is, if they get to 6, then no one can get to 7 first. In terms of the other team, I mean, to get a win. So they've locked themselves into, at minimum, a draw. However, they can also get 1 more round first before the other team gets to 6 and get the win with a 7-5 or 7-4 or something less. And they get that win. So once you get to that 6 points, you guarantee yourselves at a minimum a tie because the other team cannot win, with the possibility of 2 more points if you could just close it out and not choke. Easier said than done sometimes, though. Especially when you go really well on one side and decide to switch, and you might have been 6-0 up, and all of a sudden you just start getting reverse swept. It does happen. Just ask a team like G2. I'm very familiar with how that can happen. Almost happened again. You were screaming for it. So excited.
I will be honest with you.
Cheerleading for that G2
I would have loved to have seen it.
Well, we aren't going to see a lot of Jim attempts here from Ninja Pajamas. They're not as confident on Jim as INTZ are. They're going to go for Cash next. They're going to be bringing that Goyo along with Maestro. Hopefully they've got one set up to go blow up. I really like seeing the Maestro Evil Eyes that can take out the Goyo shields, because you really don't want to expose yourself to have to blow those up.
Yeah.
And we don't see often enough defenders actually blowing those up on purpose. Sometimes we just miss it though too, to be honest. I think there are times that they do it, we can't be sure who blew up the shield. But like I said, in Latin America, we're not seeing a lot of shields explode, although in this match we've seen a little bit more. Does smartly claymoring the window to make sure no jump outs come, especially if he wants to go rotate to put some pressure on Bedroom or Jim. They're dicking this careful. They don't want to lose any players early. They saw how it was when they were aggressive on defense and were able to get some early picks. I'm surprised they're not going from logistics the way we saw from Ninja Pajamas, but then again, it's not Jim, so. Again, droning, smart.
It prefers James.
Yeah, that's good. I likes the longer form to be more formal.
Jimothy.
That's, yeah.
Jimothy in Master Bedroom.
Is that when someone's in trouble, they're Jimothy?
Jimothy.
Jimothy.
Like you lose it and you're like, ah, damn, Jimothy. Oh, we relied on you.
Can't tell you how many times I've said that.
Probably never.
Well, I guess I can tell you how many times.
0. Yeah. Except for now. I guess technically you said it 1 time now.
Yeah.
If we're being pedantic.
Yeah. I'll write that down so I don't forget the next time.
Oh, Jimothy. Miss bandit trick. It's on the wrong wall. There goes the shield. Julio's not going to get out alive. Opening pick to Ince. They only need 1 round to secure themselves a single point, as you noted.
What a goof.
That is not ideal. Ince in fine form. They have been such a good team so far this season. A bit of a surprise. Maybe imbued with the fact that they now also have the Thermite bundle.
That is probably why. I mean, that's got to be it.
A bomb is located.
Pinot rotating around. They're trying to get set up now that they lost the wall into better positions, better angles. Now that they have some idea, okay, wall's open, they're probably going to come from that side, but no, they're coming from Construction Connector, which they're setting up to open right now.
This is very common for teams to do this, though. You split it up. Once you get the wall open, then it forces Nip to have to play farther back, or any defender, really, will need to move farther back. And you get moved out of B, so where do you go? You go into A, and then what happens? You lose A? Well, then you're in for a significant world of hurt.
Ooh, I like this. Might have been impact tricked, though. It doesn't look like they were able to get the wall open. could possibly have impacts on Goyo.
This is just greasy.
Yeah, this is
very greasy.
That is an NA rat spot right
Yeah,
there.
that is NA rat, as it's called. Kamikaze will fire through the wall. Pino takes some damage. Nobody really from Inns has to lose anything. The Alda does not beat Alamo, but Psycho does. He hugs the bomb chassis, and he'll watch to see if somebody goes over from construction. There he goes, intended target, Nip. They lost the first pick, but oh my, I don't think they lose anybody except for one other person. They can still very much win this. They have 2 rounds in a row now, and showing that defense is definitely the play for Clubhouse.
I mean, INTZ aren't really that much swifter on these attacks than Ninjas in Pajamas were. I mean, I'm not sure if it's communication, droning not working out, but they really look like they don't have an idea on the positions of the defenders, same as Ninjas in Pajamas. They look like, okay, we've got our checklist done. We've got this wall open. We're in position over here. Now what? Like, I mean, it almost looks like a team that lacks an IGL or someone that can say, here's what we do next. And it's not hard. I mean, you know what to do next. It's not complicated. You open up some walls on both sides. You try and push them out of the area that you're going to plant in. You either smoke for a plant, or you just push aggressively enough or clear aggressively enough to be able to get in there and plant. And you plant. Or kill everyone in the process. It's the last parts of that are generally happening for the defense a lot more than the offense.
Kill everybody in the process.
Yeah, I've heard that works. The last matchup showed me that works. I don't know. It is confounding to see these attacks just really peter out very quickly. The defenders as well, though, just playing like, okay, we'll just play angles, and they'll just walk into us, and that's what we're seeing. And it is good patience. I like to see that both teams are like, we'll use a little bit of aggression early on, then we'll pull it back, and we'll burn their time and make them walk into us. That's really how you should play defense. Both teams are playing defense correctly. It's the attack that's just stumbling. Muzi, as you can see, definitely doing the lion's share for his team, and thank you for shooting the jukebox. Julio, sorry. I just want to call him Julio so bad. You can hear the clapping there. You can't, then just
It's Julio in Portuguese, it's Julio in Spanish.
Yeah,
throws us off. How it was described to me.
Because I tend to think of Portuguese as Spanish. I know that's not completely correct.
I've accidentally, when my brain like wires cross, I have referred to them, instead of being Brazilian, I refer to them as Portuguese because they speak Portuguese, and I'm like, that is not.
It's confusing, right?
That is not correct. Well, I mean, they don't speak Brazilian; they speak Portuguese. They speak like the Brazilian dialect of Portuguese. Right?
Muzi, speaking of which,
takes out Duds, and the opening pick for Nip. Continue that. Keep that up. You can close this gap, Ninjas in Pajamas. It is possible for you, and you can see the body and chalk outline down below.
At least it looks like they're taking Garage and the cache server side here pretty quickly. I mean, as I say, there's still only 2 minutes left, but they are actually making progress. But from here, they got to get cache. They're opening up angles into the walls. There are some electric claws or bandit batteries on the wall now they've got to deal with. They're just trying to get angles. It's soft destruction, it's hard destruction. They've got the Thermite and the Hobana. They've got Thatchers available. They've got what they need here. They just need to do more with it faster. Pino, if he's able to hold that position and cache as long as he is, especially with Kamikaze possibly able to rotate, it looks like we lost the Goyo shield there, then it really slows this down. You've got to do something about Pino immediately. And Muzi being able to hang out on the cache stairs, it's certainly not going to help with that. Now, VNX really has to deal with 2 possible angles of approach. He needs his teammate in here, and it looks like Psycho's waiting for that jump in. There we go. Finally a kill on Muzi, and then followed up onto Julio. Vitz deciding to make the play.
I don't know if Julio was possibly putting himself up for a refrag or not, but that's not exactly where you want to find yourself. If you can manage to tackle the cache defense that's here, and Kamikaze as well, holding the top of Red Stairs with the Maestro Cam, giving them all the intel in the world, given that there's 2 cam operators, both Julio and Muzi, well then Nip will be in good position. They capitalize off of it. Vitz, who'd gotten the 2 picks as Hibana, is now removed. He's gone. That Evil Eye Cam was likely instrumental in being able to do that for Kamikaze. 40 seconds left, and Drunks by the window is just so close to engaging with Kamikaze. But down goes Alamo. He's not going to be able to do too much damage. So, Ninjas in Pajamas with a numbers advantage. Drunks takes out Psycho. Wall falls just next to Cash. Drunks waits outside. Ince is going to have to do something very, very soon, because Drunks needs to get in and go for the objective. The Kaid and VNX will tussle. Pino's not sustaining any damage here. VNX will miss his shots. The buck moves on over. Drunks gets flattened. And then another as well for the TCSG. Ninjas in Pajamas are storming back now. 4 rounds. 2-5 Nip still trail, but 3 in a row.
Still, that's all they needed. That was definitely a solid defense there, although it was a bit back and forth. There was definitely positions where, like, Vitz's 2 kills made a huge difference, but it's just this slow plod where no one's seeming to be able to find an advantage to catch someone off guard. I mean, the problem with approaching the defender so slow as well, something I didn't highlight earlier with, you know, my endless whining about these attacks, is that it also gives a chance for defenders to communicate the positions they're able to identify in the attackers, and then to adjust as necessary. You give them the opportunity to move into better positions, to better angles. You have no element of surprise. You are coming in not only blind, but they can fully see. Not to mention they often have cameras and things like that, whether they be bulletproof cameras or Maestro Evil Eyes. They're expecting you at that point. They've got goo mines as well. You are not surprising anyone unless you just happen to pop around the corner fast enough and pre-fire it. It's really working against them pushing so slowly in a variety of ways. Now that Ninjas in Pajamas is starting to catch up, INTZ need to change something. They need to figure out a different way of attacking this, a better form of communication, maybe push from 2 different sides just quickly and hope it all ends up in the wash, honestly, like in their favor. Because you got 2 players, Drunks and Muzi, pretty much carrying either team in terms of double digits, 11 and 12. Both those players, if they're not hitting the shots as you mentioned earlier with Drunks, not a whole lot's happening between this. I mean, there's a few kills here and there for the rest of the players. It's certainly not literally just one player. But it certainly seems to really depend on whether or not they're able to do that. And defense, absolutely at an advantage. It's just, INTZ need to change something because they are so close to taking 3 points. And now it's looking like 1.
They're just choking it, and a lot of it really falls into the side swap. You know, Nip is going to have to be perfect in order to win this matchup, which is unlikely. I foresee a draw coming in the future.
Yeah.
That would be my speculation.
Very likely.
It's almost unheard of for us to see a team win 6 rounds in a row. It's happened, but it's unlikely. There's a Valkyrie camera inside of blue that happened to see Duds.
Yeah.
That info will likely go to Muzi. Did Duds find the Valkyrie camera? It looks like he might have, actually.
Almost like he threw the drone at it.
Yeah, it looks like he might have actually seen it.
He's going to replace it with the drone, basically.
Yes.
He's like, okay, well, that's a good spot. I like that. I'll use that.
That one's mine now.
Yeah.
This is mine, as the meme says. Muzi had so much information there, though, that could have been given from his teammates. A frag grenade will drop, and it will be nowhere near the Jaeger, so Muzi will continue to persist. He's not shaken off of that position.
Well, at least the defenders had some intel for a minute there. They weren't able to do a whole lot with it. They had the position of...
What is going on here?
Uh-oh, the 2-man push here, up oil pit potentially. They cleared out the Claymore. Muzi's going to go for it. He's been fragging out. This is the man to make the play right now. This could be a very aggressive defense. All of a sudden, In's already playing as slow as they are. This is going to help. They know Duds is up here. He knows they're up here now. He's going to call that out. Now, Muzi either needs to pull back or just...
No way, he's getting away with this!
All
2
right.
kills for Muzi on the hunt as he does his best lurk and roam to take out 2 very important members of INS. It's a Duds.
You can't count on that Claymore.
It's Yes. That impact grenade, if it weren't for the fact that Pino was there, would not have led Muzi to capitalize off of that.
Yeah.
Very deflating for INS, who you have noted a number of times are tantalizingly close to a single point, and Nip here looking for the impossible. A full comeback in a 6 rounds on defense. They're close. They've taken 3 so far. They're looking for number 4. They have a numbers advantage. They have time on their side. 30 seconds. INS utility starved, as you can see. There goes a C4. It claims Drunks, and the advantage for Nip will continue to grow. Alamo above, he'll sustain some heavy damage as he goes onto his back. Won't win the fight against Pino, and VNX will not win his fight against Julio. Tie game.
I mean, that wasn't off the back of Muzi, but it certainly didn't hurt. I mean, it wasn't necessarily the most, like, back-breaking play from Muzi, because he only got 2 and he got traded, so it was still only 1-man advantage. But the 2 he got, definitely choice picks. It was, I believe, the Buck and the Zofia. So that's a lot of soft destruction down, meaning a lot of
It was the
advantage.
Hibana and the Zofia.
So Hibana and the Zofia. So either way,
That's okay.
soft breach, hard breach, a lot of breach. Cash now. Will we see this draw? I don't know at this point, but it certainly looked like, honestly, could actually just see Ninjas in Pajamas outright take it. just because no one's really doing anything noteworthy on attack. A single attack success this entire match so far. And no one's really changed anything that makes me think that that's going to shift anytime soon. Both defense and attacks really doing relatively the same thing. But I do want to highlight Monty coming into play now.
Is that a game changer?
All the shields coming out from Goyo certainly makes that more difficult. Because not only do you have to vault over them, putting you in a vulnerable position, but also they could get blowed up. And then all of a sudden you're walking on fire, and he does not have fireproof feet. So that is potentially problematic, because if he goes up to one and looks like he's just trying to peek it, they could blow it up, and all of a sudden he's got to back off. Similar to smoke, it becomes area denial. So that is something to watch out for. But nonetheless, we've seen some good Monty work earlier on border. Could see that here from Alamo, who's been an important player in this team. Maybe not as much this match, but in the past. Yeah.
I mean, both he and Lagonis were bright stars to Latin America, both big content creators and streamers coming in to play, and we just saw Lagonis and the contributions he can make. Now, mind you, both of these players are on largely support-oriented roles. In this case, Monty is going to be his best, the best support that you can probably get here. With a Capital Band, it means that attacking Garage can be a little bit more of a nightmare. Yeah. Single drone from Alamo spots 2 members of Ninjas in Pajamas playing inside of the Garage, so you have that information at your disposal. But as is rightly pointed out many, many times, after 5 seconds, the information that you gather with the drone is no longer important nor correct.
On the upside, there's no Legion.
That's correct.
And there is a smoke, so they have to deal with that, but also, like I said, the Goyo shields. It's the Maestro, of course. You're not going to really be able to pressure too well if he's got backup from the window, which Julio could end up doing, although Psycho actually could be the one to make a play here if he comes in for the flank at the right time. As soon as that Monty pushes up, all Maestro has to do is call it out. Psycho can come up. If they're not covering it well, easy kill on Monty.
I think Psycho might have gotten the exothermic charge. He did. By Jove, Ince, a major and almost catastrophic failure on this wall, losing one of their most important pieces of this attack. Because you brought in the Monty, there is no secondary hard breacher for Ince. It means that everything is on the shoulders of Drunks. They need to get that wall open, and they need to do so quickly. They've exhausted half of the round. Alamo has existed for the entire time inside a Garage. He sees the Goyo. He could possibly drop the shield here and engage, but he knows that his job is more important now that the Maestro has been called into action. No way for him to be able to get that shield down.
Yeah, he's just going to become a sitting duck at this point, but VNX at least gets dropped after dropping Psycho.
Finished off. Joint effort. Pino down below, Julio from above. That buck was not going anywhere in a hurry. Alamo, he's daring this Maestro as he's going to continue to push up and hope to get a single hip fire. Excellent coordination as the distraction from the mountain as he continues to push forward. Nets a kill as Musi falls to duds. The wall should be opened up now as an EMP will get rid of the bandit batteries, and there's not a single one left for Julio to bother tricking. Drunks needs to get this open, and Alamo just needs to get inside of the site, and they'll be in good position to be able to pull off this execute. Drunks holds onto the diffuser with 30 seconds left. Julio toys behind this Goyo shield. Marks outside will continuously give away information that Nip might be able to play off of. If they have plant denial, this can be particularly effective. But Alamo's going to move up. He's marching in towards A. How will you get rid of him? Well, you're going to have to get a toxic canister around him. Does no damage. The smoke is utterly helpless. They are blocked out of the site, but Julio takes down Duds. Drunks gets the plant off, and just like that, lickety split, Ince is out of the site.
Oh no.
This is a 3v3 with Pino and Julio on low HP, and the Montaigne will completely block Kamikaze from being able to get out. What an utter pain and a nuisance. As Julio down below will now need to try to shoot at the feet of Alamo. Is he going to be able to do it? No time. Julio for a run out. Does he see Vitz? He sees Drunk on Repel. Down he goes. Vitz just needs to turn around. They're running out of time. The Monty is in. Kamikaze might be able to get Alamo. They need to go for the diffuser, and outside is Vitz. Does he work cleanup? Diffuser's almost past the point of no return, and it's all up to Julio, who runs out, and he'll get the kill, but there's no time left. Alamo finishes off Kamikaze. 1.4 Ince on the board, and at best for Nip, a draw.
Finally, an attack win there. So now we've got one attack win on either side. The Monty was the play. That was the game changer. His ability to play up. What I like, and I want to highlight, in good Monty play there.
Yes.
Every time he went to extend his shield, he immediately crouched. In doing so, he made sure he didn't expose his feet. That's the most important thing to do is if you are going to pull up for that hip fire, make sure that you're not exposing anything other than your hand. This is a difficult thing to hit sometimes, especially when you're being pressured and stormed on, because once that hip fire comes and is very close, very likely to kill you. But the important thing is that really distracted the Maestro, who was hugely concerned with, let me try and hit something when he goes, when he drops his shield. And while he's doing that, Zofia comes in, as you pointed out, very well coordinated. And because he was able to continue to push and push and push, and the smokes weren't enough to really deter him, what do you do in that? You get locked out of the room. I mean, the best thing that happened was him getting pushed into the room, but at that point, he still wasn't able to win the fight. The biggest mistake that Ninja Pajamas made, in my opinion, that right there was the C4 that went off. Totally uninfluential from the Bandit. Could have been on the Monty. Just right below Monty's feet, blow him up, all of a sudden now they can retake site. They're in a position they can play. The fact that it went off just on the random part of the floor, they thought maybe they'd catch someone running out or covering a fuse. That's not the play. You need to kill that Monty. Then all of a sudden the rest of your players can actually play the game and not be trapped in a room. But obviously that's down to communication, calls, pings, whatever you want to call it. It just didn't work. And now Nip finally drop a defensive round. You see Muzi and Drunks tied there at 13 each, competing for favorite of the match.
I don't think you can argue that Muzi has not played his heart out in this matchup. No matter the role, he has been solely on aggressive roles, so of course he should be the person to get a lot of kills. There's no mistaking that. However, it hasn't been good enough. The rest of his team, whether they've let him down in terms of strategy, whether in terms of utility, the attacking side of Nip not being particularly strong, hasn't been for Ints either. It'll need to be a perfect or near perfect reverse of 1 attacking round and 5 defending victories in order for Nip to be able to get 1 point. And 1 point honestly could make a difference here for both teams. Ints came in today. They actually trail Liquid. They getting 1 point would regain the lead, and well, it doesn't really bode well for them now that they just lost duds.
Tie-in coming. Julia has taken a bit of damage, but that's not really enough. We've seen Bandits do work with more, or less rather, health. So they're going to have to make some serious progress. The important thing is to make the progress quickly. When you get down to it and you're pushing one-dimensionally from one side, it doesn't really work. Vitz needs to really continue to pressure Pino out here so that VNX can also come support him. Because we saw what happened before when Pino's able to just hang out and cash for a long period of time. It really doesn't bode well for INTZ.
Yeah. You see down below in Lounge on what is a Gym and Master defense. And remember that Evil Eye cam at the top of Red Stairs was crucial for Ninjas in Pajamas last time. It's going to guide Julio playing on that position. This has got the pincer strategy working with both construction as well as cash being their 2 focuses. Inside of construction towards cash, then the other towards CCTV.
I like how he's not giving up too much by peeking too wide, because there was players just to his left. You can see if he peeks too wide, could give up his positional advantage. You said the pinch. You lose the pinch, then all of a sudden it's not a pinch anymore. It's just kind of more of a push.
Drunks is very close to being able to just walk right in. I think he gets the call that it's free. We can clear. Just dance on in.
Oh, nope.
Absolutely wrong call, though, if that was given to him. There's 3 from Nip, and this is over. It's going to be a draw for Nip.
Oh, boy.
There it is. A flawless round. Ninjas in Pajamas pick up 1 point. INTZ, Ints, they call them, pick up 1 point. Neither of these teams will win. However, Ints will regain first in the standings because they beat Team Liquid in their head-to-head matchup, and they will both be tied in points. So Ints will end the day in first. Close but no cigar for both these teams. And ends up being a single attacking victory on both sides.
The way that both of them played, I think a draw was the only real logical conclusion. I mean, both of them showed, outside of the Monty adaptation and 1 round win on attack from Ninjas Pajamas, neither of them really did anything that said, we're definitely going to win this round. They just continued to slowly slam their heads against the wall in the slowest motion possible. A little bit faster for INTZ, but also less gunfights won. So at the end of the day, Ninjas Pajamas just get the short end of that stick, as you said, because INTZ being in a better position.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, not the greatest ending. Also, something we did forget from earlier while we take a look at the results is I did want to mention, because we forgot about donating to the Australian wildfire issue.
Oh, that's a good point.
We do. Sorry that we forgot about that. Make sure to remember that for tomorrow, as we have, of course, 2 matches. So 8 hours of Playday, which you can donate.
On top of APAC.
Thursday.
APAC is going to be on very soon as well.
I imagine that will also apply. So in this Twitch chat, if you hit the exclamation mark and donate, you can donate to Australia to support the wildfires. I'm not sure the exact charity it'll go to, but
it was announced to us right before the broadcast. So our apologies for not having all the information.
Yeah.
But yeah, exclamation mark donate. We're not trying to bait you into like an exclamation mark claim charm kind of deal. We're actually talking about a serious issue that is affecting a part of the world. And we have good friends over there.
Yeah.
We have colleagues over there. You might have family and friends over there. And regardless whether you know people who live there or not, we can all do our small part.
Yeah. Make sure you show your
to
support during APAC as well,
Yes.
especially for that, because they definitely need the help. As someone who lives in California and has had to deal with a lot of wildfires there as well, I know it could be a serious issue.
Yes.
Even if you're not directly affected by the fires, you will be affected by the smoke.
Yes.
It's not great.
I lived in Western Canada when there were some significant fires going on in both British Columbia as well as in Washington State. And even 1,000 miles or thereabouts away, it impacts you. And it's not even that. It's the loss of life, human life, wildlife, etc. We can all do a part. Exclamation mark, donate.
You can
This
still
will
do
be
it
a
right
reminder.
now.
That is
So,
correct.
You don't have to wait.
Here are results, though, for you as we now take our somber moment. We turn it towards the end of the show here. We started off the day with Team Liquid defeating Black Dragons by a score of 7-3, and then FaZe defeating MIBR 7-3 as well. Almost 7-3, but it ends up being a 7-4 scoreline, with Elevate defeating Team 1, and then a draw to end the day. And honestly, NIP needed a point. Ints needed a point, and they got it. And we'll bring up the standings for you now as well, with Ints finishing the day on top, with Liquid in second. But there you go. Look at how close that is. Elevate in fourth, FaZe in third, and then we'll flip it over to the other side with Ninjas in Pajamas in 7. So 10-10, 9-8, 7-6, 4, and 3. There's still plenty of movement that can happen here in Latin America. 2 more play days are left
For this half.
That's it.
That means 9 more play days in total before we decide who goes to finals.
That's correct.
So
a spot on the line for wherever the season 11 finals may be. Well, you can't get to the invitational. That door's closed.
Yeah, that's
door's
already
closed.
decided.
But those season 11 finals, the highly coveted spots, that's what you're fighting for.
Absolutely, and of course these teams were, but it was an odd day to say the least for Latin America in a region that tends to have odd days. But nonetheless, I think it was still a fun one. Some good matches, some interesting matches.
No coin flipping needed. But
no.
That's it for Devin and myself. Thanks so much for tuning in. In just a couple hours, ANZ will be going live on this channel, so make sure you stick around for that. They are also barreling through their Pro League season. And then tomorrow, we'll be back with some Europe and North America. There's wall-to-wall coverage. In the span of 24 hours, there's going to be like 17 hours or 18 hours of Rainbow Six Siege action on this channel. Exciting times. We'll see you for the next day of Pro League.